Signed. Assembly chamber. 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 Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. First item is, the order paper is member statements. I'll take a point of order after member statements. Ms Erskine will proceed with member statements in the first instance. Usual rules apply. Pat Sheehan.
Today I want to outline my concerns in relation to the Department of Education's RAISE programme. When Minister Given announced that £20 million was coming from the Shared Island unit in the south to help tackle the issue of educational underachievement here, I welcomed it as a really positive development. However, RAISE, as the programme has been named, fails to hit the mark. For some reason, the Minister and his officials have constructed a bizarre and complicated formula for determining the eligibility of schools to access funding under the programme. Why is it bizarre? Because while this funding was designed to support children and young people from disadvantaged backgrounds, the children who are most likely to underachieve in education, the Minister and his officials have designed a scheme in which 2/3 of grammar schools, many from the leafy suburbs, are eligible for funding, yet there are schools in some of the most deprived areas in the north who will not receive funding. For example, in Ballymurphy, Bunskull and Clevitt-Give can't access funding. Gaelskull, Namona and Turf Lodge can't either. And John the Baptist School in Andersonstown can't access funding. It is those schools and the young people that attend them that require this intervention. Traditionally, free school meals entitlement would have been used as the key indicator when making an intervention such as this. But on this occasion, Minister Given has decided to move away from that. In a system with such limited finance, we must ensure we get bang for our buck. To do that, we need to target our resources where they are most needed. We must invest based on objective need. In this instance, that simply is not happening. I recently sent questions to the Minister outlining my concerns, and to say I wasn't satisfied with the answers I received would be an understatement. And I want to take this opportunity to urge the Minister to go back to the drawing board, scrap his bizarre eligibility formula, and bring forward a proper programme that delivers based on objective need.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to rise to congratulate the phenomenon that is Isa McManis, the 11-year-old from my constituency of North Belfast, Mr. Speaker, that this week made it all the way to the final of Junior Eurovision. Isa, despite her young age, managed to see off hundreds of other young people from across this island to make it to the final that took place on our television screens on Sunday. North Belfast, Mr. Speaker, is rightly proud of all that she has achieved, from becoming the internet sensation at the age of 8 years old for her rendition of Dance Monkey during the pandemic, to now almost representing North Belfast on the world stage for Eurovision, is something that we can all be hugely proud of. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of opening a new autism-specific classroom at Seaview Primary School alongside Isa, who for many years campaigned for better provision for those living with autism. She has used her singing ability to help her cope with autism and inspire any young person anywhere in Northern Ireland also living with autism, that despite that they can continue to achieve their dreams. I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to her mum, Alana, to Seaview Primary School, and now to Glengormley Integrated College, who day and daily encourage Isa to achieve her dreams. For any member interested, they can see Isa singing at the weekends in Belfast City Centre as she raises funds for her next competition that takes place right across the world. I just want to put on record my congratulations to Isa and those of North Belfast, and we look forward to her winning the competition next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kelly Armstrong.
This morning I rise to congratulate all those community transport operators across Northern Ireland as part of Community Transport Week. As many members in this House know, who've listened to me long enough, will know that I worked in community transport for a couple of decades before I came to this House, so it's only right and fitting that I congratulate my former colleagues and friends. This week's Community Transport Week's theme is celebrating community solutions, and I can honestly say that community transport does provide community solutions. Some people think that this is a statutory organisation, it's a statutory provision of transport. It's not. These are a number of organisations led by volunteers who provide transport in their own communities. I would encourage every member of this House, if they can this week, to reach out to their local community transport provider. There are over 100 community transport groups across Northern Ireland. Some receive funding from the Department of Infrastructure to provide the dial-a-lift service, others don't. And those others include churches, scout groups, football clubs, GAA clubs. They're all across Northern Ireland, all adding in their own way to help and support people get access to services across their community. And that's what they do. They provide a lift to the hairdressers, take people shopping, get older folk out of the house. They make sure people with disabilities, including wheelchair users, have access to services that are local. Quite often they're pressurised into doing a lot of hospital transport runs that takes the vehicles out of the local community, and that can cause a bit of issue, a bit of tension when some people really want their community transport driver to be involved with taking them to an appointment that can sometimes be very emotional and very stressful. I hope in the future that the Department for Health will reconsider their contracting method to enable community transport to be funded to help to provide those services. But for today, I would really like to thank Armagh Rural Transport, CDM Community Transport, Down Armagh Community Transport, EasyLink, Fermanagh Community Transport, Lagan Valley Community Transport, Newry Mourne Community Transport, North Coast Community Transport, Out and About Community Transport and South Antrim Community Transport, and of course in my own area, Down Community Transport. And in the urban areas, I'll not forget Disability Action Transport Services and Bridge Accessible Transport up in the northwest. These are people who give up their time to make sure that others have access to services. They are more than a transport service. They are a pivotal role within our communities. And I'd just like to remind all, These are drivers who go to the door, who find out whether Mrs. Smith or Mr. Jones are well. These are drivers who care for them, who make sure that these people are okay, that they can get out and access to services. It prevents loneliness, and it's one of the building blocks enabling our communities to exist. So for today, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much to all our community transport providers across Northern Ireland.
Colm Gildernew. Corlia.
Speaker.
An Corlia Bay and La International.
This week marks International Day for the Eradication of Poverty,
a
topic that members have been tackling for a long time. The anti-poverty strategy being one of the main outcomes of that work. The anti-poverty strategy must be a developing plan to focus on reducing inequalities and ensuring that access to essential services. By addressing the root causes of poverty and focusing on long-term resolutions, the strategy needs to create a fairer and more inclusive society in which everyone has the opportunity to achieve their potential. One of the central efforts of the anti-poverty strategy has been the implementation of mitigation measures after the reform of the welfare system. These were introduced to protect people from the adverse effects of the UK government's welfare reforms, for example, the bedroom tax and the benefit caps. Mitigation payments have helped many families from falling into financial distress, and kept many low-income families, enabling them to maintain their homes and avoid further debt. People remain worried and under increasing pressure every day. The executive have rightly committed to this as a central policy area. The Minister for Communities must publish the strategy without further delay. Thank you.
Call Deborah Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, in recent weeks there has been a marked increase in rural crime and agricultural machinery theft in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and the effect that this has on farmers and the rural community can be and are devastating. As I've said many times in this chamber, many in our farming communities are at breaking point. Costs have risen and poor weather has helped contribute to the perfect storm within our farming communities. Then, for a few actions of thieves to come along and destroy a farm operation can cause added extra stress upon farming families, and that is deplorable. This weekend I have seen a number of separate thefts of agricultural machinery. Furthermore, between September and October there have been high volume and value of machinery stolen. Tractors, quad bikes, power tools, a topsoil screening machine, strimmers, and even damage to an excavator was caused. And the PSNI are asking the local community to be vigilant and to make sure that they secure their property on rural farms. I met with the PSNI locally recently, and we discussed the recent spate of agricultural thefts, and yesterday morning I was speaking to the police over the weekend's incidences. Police have urged to ensure that the public do take up the offer of PCSP trailer marking to act as a deterrent, to ensure CCTV is in working order, to keep machinery stored safely away at night, and most importantly, report any activity, any suspicious activity or any incidences of theft. And they appeal to anybody with information, and I appeal from this chamber today that anybody with information brings that forward to the police, and if you do see suspicious activity, please report that, as it may be crucial in catching and helping catch those responsible. Thank you.
Childcare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate those involved in getting the NI Childcare subsidy scheme live. We were at the APG for early education and childcare a few weeks ago, and we heard from the early years organisation who were responsible for the implementation of the scheme. They worked intensely to get this scheme live, and they continue to work with our childcare providers, parents and carers to make sure any wee bugs in the system have been worked out and to make sure it continuously improves for those who are using it. Their dedication to ensuring the success of the scheme deserves huge credit. While the subsidy scheme is hugely welcome, I acknowledge work is underway to develop a business support scheme. These interventions must only be the beginning of sustained and expanded support for our childcare and early years sector. I want to see the scheme go beyond preschool-aged children and parents who are eligible for tax-free childcare. School-aged childcare provides children with space to learn, play and develop alongside their peers before and after school and during holiday periods, and provides carers and workers and parents with vital additional time for work and other activities. The subsidy scheme must grow to include these children. As policymakers, we are also well aware that expensive childcare has a disproportionate effect on low-income families. And while those on universal credit are eligible to claim back a portion of childcare costs, they can still face unworkable fees. And finally, while measures are taking place to stabilise providers, such as daycare centres, childminders and home childcarers, I want to go beyond stabilisation to see a step change in how we value those working in this sector. They are highly skilled people who are essential to our society. So I look forward to understanding how departments will work together to ensure childcare workers feel valued, have career progression and training opportunities, and are better paid. Thank you.
Sharon.
Georgia, I raised this morning to speak about an issue that is affecting an increasing number of my constituents, and something that we see coming in waves every summer, and that's the issue of bus passes for rural dwellers. Yesterday in the Chamber I had the opportunity to ask the Education Minister a question, but unfortunately I wasn't able to get asking him my supplementary around the review of the home to school transport policy. I am currently receiving loads of messages and phone calls from very frustrated parents who find themselves between a rock and a hard place because the Education Authority does not normally consider the range or nature of curriculum offered when it's giving out bus passes. And this leaves us in a situation whereby a pupil might live within 3 miles of their closest available school, but that available school might not be suitable for them because of the curriculum offered, particularly at A level. And on the other hand, we have constituents who live more than 3 miles from all schools, and they are offered a bus pass to the school of their choosing based on their subject preferences. So we've got a discrepancy here and a disparity, and pupils that are effectively being discriminated against and aren't able to access the subjects that they need for their future plans in terms of what they need to get into university because of a bus pass. And in a time when parents are facing rising costs across the board, and we're trying to support parents with the cost of childcare, we cannot impose these fees in terms of the cost of a bus pass. So I would urge the Minister to look at this criteria and apply it more fairly.
Cheryl Brownlee.
Speaker, last Thursday on World Mental Health Day, I wish to highlight a remarkable initiative that took place in East Antrim. 2 of our most historic landmarks, Chain Memorial in Larne and Carrickfergus Castle, were illuminated as part of a campaign called Passing Waves Hope Through Light. This unique light and sound display, created by artist and musician Ryan Veal, took place to promote mental health awareness. The event, organised by Extern in partnership with the Northern Ireland Alternatives, Wander Arts and support from the Executive Office, aimed to shine a light on the importance of mental health and the message that hope is within reach even in the darkest of times. The work of Extern, a key partner in this event, is invaluable in addressing the complex mental health challenges faced by individuals and families in our own community. Extern counsellors support people dealing with anxiety, depression, trauma, addiction and grief. The impact of their work, particularly their holistic, person-centred approach, is life-changing, with many clients speaking of their newfound confidence and improved mental health through counselling and peer-led support groups such as Larne Momentum, Embrace, Man On and Chill in Carrickfergus. While it's encouraging to see men of all ages breaking down stigmas around mental health, it is alarming to see an increased number of young people caught in the cycle of addiction. Extern's work supports these individuals in recognising and addressing the underlying traumas that leads to substance abuse. This initiative, launched in 2020, has supported over 2,500 individuals and families in the Larne and Carrickfergus area, providing both therapeutic and practical help in collaboration with local groups like Wander Arts and Northern Ireland Alternatives, has been crucial in delivering this care, with participants reporting significant improvements in mental health well-being, reduced substance use and enhanced emotional resilience. I would like to commend the project team and the community for coming together to address these pressing challenges. This event reminds us that hope, connection and support are all critical in navigating our mental health struggles, and I encourage, of course, anyone to reach out for help. Let's continue to promote and support initiatives like this, which are essential for the well-being of all in our community. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago the First Minister became embroiled in the McMonagle scandal. While the Dáil has found time for a debate today, in this chamber, the MLAs got a mere 30 minutes to question the First Minister. Many of those questions remain unanswered and indeed need serious scrutiny. We heard plenty of sound and fury from the benches to my right that day, but a week later, the only motion submitted on the issue, a motion of no confidence in the First Minister and Economy Minister, sits in the Business Office with only a single signature on it. The truth is that right across this chamber, the parties have once again given Sinn Féin a bye ball. It appears to date that child protection is secondary to protecting the institutions for the vast majority of MLAs in this House. It is inconceivable to me that the First Minister's claim, when she was before the Executive Office Committee last Wednesday, it's not simply compatible with the images. I can't stress that enough. It's not compatible with the images that have since emerged in the various newspapers. The First Minister's claim simply isn't credible and her reputation is in tatters. It's clear to me that there's an obvious desire on the part of some to sweep this issue under the carpet. Let's not forget Minister Murphy is linked to this scandal as well. He sought to blame the British Heart Foundation for employing McMonagle without due diligence. We now know that they contacted his party in August 2023. What did Minister Murphy's party tell them when the British Heart Foundation sought to do due diligence checks? When he spread dangerous misinformation about the duty of employers when it comes to paedophiles? Where were the demands for his ministerial head? The Sinn Féin member for North Antrim, Mr Philip McGuigan, having signed off on Michael McMonagle's pass, didn't immediately revoke it when this abuse came to light. In fact, it was only cancelled within the last number of days. My goodness, where's the accountability? Where are the genuine concerns for safeguarding issues in this House? A few days ago, I stood in this very chamber and addressed primary school children here on a visit. Does that not chill every decent thinking member in this chamber? The question is, Mr Speaker, what are we going to do about it? Am I wrong in my belief that it is just going to be swept under the carpet? There are interesting precedents in this case. Peter Robinson stepped aside when scandal swirled around him. Arlene, now Baroness Hoey, or Baroness Foster, was forced from office over the RHI scandal. Is the First Minister going to step aside while these issues are investigated? I just remind the House the DUP have it in their heart.
Mr Speaker, I want to raise the tragic killing of Mary Ward, who was brutally killed in South Belfast around 2 weeks ago. Mary was originally from West Belfast, and the community there and across the city are deeply horrified of about the killing of this young woman, and I want to extend my deepest sympathy publicly to the family who I've been in communication with. Unfortunately, Mr Speaker, tragically rather, Mary wasn't the only woman killed in recent weeks. We have had at least 4, if reports are correct from yesterday's debate, probably 5 women killed in 6 weeks. Every one of these women had a family, had a community, had a story to tell, but were killed and taken far, far too soon. And I want to extend my heartfelt sympathies publicly to all those families who are experiencing something unimaginable, but unfortunately all too frequent. The society, Mr. Speaker, we live in has a problem with misogyny. The society has a deep problem with violence against women, where women often don't feel safe in their own homes. This is completely unacceptable and completely tragic. We have to say that the response from this institution towards violence against women, Mr. Speaker, hasn't been strong enough. We need more than condemnation. Condemnation is important, but we need more than this. We need proper funding for organisations like Women's Aid, an increase in the availability of women's refuge, women's safe places, so people can go if they're at risk of violence. Crucially, Mr. Speaker, we also need financial support and a means for women and others to escape violence, to escape partners, ex-partners who are targeting them. And for financial reasons, women aren't able to just simply get up and leave. These issues need addressed alongside the disgraceful fact, Mr. Speaker, that intimidation points are still not awarded to women who are victims of domestic violence. This is completely unforgivable and needs to change as a matter of urgency, and I would call on the Communities Minister to do so. So somebody could be a victim of domestic violence 2, 3, 4, 5+ times and still not get intimidation points because the person carrying that out was not a member of a paramilitary organisation. And alongside that, we need to see tailored housing for victims and survivors of domestic abuse. So I think these issues need to be addressed, Mr. Speaker, because unfortunately if they're not, we'll probably come back to this unfortunate, tragic issue time and again. Thank you.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I'd like to raise the importance of speech and language therapy, its effectiveness when used as an early intervention, and the prevalence of need that is currently in Northern Ireland. We already know from research that a 2-year-old's reading ability can strongly predict their later attainment in school, and therefore intervening early has innumerable benefits. In a recent report by the Royal College of Speech and Language Therapy, very appropriately titled "We Are the Village," they cite the following statistics, which I feel are important for members to hear. 90% of early years providers have seen an increase in the number of children with speech, language and communication needs, and community paediatricians have witnessed a 91% rise. From 2019 to 2023, there has been a 196% increase in children who hold a special educational needs statement in nursery and primary 1. As of June 2023, there are 104 whole-time equivalent vacant SLT posts in Northern Ireland, and this is a rate of nearly 1 in 5. Finally, in terms of waiting lists, in 2021 there were 2,444 children waiting for SLT therapy. In 2023 there were 4,527. This represents an 85% increase over that time period alone. Those 4 statistics should be sobering data for members. And I want to highlight 3 modest asks this morning. Firstly, to increase the SLT workforce by raising the number of commissioned undergraduate places here in Northern Ireland. It's my understanding that in 23 and 24 there were respectively 10 and 12 additional places for students from the Republic of Ireland, but this in itself brings challenges for the Royal College in Northern Ireland. They must then facilitate placements within the trusts without any additional funding for placement educators, and with no guarantee that these new students will actually stay in the Northern Ireland workforce on completion of their course. We do desperately need additional SLT therapists, but once qualified, they should be remaining here in Northern Ireland and supporting our children. Secondly, the introduction of a professional SLT advisor across both departments of health and education to assist in driving forward positive policy change. And finally, the inclusion of additional SLT content in undergraduate, postgraduate and teacher training. For school-age pupils, The challenge is now how we manage and support these children already.
Members, time is up. Thank you. Colin Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Strangford ferry has been suspended from the start of this week to allow for essential maintenance work to be carried out at the quayside, and of course that essential work is welcome and it is good to see it being delivered. However, I want to put on record my concerns with how this process has been handled by the Infrastructure Minister. When I have asked questions about the level of community engagement prior to the suspension and the announcement in relation to that, I've received no evidence that that was carried out with the local community in any meaningful way. And that has left many local businesses in a difficult position, having had very little time to prepare for the service suspension. For anyone not from the area, to drive from Portaferry to Strangford is a 50-mile one-way trip, and it's not one that any local people would choose to make when the ferry can have you across the loch in 10 minutes. So it was of course welcome when a passenger replacement ferry was announced, but it takes a break for a chunk of the afternoon and crucially in my view has no evening crossings provided. And I think this has the potential of having an impact on the nighttime economy of both villages. The Portico Centre in Portaferry, as just one example, has raised their concerns around how their evening events are going to be attended with no ferry crossing for anyone wanting to travel across the loch. Local bars and restaurants are preparing for the potential of loss of trade as a result. So I'm very unclear why not even a couple of evening crosses could have been included in the replacement ferry to support local businesses. Again, this speaks to me of a lack of engagement from the Minister and perhaps a lack of understanding about the impact on these communities of the loss of the ferry service. So I hope that the Minister will rethink the passenger ferry evening provision and also keep all the wider mitigation measures in place under review. With increased foot passengers making the journey in the mornings, it is vital that we are confident that onward bus provision is also adequate and that needs to be kept under very close review as well. So these works are of course essential, but better mitigations are required and I hope the Minister will take action in that regard.
That concludes member statements. I call Deborah Erskine for point of order.
Mr. Speaker, police are investigating the circumstances surrounding the death of a woman in Donaghadee. Should that become a murder investigation, she will be the 5th woman murdered in Northern Ireland in 6 weeks. The Justice Minister was unavailable to come to the House yesterday and address members on this very issue. Mr. Speaker, have you had any indication that she plans to make a statement today? There's a need for leadership and to reassure women and girls that this Executive, and particularly the Department for Justice, is listening and will respond to those concerns quickly. I know the Minister has addressed meetings by video message in recent days, but can you indicate whether you have been informed if the Minister is available today or when the Minister plans to offer reassurance in person to women and girls here in Northern Ireland?
I have no knowledge of what the Minister's functions are at the moment. It would be a matter for the Minister to explain to the House or indeed the Justice Department, and I would direct the member towards that place to seek the answers she's looking for. If members just take their ease for a moment while we move to the next item of business.
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on tackling paramilitarism. Clerk, please read the motion.
that this Assembly recognises that the ongoing presence of paramilitary organisations is harming community cohesion, economic development and the overall stability of Northern Ireland. Notes with concern the persistent incidents of paramilitary activity, including intimidation, extortion and violence, which continue to undermine the rule of law and the safety of our citizens. Further notes with regret the continued attempts by groups linked to paramilitary organisations to influence policy decisions in the absence of a democratic mandate or transparent governance structures, and calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to introduce a comprehensive review of the Tackling Paramilitarism, Criminality and Organised Crime programme to ensure that actions within the final programme for government genuinely tackle the scourge of paramilitarism in our society.
Thank you. I call on Matthew O'Toole to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and up to 10 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 30 years ago this month, the Combined Loyalist Military Command announced its cessation of violence. That announcement came a month and a half after the Provisional IRA had announced its own ceasefire. 30 years is by any measurement a long time. It is more than a generation. It is also more than the length of time that these organisations were engaged in armed campaigns. In short, it is more than enough time for these organisations to have finally gotten off the stage. But as we know, that hasn't happened. Our society has been transformed since the 1990s, and overwhelmingly for the positive. It is also important to acknowledge that incidents of violence related to what is euphemistically called the security situation in Northern Ireland, be those shootings, bombings or other paramilitary-style attacks, have fallen in the past decade according to PSNI data and as published in the reports of the Independent Reporting Commission. But such attacks do still happen, and as the shooting of DCI Caldwell showed, there are still some determined to use deadly violence for political ends. Paramilitarism continues to blight too many communities, especially working-class ones. Some say we shouldn't even use the term paramilitary in 2024, because that word confers a kind of political purpose or legitimacy on these organisations. While I see the logic in that argument, it is also important to confront the political influence which these organisations seek to wield, and to understand the broader historical context of political violence in Irish history. The use of violence, or the threat of violence, or the implication of violence at some point in the future has been a constant in political life on this island, and especially in the north, for literally centuries. But we are not here to enter into the debate or about the legitimacy of any or every armed campaign going back to the 17th century. Suffice it to say, one of the core purposes of the 1998 Good Friday Agreement was to mark a clear and unambiguous break with what had gone before. Any scintilla of legitimacy that armed groups claimed before 1998 was gone, because anybody who wished to pursue a united Ireland, as I and my party do, had a clear structure and democratic path to achieve that end. And anybody who wished to protect the union with Britain could be assured that the union was guaranteed to remain for as long as the majority in the north so wished. And governance inside Northern Ireland would be specifically designed to embed inclusion and multiple safeguards for all traditions. To be clear, I and my party never believed that violence before 1998 was legitimate or necessary or is worthy of mythologisation. Quite the opposite. But we did recognise that a political solution to our appalling conflict would need to be inclusive as possible. So yes, that meant talking to groups, representatives of groups, Republican and Loyalist, which had been engaged in violence, and indeed recognising that many of those had a contribution to make to building peace. Opposing violence ultimately necessitated talking to those who were engaged in it. But in response to some of the pathetic false equivalents thrown up by parties, specifically one party in this chamber yesterday, let us be clear, this is 2024, not 1994 or 1998. Talking to representatives of armed groups to bring about peace as people were dying is not the same as talking to representatives of armed groups engaged in widespread criminality 30 years on, who have no apparent intention of getting off the stage and getting off communities' backs. So conflating John Hume's role as a peacemaker with indulging armed gangs in 2024 is as stupid as it is offensive. It's a deflection tactic. Let me tackle a few other myths. First, this motion is aimed at challenging persistent and unacceptable paramilitarism wherever it arises. Both Republican and Loyalist paramilitary structures remain in place in different parts of this society. Some still seek political influence, either via acts of violence or other forms of direct or indirect pressure. But most are involved in one form of criminality or another: drug dealing, racketeering, protection money, extracting money and power from working-class communities while offering nothing but coercive control in return. So this motion is not simply aimed at Loyalist paramilitarism, it is aimed at all forms of paramilitarism, Republican and Loyalist. And let me say, to avoid any doubt, it includes displays of what we might call paramilitary exceptionalism. The idea that paramilitary structures or former leaders get to play by different rules to everybody else. And yes, for the avoidance of doubt, that does include bringing a Republican colour party onto the streets during a deadly pandemic, while other people's relatives died and were buried alone. It is also vital to differentiate between communities and paramilitaries. They are not the same thing. This is particularly important for Loyalist and Unionist working class communities, many of which I am proud to represent. To be absolutely clear, Loyalist communities have pride in their flag. They are proud of their military service for their country and proud of the industrial prowess they helped to build, especially in this city. I have the greatest respect for all those things, which are nothing whatever to do with armed criminal gangs. To conflate the two is offensive to the hard work and service of people in those communities. Those communities, along with other working class communities, have real needs in relation to housing and education, needs that this place has failed to address for too long. I want better for those communities, but I will not accept that those paramilitaries or their representatives get to have a say on housing, when according to the most recent IRC data, nearly 200 households were forced into homelessness because of paramilitaries. Nor will I accept that they should have a say in education or young people's prospects when they continue to profit from a drug trade which ruins young lives, and they continue to carry out punishment attacks. Just as it was pathetic back in the 80s and 90s to hear representatives who supported economic bombing campaigns complain about unemployment when those groups were tearing apart the economic fabric of towns and cities, so today it is hard to hear certain groups call for much-needed economic development of areas while they extract money and well-being from those areas. And indeed, paramilitarism itself costs the NI economy £750 million a year, a number which is in the programme for government. So,
would the member give way?
I will give way.
Would the member agree with me that that is probably a very low estimate of the actual cost?
I think the member makes a lot of sense, and indeed I will come on to talk about the programme for government and why it needs to have more specific targets and more specific aims, and indeed it needs to focus on tackling that cost. But the member makes a good point. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, what do we do? First of all, transition must have an end point. This process, what is known as transition or transformation, feels sometimes like it has been going on longer than the mousetrap, with performers refusing to leave the stage. And week after week, we read in tabloid newspapers about the exploits of these organisations with daft names as if they were characters in the Sesame Street or the Beano, all the while they go on inflicting harm on the working class communities they purport to represent. But, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it does not have to be this way. Our motion calls for a fundamental review of the Tackling Paramilitarism programme. We want to ensure that every single penny and every action is relentlessly focused on ending the scourge of paramilitarism. Updating our programme for government to include clearer timelines, targets and unambiguous aims. And yes, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that does include a clear rejection of attempts by organisations or groups linked to those organisations to influence, without a democratic mandate, the political and policy process. And I would say to those organisations, should they wish to seek to influence the democratic mandate, there is the route to stand for election. They can register with the Electoral Commission. They could form a body corporate, register with Companies House or the Charity Commission, as lots of other community groups, including community groups involving other former Loyalist and Republican paramilitaries do, and do it in an upfront and transparent way. So, as I said, our motion calls for a fundamental review of that programme. We need to ensure that every single penny is focused on clearly bringing to an end the influence and presence of those organisations, and to be clear, that every single penny spent in that programme is aimed towards that goal. If people were honest with themselves in this chamber, I think it would be hard to say that we could justify every single penny that is currently spent on the basis of that test. That may also mean encouraging other law enforcement agencies, including HMRC, to work more closely with the PSNI at tackling the proceeds of those paramilitary crime lords. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in 1994 we were promised a democratic future. Men, leaders like David Irvine, Gusty Spence, and yes, David Adams, men who had pasts but were clear that they wanted to build a future. They and others promised us that democratic future. 30 years on, it's time to claim that future. We don't have to accept the abnormal as normal. In those final months of conflict, awful things have happened. In the last couple of weeks, we've been reminded of them with the death of Gina Murray, who fought for justice for her daughter, who was killed in the Shankill bomb. And last Friday night, I was in O'Toole's pub, my uncle's pub in Loughlin Island, where victims of that atrocity still have no justice. We owe it to them, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and to all those who we serve now and will come in this society in the future to take the final step and close the page on paramilitarism and the spectre of the gun.
Thank you. I call Colm Gildernew.
And I very much welcome this motion today, and I think it's particularly well timed, I have to say, given the level of public anger around the two separate LCC meetings with DUP ministers within the past number of weeks. When the LCC was founded almost a decade ago, it was hoped by many that it would be instrumental in facilitating those loyalist paramilitaries that wanted to transition away from violence and criminality to eventually leave the stage. But I think it's fair to say that the LCC has not only failed in that regard, but it has also failed to prevent a backsliding within loyalist paramilitaries away from transitioning and into increased activity and criminality in recent years. Whatever was said about the LCC at its founding a decade ago, we can now say with certainty that the LCC has become a mouthpiece for organised criminal gangs that terrorise communities through fear and through coercive control. I charge you, the increased level of activity by the loyalist paramilitaries is deeply concerning, and it needs to stop. The UVF and the UDA are regularly engaging in intimidating and threatening behaviour against anyone who opposes them. On top of this, their criminal empires are expanding at an alarming rate, with more and more drug dealing and extortion in loyalist areas. The UVF and the UDA are also strongly suspected of orchestrating the recent race riots in Belfast during the summer, where our migrant communities were attacked and businesses targeted. Loyalist paramilitaries members have no place in our society, and they should have disbanded a long time ago. It beggars belief that any minister would think that it was appropriate to consult with such groups on matters of public policy. Instead of shutting and deplatforming such groups, the DUP seems intent on rewarding them with unprecedented access to their ministers. We already know that the LCC lobbied the Education Minister, Paul Givan, to block the establishment of an Irish medium school in East Belfast, which is completely unacceptable. So far, no information about what was discussed at last week's meeting with Communities Minister Gordon Lyons has been published, despite repeated calls for that information to be released. Members, the public have a right to know what was discussed, and in the interest of transparency and openness, Minister Lyons has a duty to provide that information. He needs to publish the minutes of the meeting with the LCC, along with a list of attendees, as soon as possible. In addition to that, the Minister also needs to come to this House and make a statement detailing exactly what was discussed, and in particular, if any demands were made by the LCC, and crucially his response to such demands. I thank the members for bringing this motion today.
Thank you, Colm. Call Harry Harvey.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wish to make a few points in relation to the opposition motion before us. The presence of organised criminality continues to be a scourge on many communities across Northern Ireland. It is incumbent upon us all to challenge this continued existence of paramilitary organisations and all those involved in criminal activity. It remains and has always been our position as a party that where evidence exists that any individual has been involved in criminality of whatever form, they should face the full rigour of the law. It is worth reminding ourselves that equality under the rule of law is a key pillar of any democracy, equally subject to it and equally protected by it. The gravity of this issue for society therefore presses upon us all the need to take collective responsibility to not only stand up and call out such criminality, but to tackle its root causes, and in this instance to challenge the continued existence of paramilitary organisations. While some members of this House are relative newcomers to the principle of the rule of law, many of these benches have worked on a lifetime to both uphold and protect it. The greatest erosion to the principles of law and justice to ever occur in respect of paramilitarism was of course a result of the Belfast Agreement. Unlike the opposition and other parties around the Chamber, our position on dealing with paramilitary criminality was the same in 1998 as it is today. It was wrong to engage in criminality then, and it is still wrong today. The irony that those who previously championed the early release of convicted criminals should now lament this party for seeking to support those who have a past, have served their punishment and want to move on and build a brighter future is an irony that will escape few. A distinction must rightly be drawn, as has already been said by other members, between those who wish to move on from under the shadow of paramilitarism for good and those who only wish to continue to use such structures for their own criminal exploits. We must actively seek to help and support those individuals and communities who genuinely wish to secure a better future beyond what has often been all they have ever known. The Independent Reporting Commission has said very clearly that without such engagement there is no credible path to ending paramilitarism once and for all. The process, of course, requires good faith from all parties. As part of that progress, programmes such as Communities in Transition, Building Successful Communities and the Urban Village Scheme have all played their part in assisting that transition. Much good work has been achieved in communities across the traditional divide, and it is important that learning coming from the previous implementation of various phases of these schemes is used to ensure the future programmes are tailored to achieve the best possible outcomes. No one who genuinely wants to move on and leave their past behind should be left behind either by this House or by society at large. As has often been said, just because you have a past doesn't preclude you from having a future. It is important that the Executive supports those communities and individuals to achieve that. The DUP will continue to support those who genuinely wish to leave their past behind and build a better future for them, their families and their communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the motion. This is an area where my party and the opposition have much in common. It is crude to put a figure on the harm, destruction and suffering caused by paramilitaries, but in fact the draft programme for government does so, and it alone should cause us to stop and think. The coercive control of gangs costs a minimum of £750 million, and this cost is borne almost exclusively by the people in the area over which they exert that coercive control. That cost refers to paramilitary harm, but there is also the additional cost of lost opportunity. If some of the role models in your community are thugs and the people in positions of influence are gangsters, what hope does a young person have? Indeed, research by the Children's Commissioner demonstrates that some young people are victims of criminal exploitation intimately connected to paramilitarism. This causes harm at home, at school and in the community from the earliest years on, and which can have a disturbing emotional and psychological impact on the rest of their lives. The motion therefore quite correctly refers to the sinister and negative presence of extortion, intimidation and violence, and most notably to the undermining of the rule of law. We saw this most starkly in August this year with the racially motivated targeting of legitimate businesses in attacks which, according to the police, paramilitaries were behind. And when I and other South Belfast elected reps engaged with some of those business owners, they told us that they continue to pay protection money. So they were particularly aggrieved that their businesses were subsequently attacked. What we also need to grasp is that almost all paramilitary groups have mutated in some way. Very few have gone away, and almost all have turned into something else, although exactly what has occurred varies from place to place. In too many places, we now have a situation where people are community workers by day and thugs by night. Fundamentally, everyone has a right to live free from threat and coercion, be it in their own home or in their communities. This threat may be direct or it may even be subtle, for example, through the display of flags on lampposts on public property. It does not only mean that there is a coercion by thugs, but also that there is no realistic way of reporting to the police domestic violence, drug dealing or assault. Indeed, we know the reality is that if someone becomes a victim of threats in their own homes, it is the victim who gets moved and not the perpetrator. And I have supported far too many constituents in South Belfast who have been intimidated in their home, had them attacked, and it is them that have to uproot because they cannot be safe, it cannot be guaranteed that they're safe in their home. It is barbaric and it is immoral. The basic challenge here, a generation on after the agreement, is to ensure that civil authority applies everywhere equally, and that influence over communities and public services derives exclusively from democratic mandates. So in closing, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we felt that the motion should have included reference to some of the work outlined in the draft programme for government to tackle paramilitarism, but also to strengthen that by adding a standalone mission on peacebuilding. This would include not just tackling but preventing the hidden harm of psychological and emotional trauma which arises from paramilitary control, and ending to the normalisation of exposure to violence from an early age, as well as the removal of symbolism designed to re-emphasise and leave no doubt about paramilitary presence. It is long past time we moved on, and I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Doug Beattie.
Madam Speaker, it's a sad state of affairs that paramilitaries continue to exist and exert control over government and society in such a negative way. We've allowed this to continue while we inadvertently take sides, accept our own narrative and excuse our own position. As a leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, I never met the Loyalist Community Council. I had no issue meeting them, but I made it clear that if I was going to meet them, the one and only thing that would be on the agenda would be the disbandment of paramilitaries. And I would do anything I could do to help them achieve that. That would then allow the LCC to rebrand itself so it becomes a genuine community council with women's and civic groups, religious and business organisations, sports teams and charities coming to the fore to represent and speak for loyalism, not paramilitaries. We have seen this in the past with individuals. I know former paramilitaries who are on the peace line every single night doing fantastic work. We've seen it with the ACT initiative. We've seen it with the Resurgam Trust in Lisburn. It can be done. If loyalist paramilitary groups really are interested in beginning the process of transition, they can start by stopping recruitment, stopping collecting membership subscriptions, allowing members to leave without paying a penalty by not being involved in criminality, organised crime, coercion, drug dealing, exploitation, including sexual exploitation of their own communities. Criticism of the Minister meeting representatives of structured paramilitaries is justified. Their only interaction should be to persuade these groups to leave the stage. Instead, they have given them a platform where they feel they have influence. And if they have influence, then they feel their existence is justified. Yep.
When he's making some powerful points, would he agree with me that further to a report that came out from his former colleague, John Kyle, who's done some interesting, I don't agree with it all, but has done some interesting things, I'm sure he'll reference it. There is a difference between, as he said, a conversation which is about, tell us a specific date when this transition ends and when you will be an entirely legal organisation, and a conversation which is an open-ended policy discussion without any endpoint that legitimises their existence.
The member's an extra minute.
And I thank you for that intervention. And I was going to mention it. If I get to it, I will mention it. But you make the point very, very well. But when I criticise the Minister, let's not look at this in isolation. The Provisional IRA Army Council is not the military wing of Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin is the political will of the Provisional IRA Army Council, and that in itself is an insidious element of our politics here in Northern Ireland. And let's not forget, Sinn Féin members went to Maghaberry in 2016 to meet dissidents and promote their aims. This Cold War standoff by those who lead our government is going to continue and stop society moving forward. But I'd like to make 3 points, if I can, in closing. First of all, is the use of language, and the language you use. Of course, we've used the term paramilitaries. I've used the term paramilitaries. It's a very simple descriptor, but the reality is they are organised crime gangs, they are child abusers, they are drug dealers. Few ministers would meet representatives of these groups if the headline said, "Minister meets drug dealers," or "Minister meets child abusers." Second one is around enforcement. The Paramilitary Task Force needs more resources to enable it to dismantle these criminal groups, all of these criminal groups, regardless of what flag they fly or what colour they represent. This needs to include a commitment from MI5, the NCA, Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs and UK Border Force to work with the Task Force in a joined-up manner. The action plan on tackling paramilitary activity, criminality and organised crime needs to use more stick than carrot, and it must work proactively to help group transition. And if that's small group transition, then it can be small group transition. But at the end of the day, there's no point treating paramilitaries as criminals, as drug dealers, putting them through the courts with the evidence and then getting them sentenced and then sticking them into a separated prison regime where they're then called brigadier. They then get the kudos of being a brigadier, get released back into society as a brigadier, and then infect their society once more. So we have to have a look at this. And the members might remember I brought forward a motion in 2016 to be able to deal with that. It failed because political parties did not support me in regards to that. And the last one, if I can mention, please, is what the Leader of the Opposition raised, and that is the Northern Ireland Development Group, which has given us a possible what next. They've given us 10 recommendations. Their report is called Reframing the Debate, Ending Loyalist Paramilitarism, by Reverend Chris Hudson, Dr John Kyle, Trevor England and Professor Graham Spencer, and it's well worth a read. And I'll not go through all 10 of the recommendations. I would ask you all to look it up. But it makes it clear that recruitment has to end, which I've mentioned already. But it also says establish an end date for all internal processes of change. Civilianisation, demobilisation, transition, use whatever word that you want. And set up an advisory group to counter and confront the negative media stereotypes of loyalism and forge new positive relations with others. Because we do, Mr Speaker, in finishing, always seem to think that when you say the word loyalism, we link it to paramilitaries, and that's just not fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I call Linda Dillon.
It has now been 30 years since the Loyalist ceasefires and 26 years since the signing of the Good Friday Agreement, which provided a historic and inclusive political process aimed at ending conflict and building a peaceful, stable and prosperous future for everyone right across our society. The process offered everyone in our society a path away from violence, a path that should have been and needs to be embraced by all. Yet here we are decades later, still dealing with the scourge of paramilitarism in our community. There is no place in our society for paramilitary groups. There is no role for paramilitary groups. There is no excuse for the continued existence of these groups. The peace process laid down the path, and anyone who continues to hold on to paramilitarism does so at the expense of our community, of our future and the prosperity of our people. Sadly, paramilitarism has not disappeared. Indeed, it has mutated, as is outlined in the motion, from an ideology to a front for criminality and control. Criminal gangs engaging in drug dealing, extortion, money lending, sexual exploitation and violent intimidation, and we hear about this all too often in the policing board. They prey on the very people they claim to defend. They suffocate community cohesion and they crush economic development. Despite the tireless efforts of genuine community activists, the PSNI's paramilitary task force and the Tackling Paramilitarism programme, these groups persist, and their persistence has caused enormous harm. For far too long, there has been a level of tolerance of these groups that is simply intolerable, and we must be bold enough to say enough is enough. These criminal gangs have no democratic mandate, no place in the governance of the North. Their influence is toxic, it undermines the rule of law and erodes the foundation of our democracy. I support the motion brought forward today. It is crucial that we put an end to paramilitary activity once and for all. The harm they inflict on our community is profound. They foster fear, stifle investment and economic opportunity, and a democratic, peaceful way forward. And we need to ensure that everyone in our community benefits from that and that they see their place in this peaceful way forward. We need to ensure that they feel their place, that they see a safer, more prosperous and united future for all of our people.
I call Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I was reflecting on what to say on today's motion over the weekend and remembered how a number of years ago, when I was Deputy Lord Mayor, I was invited to give a welcome at a mental health conference that was taking place in Belfast. I was running all day, but I asked if I could stay on after the welcome to hear some of the speakers before making my apologies. And one of them used a phrase I feel I now use on a weekly basis now, and it's been said by the Leader of the Opposition, but they said how in Northern Ireland we've normalised the abnormal. We educate our young people separately at an enormous cost. Parental demand is higher than ever, but progress has been slow since the signing of the Good Friday Agreement in 1998. We all know the importance of this place and the doors a functioning assembly can unlock for key policy decisions. But for 5 of the last 7 years, we haven't had ministers in post to make key decisions like the issues at Lough Neagh. And I was in those briefings last year when civil servants knew the problems, they knew the solutions, but without a minister in post, they were powerless to do anything about them, delaying our ability to intervene, and which our dear minister is now thankfully taking steps to address today. And then we have the crux of today's motion, which stuns me to even say out loud, but continued attempts by groups linked to paramilitary organisations to influence policy decisions and the recent meeting of not one government minister, but 2. I appreciate there's only so many hours in a day and our ministers do have long days with multiple competing interests, but it's only since becoming an MLA that I truly appreciate the importance of this chamber and the opportunity to ask questions of ministers on the issues that matter to me and that matter to my constituents. If there's an issue, I'll take that rare opportunity, if afforded that opportunity, during the weekly ballot to plant a seed or an idea in a minister's head in the hope that it someday bears fruit for the benefit of my constituents or the issue itself. We can all sit now and argue that the meetings brought groups along, gently coax them away from illegality and won't dictate to ministers. But, Principal Deputy Speaker, representatives of groups that are prescribed as terrorist organisations by the Home Office are in a room with the people who can make society-changing decisions at the expense of the legal organisations who represent the hard-working, disadvantaged and moral groups in all our communities. I'm an East Belfast MLA and we have our issues in East Belfast with shows of strength from groups brought in from across Northern Ireland, drug dealing, coercive control, people made homeless by paramilitaries, coercive murals, which a local councillor from another party once described to me as more akin to street art in 2024, and violent murders. Our constituency office on the Newton Ards Road deals with the impacts of paramilitarism, and this was evident a few years ago when paramilitary groups preyed on food banks to take advantage of vulnerable individuals and their communities, the same communities we're now told that they care about. Lastly, we have one of the most attacked and threatened sports clubs on these islands in East Belfast, GAA, a positive, welcoming and inclusive club who have received threat after threat, which disrupts not only the club, but also impacts on our police service, disrupts the local community, and impacts upon children. and it's my understanding the Communities Minister still has not fulfilled their request to meet following the last hoax incident. Principal Deputy Speaker, we are now in 2024, as we've heard today, 26 years since the signing of the Good Friday Agreement. It was never meant to be plain sailing or without its bumps in the road, but groups representing paramilitaries having a seat in the room with government ministers at their request is stunning, and the defence I've seen of it in recent days and heard in the media even more so. These groups destroy lives, hold Northern Ireland back, and belong in the dustbin as relics of our troubled past. I want to normalise the normal here, a society free from paramilitary control, built on reconciliation and based on making this place work for everyone. And this includes alongside all of you today in this chamber. We must all be strong and united in our condemnation of the continued existence of these criminal gangs, and I hope this motion passes unanimously today.
Thank you. I call Steve Aiken.
Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the Leader of the Opposition for bringing this very valued issue in front of the Chamber today. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, one of the issues we have with this Assembly and indeed with Northern Ireland society is we have given agency. We've given agency to so-called paramilitaries when instead, as my learned friend behind me said on many occasions, we should be calling them for what they are. This is mafia gangsterism. This is organised crime. This is organised child abuse. This is drug dealing. This is extortion. These are things that should have left the society of Northern Ireland a long time ago. And I'm not just talking about in one part of the community, I'm talking about all parts of the community. Because justice is prevalent in areas like sort of North and West Belfast. It's also prevalent in Londonderry. It's also prevalent in Bangor. It's also prevalent in Carrickfergus. It's also prevalent in Ballyclare in County and Antrim. These things should not be happening 25 years on. And one of the reasons these things do happen is we have given these organisations agency for far too long. They should have gone away 25 years ago. And the fact that we're still giving them agency gives them a degree of legitimacy that they don't have. Anybody who understands anything else that goes around the world, particularly where there's areas of this sort of mafia conspiracy that there are with various groups, and look at the communities that they infect, because that's what they do. What happens to those communities? Are those communities that are vibrant, with good cultural life, good economic opportunities, good health outcomes? No, they're not. There are elements of society that are left behind and further behind. One of the probably most damning indictments of this place, and indeed of the executive and of the political parties over the years, and regrettably, for some degree, I must say that our party would have probably been involved with this, we have never tackled these problems fully head-on. Mrs. Principal Deputy Speaker, one of the things that we must be doing, instead of talking about it, is actually engaging in this. And primarily, this is an issue for justice and for policing. Because we can talk about the economic issues, we can talk about the social issues, we can talk about the cultural issues, but until the malign influence of those who perpetrate these violence in our communities is removed, we're not going to get anywhere. And we have heard time and time again from the PSNI about how constrained they are. We have heard time and time again about how other agencies are not coordinated and able to work together. We've talked about a lack of direction from the top. Every single one of these things should have been addressed. And it is primarily a justice issue. It is an operational matter that should be focusing the attention of not just the Justice Minister, but the rest of the ministers within the Executive. That needs to be progressed, and that needs to be progressed at a pace. It's quite ironic that a member of one of these communities came to me, or one of these organisations came to me not so long ago, to complain about the harassment they felt from HMRC, because they felt that every single one of their business dealings was being dealt with microscopically. And every time they went to the airport, the border agency would stop them and ask them where they're going, and particularly ask them how they managed to be able to afford their holidays in Spain and everything else. If that is the thing that is putting the fear into these groups, why aren't we building up on it? Why are we not progressing these? Why are we not making this as a priority of this Assembly, and indeed a priority of this Executive to do it? That's what we should be doing. We should not be debating right now about paramilitaries and paramilitarism in Northern Ireland. It should have gone a long time ago. So, if anything we should be doing as members of this Assembly, we should be reinforcing that message to the Northern Ireland Executive, to the Justice Minister and to the agencies to get on with it and solve this problem. Because we're not going to make things better for our communities, our disadvantaged communities, while they still suffer from this mafiaism and gangsterism that's in their societies. We need to move on from this. Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. I call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to condemn paramilitary activity and organised crime, something I hope all my colleagues across the chamber today can agree needs thoroughly eradicated from our whole society. This is criminal gang behaviour, creating a chill factor in communities, and those communities who want to move past division and focus on moving forward. As the motion notes, it prevents the overall stability of peace and progress in Northern Ireland. The longer the legitimacy of paramilitaries is enabled in our everyday practice and we do not tackle the hidden harms and impacts of exposure to violence, the longer it will take to build a future of safety and fulfilment for those who deserve so much more. The draft programme for government estimated that paramilitary activity costs the Northern Ireland economy at least £750 million per year. Division not just creating social and cultural hate, but costing progress on this place's finances. Whether it's the resource pressure or the demand of so-called protection money from local businesses, it all adds up. All we need to do is look at the Department of Justice's Ending the Harm campaign to highlight the mass amount of hidden harms that paramilitaries and those associated with them cause. We, as legislators, have a responsibility to consistently and continuously call out the groups that control, coerce and harm the communities we represent and serve. An academic from Queen's University recently said, "We can recognise there has been progress over the last decades. People's lives are better and safer, but this is not the case for everyone." One strand of this exploitation is paramilitary-related gendered coercive control, including demands, threats and harms in women in these communities. An example of this is the exploitation of poverty and motherhood, to prey on women's vulnerabilities, including control of children. These women are being forced to navigate their safety in an environment in which they have double the fear. We must deliver change for innocent everyday people in our communities who find themselves at the hands and control of these dangerous third-party forces, and for people whose lives have already been so manipulated and exploited by these groups, they find themselves complicit in crimes in the structures in which prescribed organisations exist. In June, we got new data on the perceptions of paramilitarism from the Northern Ireland Life and Times survey. Still, 18% of those surveyed felt young people were being influenced too much by paramilitary groups, and 16% felt that paramilitary groups have a controlling influence on their area. We are making progress, but there is still an inescapable hold for so many in our communities. We need a cross-departmental, zero-tolerance approach, so we as leaders in our communities can model behaviour and send a clear message to those who are exerting power over others. In recent weeks, I've heard from victims of paramilitary criminality. They have been hurt that ministers in this executive met with an umbrella organisation group that represents paramilitary organisations. There should be no other conversation to have with these groups other than telling them to disband. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I think I'm one of few MLAs in this chamber who were born after the ceasefires. Paramilitaries and those involved in criminality have had 30 years now to transition. It's far too long if you haven't done so already. You need to leave the stage. My generation was promised peace and prosperity and a life free from the coercion of these groups. That is unfortunately not the case for many in the communities that we serve. In my own constituency, I see paramilitary flags and lampposts, some outside primary schools. I hear of coercive control of drug debts and recruiting in these communities. People feel that they cannot escape them. It's not good enough that we have not tackled this 25 years later. Peace, freedom, and freedom from these criminal gangs still must be a priority for us as an Assembly. protecting those we serve. That is why Alliance has been calling for peace to be a pillar in the programme for government. It must be strengthened and solidified as a standalone mission of its own so we can tackle paramilitarism once and for all. But we need to be clear that it takes every single person in this House and every minister to come on board. I thank the opposition for bringing this motion today.
Thank you. I call Timothy Caston.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I feel the need to remind this House that if we're going to talk about the ongoing presence of paramilitary organisations, then we need to address the elephant in the room, which is the IRA Army Council that oversees Sinn Féin. This motion, which I believe was written with the best of intentions, is calling on the First Minister and her Deputy to introduce a comprehensive review of the Tackling Paramilitarism, Criminality and Organised Crime programme to ensure that actions within the final programme for government genuinely tackle the scourge of paramilitarism in our society. Really? I remind this House on the 20th of October 2015 the assessment on paramilitary groups was published by the NIO. That report was commissioned in the aftermath of the provisional IRA murder of Kevin McGuigan. That report made clear that the IRA retained an Army Council, which members believed oversaw both the PIRA and Sinn Féin with an overarching strategy, retained departments with specific responsibilities, and still had weapons which had not been decommissioned. Where is the democratic mandate of the Army Council, which oversees the lead party of government? In February 2020, the PSNI reconfirmed it still believes the IRA Provisional Army Council oversees both the IRA and Sinn Féin. This was a statement echoed by the Garda Commissioner Drew Harris. But we don't have to go back to 2020 to find reports which point out the continuing role of the Provos in Northern Ireland. I note that the Executive Office was not present just a few weeks ago at the launch of a report entitled "When You Know What They Are Capable of, Paramilitary-Related Gender Coercive Control" by Aisling Swain, produced by Foyle's Women's Aid. The Justice Minister thought it was important enough to be there, but not the First Minister. I wonder if that was because of the contents of the report left the First Minister for all feeling uncomfortable. I wonder if the First Minister has read the report. Consider the contents of pages 24 and 25 of that document. One victim, survivor, spoke of a friend who was too afraid to participate in this research, but who lived under the threat and fear of her partner and his paramilitary involvement. There's thousands of pounds in her name because he had a gambling problem, but he would have used IRA because he said to her that he'll make sure that she has no job, no house, no car. He'll break her jaw if she ever said anything that went on within that organisation. I have my wains, so I wasn't available at the click of the fingers to get up and go and do that, this, that and the other, where she didn't, and she was maybe driving places and stuff like that there. And when she left, she got more threats like, "I'll break your jaw, I'll burn your car, I'll burn your house, and you'll lose your job," and stuff like that. That's the reality of the fear the IRA continues to engender in Northern Ireland right up to this present day. Yet the motion calls on the First Minister to introduce a comprehensive review of tackling paramilitarism. Come on. I remind the House that due to the perverse Belfast Agreement, the Executive is led by someone who tells us there is no alternative to IRA terror. No alternative to the murders of Cecil Cunningham and John Hazlett, two RUC officers murdered by the IRA 53 years ago today. No alternative to the murder of Herbert Kernaghan, an off-duty UDR man shot in front of children as young as 6 while delivering fruit and vegetables to a primary school in Rosslea 45 years ago today. No alternative to the murder of 22-year-old soldier Alan Stock, killed 41 years ago today by IRA terrorists hiding behind a tombstone at the end of command wire. No alternative to the murder of RUC dog handler Samuel Todd, who died 34 years ago today, a few days after being shot by the IRA. This House is in no position to lecture on the harm of paramilitaries when its very existence is evident that violence pays for them.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, I want to support the motion, and I want to say that we still have a problem with paramilitary organisations, not just existing, but dictating life, intimidating people, whipping up sectarianism and racism in our society. And Stormont has played a role in allowing these organisations to not only exist, but has often funded them through front organisations and has elevated them above other important groups in society. And I want to strongly condemn the recent elevation of the LCC by the Communities and Education Minister. You cannot, Deputy Speaker, talk about ending paramilitarism whilst having an open door to organisations that prey on working class communities and vulnerable people and everybody. At the same time, as meeting groups like the LCC, ministers have refused to meet hundreds of organisations, groups like the Equality Coalition, Cliff Edge Coalition, the Women's Policy Group, Conroe na Gaeilge, the Department's own Gender Strategy Co-Design Group and Anti-Poverty Co-Design Groups, to name but a few. This is shocking stuff. There's no room to meet anti-poverty groups, but the red carpet is rolled out for paramilitary organisations. You couldn't make this stuff up. So an obvious question, Deputy Speaker, is why or how do paramilitary groups still exist? And in part, it's directly through the direct action of some Stormont ministers to elevate them and operate a guarantor system for them. But it's also through Stormont's role in deepening and maintaining and overseeing a divided society. Segregation in housing and education, paramilitary groups rub their hands with glee when they see this situation maintained. We also have to talk about Stormont's economic strategy, Deputy Speaker, that has left many people at the mercy of paramilitary organisations. How many people have went to paramilitary organisations to seek a loan because they can't afford rent, because of the cost of living crisis, because of benefit sanctions, and so on and so forth. These groups thrive on economic deprivation and economic misery, which Stormont has promoted through its policies. Will there be older people this winter going to paramilitary organisations for loans because of the cut to winter fuel payments? I don't know, but that question needs to be posed and answered. These paramilitary organisations do act as gatekeepers and keep people in misery, and they always act to thwart and stop any attempt at class unity and people fighting collectively together against government and government policies. And of course, Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to mention the role played by loyalist paramilitaries in the recent race riots, which is what happened this summer in Belfast and other parts of the north. I think we have to also robustly challenge the nonsense put out by some that it wasn't paramilitary involvement but members with a different hat on engaged in the racist violence. If it walks like a duck, looks like a duck, you know the saying. All the talk about legitimate concerns also about migration further bolster the role of and position of paramilitary organisations in communities. To repeat, there are no legitimate concerns when you're talking about immigration. There is misinformation that needs to be challenged and called out by ministers, especially in this House, which hasn't always been the case. Some have actually given succour and repeated this dangerous point. The other, which I support the motion, Deputy Speaker, the other obvious point which is missing from the motion is the role of state forces, and in particular groups like the MI5. I raised this before in the context of them spying on journalists, but how many activists, political reps, MLAs, trade unionists, and anybody who challenges the status quo are spied on, or pressured or threatened by this organisation? How many people are pressured or threatened to become an informant? We don't have the answer. We know that many and probably all paramilitary organisations are riddled with MI5, so we need to disband groups like this who instill fear and terror amongst people here. And finally, Deputy Speaker, we need to end public bodies encouraging victims of violence, particularly racist violence, to engage with, in inverted commas, the community, which is quite often a code for paramilitary organisations. I've experienced it, and I've worked with people who have been victims of racist violence, told to engage with community leaders, when in fact what is meant is leaders of paramilitary organisations. This was raised a matter of weeks ago in the TEO committee, and I confirm that unfortunately it does happen. Unfortunately, it's commonplace, and it needs to come to an end to end the control these terrible organisations have on people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is the First Minister to respond to the debate. And Minister, you have 15 minutes.
And I welcome the opportunity to respond to this very important motion today. And I think, as other members have indicated, the fact that we're actually having this conversation more than 26 years after our peace agreement is incredulous, and it's also a reminder and underlines the fact that more needs to be done to bring an end to the scourge of paramilitarism. There is no doubt that our society continues to suffer an unacceptable burden as a direct result, and in addition to serious violence, threats of violence and criminality, these gangs continue to inflict often more hidden harms on individuals and communities. And that includes, as many members have referenced, child criminal exploitation, violence against women and girls, and the extortion of hard-working local communities and businesses. And this is clearly a very serious problem, and one that requires a zero-tolerance response from government. Paramilitarism is not an issue which we have shied away from in the draft programme for government, and as members have referred, we have noted in the programme for government the estimated cost to our society is a minimum of £750 million per year. Members will be aware that the Executive Programme on Paramilitarism, Criminality and Organised Crime is jointly funded by the Executive and also by the British Government. It's currently investing £16 million a year in work to support individuals and communities that are experiencing paramilitary harm, as well as breaking the cycle of violence in the future. And the origin of all of that work in that programme was the Fresh Start Agreement of 2015. This was the same agreement which led to changes being made to the Pledge of Office taken by all ministers, under which we make clear our individual and collective responsibility to achieve a society free of paramilitarism. This is a pledge that we all must take seriously. The programme itself started delivery in 2016 by acting as a coordinator for responding to the recommendations of an independent panel. And following the comprehensive review of that programme in 2020, a second phase began in 2021, and that was endorsed by all of the parties within the Executive at that time. This phase was based on a redesign of the programme to reflect that a review found that whilst good progress had been made against individual actions, it had also been difficult to measure overall impact, and Phase 2 is now currently in its fourth year. Departments, statutory bodies and the community and voluntary sector are working in partnership to deliver an ambitious and innovative programme of work that systematically addresses this serious problem. And I want to today, like many others, acknowledge the contribution of all partners who are key to the delivery of the programme. So there are three overarching linked themes: keeping people safe, which involves putting pressure on these criminal groups; increasing community resilience, which is about supporting communities to resist exploitation and harm; and increasing protective factors for those who may be vulnerable to exploitation for many different reasons. And there are a whole range of interventions, projects for specific groups or individuals who are at risk, support for those who have been victims of harm or who have transitioned away from groups that are making a positive impact in their communities, early interventions aimed at widespread prevention. Focusing on properly understanding the problem and its root causes have been a key feature of the work since 2021, and in many cases the root cause is simply organised criminality. A new phase of the programme's public awareness campaign launched on the 4th of October, and this expands on the previous illegal money lending campaign. It highlights a range of specific ways which paramilitaries harm people and communities through violence, the grooming of children, the involvement with drugs, exploitation and abuse. Raising public awareness about these issues has a real-life impact and gives people the chance to openly discuss the impact that it has on their families and on communities. For a number of years, the programme has been leading the way in describing the involvement of children with paramilitary groups as grooming and exploitation. It has also funded research that has enabled the development of a system-wide approach to child criminal exploitation, led by the Department of Justice and the Department of Health. This shift in public language was clear just this summer when we saw images of adults placing bricks into the hands of children during public disorder. And describing these shocking scenes in terms of exploitation allows for an appropriate response from both the police, the courts and those in charge of child protection and safeguarding. And this in turn ensures that children get the right support to help them move forward to a more positive future. I'm really encouraged by recent figures which show that whilst there were 18 recorded paramilitary-style attacks on under-18s between 2016 and 2020, There has only been one recorded since 2020, but of course, that one attack is one too many. I believe that change in attitudes and the way we talk about paramilitary attacks is making a real difference. We know that paramilitaries can adapt their means of coercive control. That means that there can't be any room for complacency. And also we know that there is much more work to be done. A report on the link between paramilitary coercive control and gender-based violence by Professor Aisling Swain, which was published last month, makes for harrowing reading. It's not just the horrific violence and threats from these groups that makes tackling the problem so complex, but it's also the fear created by their very presence. So we are committed to working in partnership across the Executive to ensure a joined-up approach. The design of the newly launched strategy to end violence against women and girls has been supported by the Tackling Paramilitarism programme. The development of partnerships across government and wider society has equipped organisations and communities with a wider set of skills and abilities to help achieve positive outcomes. Progress towards these outcomes is starting to show real impact. I want to make particular reference to the Communities in Transition project, which is delivered through the Executive Office. Quite literally, tens of thousands of participants have been involved in initiatives delivered by CIT through the Executive Office. It's invested £20 million across 8 areas to strengthen community resilience to paramilitarism, criminality and coercive control. And as a result, huge progress has been made in relation to community safety in areas such as Lurgan, Carrick and Larne. Restorative practice capability to mediate and resolve conflict has been enhanced through the STARS project, striving towards a restorative society. And thousands of individuals have benefited from health and wellbeing and employability support across all areas. Through the Raising Aspirations project, young people have been steered away from involvement and recruitment into paramilitarism, and instead they've been given opportunities for positive pathways in life. The Independent Reporting Commission has commented on the importance of developing the community environment in areas where these paramilitaries operate, and we agree that CIT should be part of a long-term, holistic response to addressing the socio-economic needs which exist in communities. The IRC also reports annually on the progress towards ending paramilitarism, and has been strongly supportive of the programme and also of its accumulative impact. It sees the work of the programme as bearing real fruit, as well as the need for long-term sustainable funding to tackle paramilitarism and for transformational work to address socio-economic issues. The recommendations from such reviews, as well as the data that's coming from the programme, and the consideration of the wider strategic context were all factors which led to a recommendation made by the Justice Minister as Lead Minister for the programme to extend Phase 2 for a further 2 years up until March of 2027. This recommendation was discussed and endorsed by the Executive just last month, and the extension allows work to progress with ministerial support. It also ensures stability and continuity of service for the next 2 years for the individuals involved in the programmes and the communities which are supported by those involved. As members are all too aware, the pervasive nature of paramilitarism requires our commitment to a robust, long-term and collaborative approach. For the last 8 years, the programme has been testing and refining what works. Through the outcomes that are being seen, I think we all now have a much better understanding. So the focus for the 2-year extension of the programme will be on those interventions that have the greatest impact and ensuring that they are embedded and scaled up where that's appropriate. As a government and as a society, we must all seek to deliver lasting change on how we deal with paramilitarism. And that is down to the collective leadership, because that is the crucial part in terms of ensuring progress. As stated, let me get through to the end, if you don't mind, because I know you're going to have a chance to respond. As stated in the programme for government, those most vulnerable to paramilitary harm are more likely to come from areas of deprivation, to experience poor health and education outcomes, and are less likely to be active in their community, and that is totally unacceptable in 2024. It's a vicious downward cycle that needs to be broken, as our communities all deserve so much more and so much better. We all have a part to play in addressing the scourge of paramilitarism, and that means that interventions that have been proven to work and that are demonstrating value for money must be supported and continue and evolve beyond the lifespan of the programme. Given the significant progress being made and our recent decision to extend the programme, we have asked our officials to engage with DOJ on how the learning from the CIT can be built upon and enhanced, including looking at refreshing the research which identified the target areas themselves. The extension period will be an opportunity to consider how good practice can be captured and shared more widely across the system, and will involve a review prior to the end of the programme to inform what future work is needed and how best to carry that out. I think this important work is something that we must all again lend our collective support. So whilst everything that I've set out is to demonstrate that good work is being done, I must also make it absolutely clear that 26 years on from the Good Friday Agreement, there is no role for paramilitary groups in our society, and there should be no acceptance or equally no tolerance for their continued existence. The Independent Reporting Commission have recommended that both governments and the executive explore the concept of group transition. This option needs to be actively considered as a way to urgently and conclusively bring paramilitarism in our society to an end. In the meantime, the message across this chamber must be clear and it must be resolute. It is long past time that you disbanded. There should be no acceptance, no facilitation of active paramilitary groups in any public policy discussion.
Thank you. I call Sinead McLaughlin to conclude and wind up on the debate, and the adviser Sinead of 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, I welcome the contributions that members have made to this debate today, and I want to thank the First Minister to responding to this debate also. It is clear that more than 26 years after our peace agreement and 30 years on from the Republican and Loyalist ceasefires, it should be a source of shame and disappointment to us all that paramilitarism still exerts a toxic and corrosive influence in all the communities that we represent. Many members across this House expressed their frustration about the hold these organised criminals have over our young people in particular. I hope this debate represented an opportunity for all of us to come together on this issue and for progress to be made. As has already been alluded to in the debate, paramilitaries are nothing short of organised criminal gangs that want to trap us in our divisions and exploit our young people for their own gain. In opening up this motion for debate, the Leader of the Opposition clearly laid out that the paramilitaries have nothing to offer our society and their influence is totally pervasive. The damage they inflict on communities runs deep and has the most perverse impact on the most vulnerable among us. Many may masquerade as protectors of communities, but we all know far too well that they prey on the fear and the intimidation that they inflict. Colin Gildernew indicated that the LCC was acting as a mouthpiece for criminal gangs. Beyond the direct influence of paramilitaries in communities, it's also hard to ignore that driving through some areas of Derry and lots of other areas across the north, you can also see their insignias and their symbols dotted around the landscape and on our lampposts. And I would agree with Paula Bradshaw that these symbols and flags create an intimidating and menacing culture of fear in communities across Northern Ireland. They drive really poor relations and create an environment which nobody in Northern Ireland wants to live in, nor should they. That's a failure of this place to get serious about regulating the flying of flags, and today should be another opportunity to reiterate our calls for that to take place without delay through binding legislation. It would be remiss of me not to mention recent research produced by the Foyle Family Justice Centre on the impact of paramilitarism on women and its connections with domestic violence. This has been called in this research the unseen aspects of today's paramilitarism, and one that is hidden in plain sight. I want to pay tribute to those women who came forward and told their stories. They were often harrowing and deeply distressing. Lives permeated by fear, not only of the abuser, but of the threat that underlies that abuse. The 10 recommendations of that report must be implemented, and the new framework of paramilitary-related coercive control developed in this research should no doubt form a new and key part of our response. It must also be tackled through the new Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, and I'm really concerned that the new strategy commits only £3 million to tackle the entire issue over 2 years. and perhaps in response to the First Minister, money could be found within the other pot in communities in transition for supporting ending violence against women and girls. Of course, the actions of paramilitaries that I and others have described in this debate are well known, and the condemnation is equally well rehearsed. So what do we do about it? Our motion calls for the review of the Tackling Paramilitarism programme, and I'm aware of much of the good work of this programme and those who work tirelessly to help address this issue. We recognise that some progress has been made with paramilitary-style assaults and intimidations reduced, but it is much less clear to many people whether the communities in transition element of that programme is effective. In some cases, we have seen how community gatekeeping has been reinforced. The community resilience interventions funded by the communities in transition are important, but after a spend of over £19 million, the public are rightly asking whether this represents true value for money. And yes.
Would she agree with me that it's important, while there's been lots of talk in this chamber, including from the First Minister, about agreeing the need to tackle the scourge of paramilitarism, what we actually need is the review of that programme with a specific focus on when and what the end point will be, not simply continuing to fund these programmes in an open-ended way, but funding them with a clear goal to what the end point is.
I absolutely agree with the member, and I'm coming on to that. And I'm not really sure that it does represent really true value for money, and whether the current approach will lead to the end of paramilitarism once and for all. In a recent answer to an oral question, the Deputy First Minister said that paramilitarism represents a residual problems in some parts of our society. That is a worrying underestimation of the scale of this problem. When paramilitary representatives are being invited into the heart of government and given privileged access that many in our communities, community organisations, could only dream of. It is hard to see how the work of the Executive Office can be effective when the very ministers in the Executive are meeting with paramilitaries. Many members expressed their disappointment and anger, both at the Education and Communities Minister, who have denied multiple meetings with grassroots community groups and voluntary organisations, but yet find the time to meet with paramilitaries. The Education Minister has turned down over 205 requests for meetings, but he managed to find time in his diary for a meeting with the LCC after they sent him a one-line email request. Now, that's access. Our government cannot continue to pander to paramilitary organisations, and indeed, as Jerry Carroll has said, we cannot have a revolving door for paramilitary groups. Okay.
I agree with me that it's not even the principle of meeting these groups, which is one thing, it's the elevation of them above other groups that you have mentioned and I've mentioned that haven't met those ministers.
Stephen Aiken made that point in his address as well. And as I totally agree with Connie Egan's assertion as well, it is time, long past time, for these paramilitaries to leave the stage and leave the stage for good. And we need to see an end point, just as Matthew said there now. And that end point was unclear in the First Minister's response. Our current approach is clearly not working, and we must not let this Assembly mandate end as the last did, with very little movement made and organised crime still able to control communities. The contributions from members across the Chamber during this debate affirm that there is cross-party support and agreement for change on this issue. But the Government must deliver a better society and reconcile our people. Speaker, I urge the Executive and the Assembly to step up to this challenge and support our motion and stamp out paramilitarism once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease for 1 minute before we move on to the next debate. Okay, members, thank you very much. The next item of business is a motion from the opposition on a declaration of a housing emergency. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the growing crisis in housing availability, which is exacerbated by an inadequate supply of social housing, underinvestment in wastewater infrastructure, the growing impact of second home ownership on local communities, and the lack of an effective empty home strategy. Notes the increasing difficulties experienced by first-time buyers, expresses regret at the failure to deliver previous targets aimed at increasing the supply of safe, sustainable and affordable housing, calls on the Minister for Communities to immediately declare a housing emergency, to allocate the necessary funding and resources to address these interconnected issues, and to work with other relevant ministers, local councils and housing bodies to expedite solutions that will increase the availability of affordable and sustainable housing. And further calls on the Minister to work with the Minister of Finance to secure a commitment that any additional Barnett consequential funding emanating from additional house building in England and Wales will be ring-fenced for the same purposes in Northern Ireland, with the aim of building at least 50,000 additional homes by 2032 at the latest.
Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan to move the motion. Thank you, Daniel. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and up to 10 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Daniel, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I stand before this Assembly today to address a crisis that has been allowed to grow and worsen by the day under the lack of leadership of this executive. It's a crisis that is affecting tens of thousands of families right across Northern Ireland, and there's no constituency and there's no family and there's no community that isn't affected by the real serious challenges of this crisis. Housing is not just about having a roof over your head. It is central to our well-being, our economy and our futures. Yet we are facing an unprecedented housing emergency that requires immediate and decisive action. Not words, not excuses, not delays, not collapsing institutions and disappearing, but action. It is a basic fundamental right that people should have access to good quality housing. Yet, over 47,000 households are currently on the social housing waiting list, a figure that has grown exponentially in recent years, and this means that tens of thousands of families are living in uncertainty, unsure when or if they will find a place to live or a place to call home. This is one of the biggest challenges of our time, and it's affecting people in a very serious way. It affects their well-being, it affects their health, it affects their ability to function in society if they haven't got the basic provision of a home. And this has been going on for years and years. People have been on these housing lists for years. People have died waiting to be housed in Northern Ireland. And is this really acceptable? Is that the legacy of this House? Is that the legacy of consecutive executives and their failure to resolve this issue and the growing demand for housing in our society? This year, this executive only managed to secure funding to build 400 social housing units, a number so low that if we continued in this trajectory, Madam Speaker, it would take 250 years to house everyone on that waiting list. That is an absolutely shocking indictment of how this place functions and how this executive prioritises, or not, housing for people across our communities. And to make matters worse, the budget cuts of nearly 40% to the Department for Communities capital funding have crippled its ability to invest in new social housing projects. And you contrast this with other UK regions where long-term capital budgets and decarbonisation funds have enabled continuous investment in housing infrastructure. Here, however, we're completely left behind. And what is worse is we recognise this problem, but yet it continues to get worse and worse. The challenges around social housing are not new. They have long been a very dark shadow around these buildings and at the heart of government, but they become more pronounced in recent times. Which says, in recent times as well, the right to buy scheme has led to over 120,000 properties in Northern Ireland being sold. 120,000. It has left our housing executive with just 86,000 housing units, representing a total deduction since the 1980s of 58%. So we're not building houses. We don't have enough to go around, and yet we're selling the ones that we do have. Someone point to me what is wrong with that picture. Making the situation worse. This executive really needs to address this crisis, and it needs to address it now with fresh and ambitious ideas and a housing supply strategy that not only replaces lost social housing but increases significantly the homes available to meet the current and future demand. We will not get that by standing still. We will make the situation worse. We will have more people struggling on these waiting lists and with their lives, which adds to other pressures with health, the Department of Health, and other aspects of the socio-economic challenges that our society already have. The proliferation of second homes is another challenge, and short-term holiday lets, which is driving people out of their local communities in terms of outpricing them. Nowhere is this more apparent than in areas such as Causeway Coast and Glens, which has the highest average house prices at £242,985, despite being one of the most deprived council areas in the UK. Young people are being priced out of their communities, and this is eroding the very fabric of our local economies and cultures. Meanwhile, our private rental sector remains under-regulated, costly, and often substandard. 13% of households are in the private rental market, facing average weekly rents of £109 and rising, compared to the cost of social housing rents. With no effective mechanism to enforce the decent home standard, many tenants, especially those on low incomes, are often forced to live in very poor conditions. We hear about them every day in our offices. The rising cost of rent, coupled with increased energy and food prices, are pushing more people into debt and homelessness, with a staggering 70% increase in households presenting as homelessness due to the loss of rental accommodation over the last few years. And, Madam Speaker, housing is a vital part of our infrastructure, yet it has not been given the priority or investment it deserves. We are seeing a 60-year low in house building across Northern Ireland, a situation exacerbated by underinvestment on our wastewater infrastructure, which has stalled some development of an estimated 19,000 new homes. That's some legacy for this place and for the Executive and how it functions and how it really prioritises one of the greatest issues at the heart of our people's concerns. And without urgent upgrades, particularly in areas of greatest need, housing development will remain blocked and the cost of housing will continue to rise. I won't have tight for time, thank you, Mr. Stewart. The SDLP has long advocated for solutions to these interconnected issues, and we have called for an immediate declaration of a housing emergency. Send a message to our people that this Executive is taking this crisis seriously and is going to step up and act, not just put a slight slant in the programme for government and say this is a priority, with no timeframes, no plan as to how it's going to be achieved, no measurables whatsoever, which is typical of how this Executive functions, puts out the words, little action to follow, and the crisis gets worse. The hamster wheel continues, our people continue to suffer. There is no greater crisis than homelessness in our society, and people should not be suffering the way they have in our society. And this is not just a responsibility of the Minister for Communities, it's a collective one for the entire Executive. It's one that lingers from the First Minister's office right through every department, and it needs to be a key priority for this Executive. They need to come together and remove the silo working and actually put people at the heart of some of these objectives. We urge the Minister to work with the Minister for Finance to ensure that any additional barren consequentials resulting from house building in England and Wales is ring-fenced for the same purpose here, with a target of building at least 50,000 homes by 2032. And some might think that's overly ambitious, but for the people that I'm speaking to on a daily basis that are sleeping in sofas, some are sleeping in our emergency departments, Madam Speaker. That is a very serious problem. And it points to one reality, a failure of this House to address the critical need of our people. Furthermore, we need a renewed commitment to tackle chronic homelessness, strengthen protections in the private rental sector, and introduce a new, robust, empty home strategy. With at least 21,000 properties currently lying vacant across Northern Ireland, we have a clear, immediate priority or opportunity to address short-term housing needs. And that does not mean pumping £28 million into temporary accommodation that is not fit for purpose, spending £7.6 million on non-standard accommodation such as B&Bs and hotels, and £15.4 million on temporary single housing lets. This represents an increase of 543% since 1617. Now, what a legacy for this executive. So when we're out when all smiles and the cameras are flashing, remember the consequences of the failure of this executive to address homelessness in our society. A 543%, and that doesn't even paint the full picture, because people are being put into units that are not suitable for their needs. We're talking about vulnerable people in our communities. We're talking about people that are put into areas that do not have the infrastructure to support them in terms of their well-being or their mental health or their addiction, or to police the challenges that they face. So that it's failing. And it's a typical plaster approach, instead of actually sitting down and working out a strategy and investing in that strategy and achieving outcomes that provide people with homes for the future. We must capitalise on this moment to bring about real change, to create a Northern Ireland where every family has a home they can afford, where communities thrive and where no one is left behind. The SDLP is calling for immediate action, Madam Speaker, and I know all members of this House recognise this is a serious problem. But unless we sit down and we discuss this properly and lay out a strategy, more people will be left behind. And it is the core function of this executive to ensure that we end poverty, to ensure that we end homelessness, and ensure that everybody has the same opportunities in life to thrive and to build a good life for them and their families. I urge the House to support this important motion and to recognise this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, in my capacity as Sinn Féin housing spokesperson, I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion. Housing is a human right, recognised in international human rights law as part of that right to an adequate standard of living. I think what connects all our people here, and our workers and our families, and as public representatives, we all are united that everyone deserves a safe place where they can call home. Just firstly, I would like to acknowledge the formidable frontline housing and homeless prevention providers who operate locally, day in and day out, providing vital, person-centred, wraparound support for those currently failed by our housing system. I also want to acknowledge the many organisations providing housing-related advice work. I think as we move forward in tackling housing once and for all, it is critical that they are themselves placed on a more long-term sustainable funding model as a matter of urgency. I believe the situation we are currently facing can be described as a perfect storm, as we face challenges right across not just only our social housing sector, but across all housing tenures. These include shortages in social housing, a decline in suitable, secure and affordable private rentals, continued increases in house prices, averaging even in my own constituency of Derry $180,000 for a first-time buyer, and the growing levels of homelessness. The most common reasons cited for homelessness include accommodation no longer being reasonable, sharing breakdowns or loss of private rented accommodation. I think on the last point there is an onus on the Minister for Communities to act to end no-fault evictions within the private rented sector and to work to support the banning of unjustifiable letting fees. Work must also be progressed to introduce rent regulations as provided for in the Private Tenancy Act, alongside to significantly improve housing fitness standards. Many of the longer-term challenges mentioned here today are inextricably linked to the impacts of 14 years of Tory austerity, which has decimated our public services, destroyed our living standards and demoralised those working and living at the coalface within our housing system. However, we now do have a draft housing supply strategy, and this does set out the strategic context with 5 core objectives relating to the creation of affordable homes, homeless prevention and intervention efforts, improving housing quality, building thriving communities, including shared mixed tenure developments alongside decarbonisation. The draft report enshrines a cross-departmental approach that prioritises housing from infrastructure and land needs through to capital investment. These set out proposals for long-term policies and interventions, and this must urgently, the housing supply strategy should be urgently, once again, published by the Minister for Communities. We also now too have a programme for government to take us through to 2027, which sets the direction for the remainder of this mandate, which rightly includes increasing housing supply and tackling homelessness. The programme for government acknowledges the interdependence of good housing to health and well-being, and access to housing is also relevant in relation to educational attainment, job opportunities, thriving communities, sustaining our rural communities and maintaining people's stability to thrive. Housing is all our responsibility. Housing delivery requires collaborative working across central and local government, as well as the third sector and private sector, as we often see the information through our local development plans. Sorry, I just wanted to get through. We should also look in the first instance to the significant expertise which already exists across our housing sector, whether that's our place shaping team within the housing executive, planning, building control, or our construction industry. Where there is a weak capacity, we should be building and looking to strengthen that. Significant work has been progressed as well within our individual departments. For example, Conor Murphy last week consulted on low-carbon heating technologies within residential buildings. This is open to the public until the 31st of December. Nonetheless, overall, we need to continually collaborate across our 11 local councils and our 9 departments on the issue of housing. We have a collective vision here now within the Executive and the Assembly that everyone can access a secure, adequate and affordable place to call home. We know our housing system must be urgently rebalanced with the greater emphasis on delivery of not-for-profit and affordable public homes on public land for the public good. We know housing supply and delivery will benefit significantly from multi-annual budgeting, as with the recruitment and vital of staff. Thank you.
Call Brian Kingston.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and as a member of the Committee for Communities, along with my colleague Maurice Bradley, I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion calling for the declaration of a housing emergency. The Democratic Unionist Party acknowledges the broad thrust of this motion, though I will highlight some alternative wording which we would have preferred to have seen. The motion rightly points to the growing crisis in housing availability, an inadequate supply of social housing, underinvestment in wastewater infrastructure, the growing impact of second home ownership, and Mr McCrossan also referred to the issue of houses becoming short-term holiday lets. The lack of an effective empty home strategy and the increasing difficulties experienced by first-time buyers. The motion also expresses regret at the failure to deliver previous housing targets. I assume the SDLP are referring to their own housing ministers in the past, along with others in that expression of regret. As is the case with all departments, the Communities Minister is managing many competing demands on departmental resources. We know that the Minister is indeed seeking the necessary funding and resources to address these interconnected issues and to work with other relevant ministers, local councils and housing bodies to expedite solutions that will increase the availability of social, affordable and sustainable housing. That includes pushing for borrowing powers for the Northern Ireland Housing Executive so that it can borrow against its considerable assets in order to fund significant additional social housing. We know also that the Minister is working to bring forward the draft housing supply strategy to the Executive as soon as possible, and we expect that the issues highlighted in this motion will feature in that strategy. Regarding the final clause of the motion before us on Barnett consequentials, we would have preferred wording of a call on the Minister to work with the Minister of Finance to secure a commitment that future budgetary allocations, including in respect of Barnett consequentials funding, should reflect the need to provide more social, affordable and sustainable housing in Northern Ireland as an immediate and standalone priority of the draft programme for government. Having put that alternative wording on the record, we do recognise that the need for additional housing of all categories is an urgent priority and an emergency for this Assembly and Executive. Thank you.
Thank you, Bann. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I come quite frustrated in my response today, not to shock SDLP, but we will be supporting the motion, but it's only part of what the solution will be for our housing crisis. We know we have a housing crisis. The Minister in this House had agreed that there is a housing crisis, but asking a Minister to call a housing crisis or housing emergency is not going to resolve the problem. Yesterday, a number of us met with experts in their field with regards to housing, and they set out that the barriers to our housing programme are as follows. Northern Ireland Water. It's blocking development because, as we all know, there's no cranes without drains. Northern Ireland Electricity. Power connection delays are preventing developments. Planning delays are due to red tape, and they are breaking people's hearts when developers are trying to build developments. Lack of local development plans by our councils is also contributing to the lack of development. We have a lack of construction workers because skilled people who are here are disappearing off down south or across the water for jobs, or we're not training enough people in the skills that's needed for the future of housing. We are spending too much money on crisis rather than prevention of homelessness. And private rentals have halved in number since 2019. So we know all of this is happening. It's been outlined in the programme for government, so the Executive are looking at this. But I go a step further than that and say it's time for action. We need short, medium and long-term actions, and these have, to be honest, have been set out in the housing supply strategy that was published for 2022 to 2027. Yeah, 37, sorry. So we've got a long-term housing supply strategy. My frustration is the Minister has said on a number of occasions, I'm about to bring the housing supply strategy forward, get it published. What's the delay? I want to hear today what the delay is on that. If we all know all of the barriers and we all know what the problems are, what's the delay in getting the housing supply strategy published? There is no excuse anymore for these delays. It was written a while ago, and if the Minister wants to put his fingerprints all over it, well and good. But get it published, because as soon as it's published, then it can influence future budget planning. As soon as it's published, then other ministers will know exactly what their role is to fixing the housing crisis. And some of the short-term things that we should be bringing forward is, for example, improving the existing homes so we don't have people living in mouldy premises or with damp. We need to instruct the Housing Executive to stop selling homes in a crisis. Change the legislation, get that moved forward. We need to use the time now to ensure that all those barriers are identified and to get buy-in across the whole Executive that they will each play their role in taking away those barriers. For instance, where's the Infrastructure Commission? This has been talked about for a while. We desperately need people to have a look at Northern Ireland Water and find out what the heck is going on, because if we can't build houses, we will add to the 80,000 people who are without a home to call their own. I will indeed.
I appreciate that. I agree with many of the points you've made. They're very well made. In terms of the infrastructure issues and the capacity of Northern Ireland Water, the only suggestion we've been told to date is that it's to be developer-led. Given the pressures on our housing associations and those who are building affordable homes, surely that's not viable in the current financial climate.
Kelly, you have an extra minute.
Thank you. What I would say about the private or the developer contributions, they're already doing it. They're already doing it. In my area, there's £1.3 million worth of a pumping station has been put into service, a private development. They're already doing it. And yesterday it was very clear in the meeting that we had with the experts in their field that they said the same. Developers are already doing this. But what we need is Northern Ireland Water to say the type of pipes that they need to connect into so the system can work. We need this clear, honest approach to housing. And I have to say, it becomes more and more frustrating as I hear people say, oh, we must throw money at it. If the Minister had £1 billion today to build houses, he couldn't do it because of the barriers, because of Northern Ireland Water, because of the lack of the development plans, because of all of the problems that are there. Very briefly.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. And she's made her points very well, and I agree with most of them. But this is a crisis for this Executive. It is up to these ministers to work together collectively to resolve this problem, to build houses. So it's not good enough that one minister hides from the other. They need to work collectively. And the problem with this government is that it works in silos, and that's why we're in this situation that is worsening by the day.
Thank you, Mr McCrossan, for that. But I say back at you, because to be quite frank, Nicola Mallon was the Infrastructure Minister last time and she didn't sort out Northern Ireland Water, and we're living with the consequences of that. Principal Deputy Speaker, Other reasons why the housing crisis is so acute is the continued division of our society, because housing for all has not progressed as much as was originally intended. Housing development should be open to all, enabling inclusive communities where people live together irrespective of age, disability, race, religion, cultural background, sexuality or gender. Where are our mixed tenure plans? Where are our shared housing plans? However, we find in some areas if your face doesn't fit, then you have graffiti painted on your home, posters are erected threatening maintenance crews. The rise in intimidation is appalling. In my own constituency, we have suffered from the disgusting antics of bully boy loyalist paramilitary groups who only want people who they can control to have access to social homes. The number of people forced into crime by these gangs is a dreadful indictment of the failure to end paramilitarism, as we discussed in the motion earlier today. Prostitution of girls and boys, drugs, black market cigarettes and alcohol and paramilitary lending leave many tenants feeling abandoned to the criminals who think they control housing estates. We should be concentrating on providing a better society. A housing supply strategy with clear objectives and time-bound targets is needed now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And I call on Andy Allen.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this important motion. And despite some of the pontificating from members opposite, I thank them for bringing it forward. And you nearly believe that they weren't in the executive recently, but we'll leave that aside because the people out there in our communities need us to be working together collectively. And I'm interested to hear the opposition's plans. And I'm no apologist for this executive, but I haven't heard their plans as to what they would do alternatively. It's undeniable that Northern Ireland is in the midst of a housing emergency. The figures and statistics which represent real people speak for themselves. As of March this year, 47,312 households were on the social housing waiting list, which represented a 1.8% increase from December and a 4.9% rise from last year. To put this into context, that would fill our national football stadium, Windsor Park, 2 times over. Twice. I've sat in that stadium many times and seen the size of it, the scale of it. Our housing crisis would fill that twice. And is that the true reality of our housing crisis? Because I, like other members, have delved deeper into that. And I've had many constituents come to me time and time again highlighting that they've been taken off the housing waiting list because they either didn't receive a letter to renew their application or don't recall receiving one. So I would question, is the statistics we have before us the true reality of our housing crisis? This represents individuals, families, living in overcrowded conditions, sofa surfing, sleeping on floors, or stuck in temporary accommodation if they can get it, which is far from schools, work, and their support networks, which many of them rely upon. We must recognise social housing as the critical public service that it is, and it requires a plan of action. While meaningful change will take time, we must lay the foundations now for building solutions to this crisis. The key to addressing housing emergency is to build more homes, but as other members have stated, simply building more homes is not the sole solution to this problem. An ambitious target of delivering at least 5,000 social homes per year is required, I believe, but we just can't say that in isolation. We need to create the conditions to build up to that. Simply building more homes, as I've already said, won't be enough on its own. We must adopt a place-shaping approach, integrating housing with local infrastructure, services and amenities for the benefit of entire communities. We must create homes, not just houses, learning from global examples of successes integrated across the world. Adequate financial resources are essential, and empowering the Northern Ireland Housing Executive to borrow is key to investing in existing housing stock and building new homes. Reforming the planning system, which my colleague, the Deputy Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, will touch on in more detail shortly, is vital to speed up approval for social and affordable housing. Public land, particularly derelict areas like those identified by the Build project in the Greater Shankill, should be made available for mixed tenure housing. And there's many more examples, such as the Build project, who have done tremendous work to highlight the plight of dereliction across that community. We need a proportionate rethink of how we assess housing need in areas. There is available land. That needs to be proportionate and balanced, and we need to take that forward. Community involvement in the planning process is crucial. Local stakeholders should help to identify suitable locations, and affordability must be at the heart of new projects. And indeed, I do acknowledge that the Minister for Communities, although he's not here today, and I look forward to hearing from his colleague who was formerly in the post around the proposals that they tend to bring forward. We have the intermediate rent offering which will be coming forward, but again, that on its own will not be enough to address the crisis that's before us. We need to look at how we can scale up that particular project itself and deliver more. Nearly 20 years ago, in a presentation to the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee, representatives of housing bodies here highlighted the scale of the crisis, but it would seem that that either was unheeded or the steps and measures taken at that point have not been sufficient to address the challenges that Northern Ireland faces. Standing still is not an option. We owe it to future generations to act now by setting clear targets, increasing funding and utilising public land effectively. In conclusion, Principal Deputy Speaker, the Good Friday Agreement laid the foundations for peace, but we have failed to build on those foundations when it comes to housing and so many other aspects of public life. Now is the time to right that wrong.
Thank you, Andy. I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Speaking to the motion, I think the motion recognises a housing crisis in Northern Ireland due to insufficient social housing, underinvestment in wastewater infrastructure and rising difficulties for first-time buyers. In my own constituency and council area, Causeway Coast and Glens, we bear the brunt, perhaps more than some other areas. Not only have we a serious waiting list, we have the added problem of many private lets moving into Airbnb market, adding stress to the housing list as it is by displaced tenants now seeking housing executive accommodation. I agree with many of the points raised by the proposer of the motion, Mr McCrossan, and other speakers here, but I would urge a joined-up strategy which includes the Department of Infrastructure to combat one of the major obstacles facing the supply of housing and social housing in particular, and that is the lack of infrastructure around wastewater, water, power, sewage capacity, and add to that planning delays and the proliferation of second homes, many of them lying empty. Yes, we are in the midst of a housing emergency and we need to allocate resources to address these issues. We need a collaboration with local councils and housing bodies to build 50,000 homes by 2032. That's quite a target and shows the dire need to address a housing shortage right across Northern Ireland. This motion seeks a commitment to ring-fence any Barnett consequential funding for housing. This is something we cannot support as a party, as it would impinge upon all other departments within the Executive. It sets a worrying precedent that would permit all other departments to ring-fence key elements of their budget for projects going forward. Other than the last paragraph, I think we would support both the motion and the amendment, and we look forward to something being done within this House to address the dire need for housing right across Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker.
You're all right, Maurice. Thank you. I call Shamil Holland.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise today to support the motion because I think it is clear, as others have said, that we are in a housing crisis. Whilst there's so much that I can agree on across the chamber today, I don't think I can add much more after my colleague and self-professed housing nerd, Kelly Armstrong, made some really key points about how this is a multifaceted problem. This isn't just throw money at the solution and build houses. I want to use a wee bit of time here, if possible, to shine a light on a group that is so often overlooked when we talk about housing and homelessness, and I don't believe I've heard anyone else speak about, and that's young people who have experience of care, who are acutely vulnerable to this housing crisis, and those young people are some of the most vulnerable in our society, and they face really unique challenges when they transition out of care to 18, and far too many find themselves without the housing they need to make that successful transition into adulthood. And I believe that they have very specific issues that aren't maybe thought about when we look at the crisis of homelessness and we look at the crisis of our housing system. In 2023, there were 365 care leavers aged 16 to 18 in Northern Ireland. About 75% of them were in education, training or employment. But these young people are particularly vulnerable due to the challenges that transitioning out of care actually face them, and holding down a successful tenancy. And that's so frustrating because we all know
when a young person in care will turn 18. It's not a surprise. We have their date of birth, they're in the system. So why is it that so many of them find themselves struggling with unsuitable housing or even homelessness once they reach adulthood? At committee, we heard of that 18-year-old who spent his 18th birthday in a hotel room on his own because he had to be removed from his care the day before his 18th birthday. Those are the issues for me, that when we look at a housing crisis, it is so multifaceted. It isn't just about putting money into building new houses. There are ways that we need to help people sustain tenancies. There are ways that we need to actually give support to those communities who need it most. What's missing is, for me, the joined up thinking. Right across departments, that's health, housing, education, social services. They should all be working together to ensure seamless transitions into tenancies and into placements. It's about planning and coordination. It's not acceptable that we are failing so many families, so many communities, and in my point of view, so many young people who are particularly vulnerable. One of the questions related to that, my point is, where is our youth homelessness strategy? Where is our youth homelessness plan? We were promised this by April 2024, and still we're seeing rising numbers of young people presenting as homeless. In 2022-23, 2,186 young people aged 16 to 25 presented as homeless. The Housing Executive has recognised that. Yes, of course.
I think the member making very valid points, and it's a huge issue of concern for us all. And indeed, it presents to us in our offices every week. Does the member agree with me that there's a disproportionate impact on young single men, in particular, those who are healthy and well, that can't get enough points to get housed quickly enough, and that is leading to a particular issue for them in that regard? And certainly, I'm seeing examples of it every day.
Sean, you have an extra minute.
Thank you. I think that's partly what I'm seeing is linked to our planning issues. And the reticence of developers, of our planning committees in councils to actually approve single let and single bed accommodation, and that's a really big issue. We need to look at the need versus what is actually being put out there, need versus what is going to make money in some respects. So some of the things that I just want to make sure So the housing executive has been asked for that youth homelessness draft plan. We were supposed to get it in April 2024. We'll be asking again. It is an important step, but we need to ensure that it's implemented quickly. We need to make sure that it's resourced. And for me, it's also about rural areas where young people often feel even more isolated and more unsupported. We're seeing day and daily young people being moved into hostel accommodation or HMOs that are outside of the rural area where they would have any semblance of support. Again, that's another issue. As my colleague has said, it's not just about the number of homes that's the problem, particularly in rural areas. It is about infrastructure, or more accurately, the lack of it. The roads, the wastewater systems, and even the basic services that we need to build more homes simply aren't there, or they're too outdated to support new developments. Again, I have this problem in some of the villages in my own constituency where there are developers that are waiting in the sidelines. There is land that has been acquired and they are not getting planning approval because of the wastewater systems. It's happening right across Northern Ireland, so it isn't just an issue, again, as I say, of building more houses. And again, another barrier to addressing the crisis is division that still exists in so many parts of Northern Ireland. Just this morning, I've received a text message from my constituency office to say that there was a family who turned up to paint their new house in an area of Ballymena to be told, "You're not welcome here," and are having to actually give up the tenancy. We believe in shared housing. We believe in mixed tenure developments, and precisely what we talked about in the previous motion, there are too many people asserting control within communities, and it is impacting right the way through. So for me, this reflects straight back to the paramilitarism and other issues, and I'll give up there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sian. The Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today, so therefore, by leave the Assembly proposes to suspend until 2. This debate will continue after question time, and when the first member to be called will be John Stewart. Thank you. The Assembly is by leave suspended.
Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
The sitting's resumed, and we now have questions to the Minister for Health. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1.
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. My department has taken a number of steps to improve patient flow at the Alton Area Hospital. An enhanced minor injury unit was opened in March of this year. It is a phone-first led service. It operates from 8 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night, 7 days a week. And it's my expectation this unit will see some 20,000 minor injury patients per year, thus 20,000 people avoiding the need to attend the emergency department. My department has also commissioned an enhancement to the Alton ambulatory care unit, operating from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, 7 days a week, expected to provide almost 20,000 bookable appointments a year. A consultant-led respiratory hub is also available, with clinics operating 2.5 days a week, offering capacity for 1,200 patients each year, as well as providing 7-day respiratory consultation cover for the emergency department and inpatients referral. Western Health and Social Care Trust has established a control room in the hospital to proactively manage the flow of patients through the hospital site and into community services. And a discharge coordination team is promoting earlier discharges and improved weekend discharge rates for patients who have been assessed as medically fit. In addition, the Trust has engaged with GP practices to embed direct referral pathways from primary care into the hospital at home service. Work between the Trust and care homes is also helping to avoid admissions for residents, with plans in place to manage agreed conditions by care home providers, as well as redesigning 7 general residential beds to increase capacity for patients with dementia. The Trust will open a further 11 beds for dementia patients and 8 general nursing beds to help improve flow and discharge from Ciara
Ferguson.
Thank you, Minister, for the update and the range of measures. Unfortunately, at this moment in time, things aren't improving, despite the fact that we have the minor injuries unit, etc., as you've mentioned, and despite the fact on a weekly basis there is an urgent escalation where people are removed from their beds onto corridors. Do you believe that additional work needs to be done regarding any medical gaps regarding specialisms and staff to actually reduce the number of people? 29% of people
Minister.
are with more than 12 hours in A&E in Alton.
Well, I thank the member for the supplementary, and what I would say to her is what we're trying to do is remove the second assessment. So a lot of people end up in a hospital because they start off with their GP, where they are assessed, and then they're sent to the emergency department of an acute hospital, where they are assessed a second time. I think that the future is to do away, wherever possible, with the second assessment and be able to, for the GP to be able to refer the patient directly to a specialist service within the hospital. And you will see that some hospitals, as well as having emergency departments and minor injuries unit, now have urgent care departments. And that's what I'm talking about, where you can be referred by a GP directly to an urgent care department. And the kind of theory behind that is that you do have more specialists. And indeed, the future of healthcare and the past of healthcare is a development towards fewer generalists and many, many more specialists. And that is the future, that is the direction of travel.
For his answers, I'd like to commend the heroic efforts of our staff in the emergency department at Alton. Could the Minister provide us with an update on the Western Trust business case for an enhanced emergency department at Alton?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question. I visited Alton a few weeks ago, and we looked at some of the new facilities that are in place there. and I was updated on the fact that there is a plan for a new emergency department. I would have to write to the member if he's looking for exact details in terms of where that outline business case is and what the timeline is for completion.
Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. The Minister will be well aware of overcrowding within our A&Es across Northern Ireland. We're including to increase pressures within the department, and ambulances being stacked up outside the department for up to 12 hours quite regularly. I'd like to ask the Minister what work his department is undertaking to reduce average waiting times across our A&E departments.
Well, I thank the member, and to address the ambulance handover time question, which is a critical one. My department has taken a number of steps to improve waiting times at emergency departments, and reducing those handover delays has been a key priority because the impact this has on the ambulance services capacity to respond to calls in the community, particularly Category 1, Category 2 emergency calls. So a regional process has been issued by my department to all the geographic trusts for the release of ambulances from outside EDs when the ambulance service has an outstanding Category 1 or Category 2 call. Trusts have been working with the ambulance service to introduce new care pathways for patients, to provide alternatives to conveying all patients to an ED. What I would also say to the member is it's about the flow, as the member will be aware. And when I started in the department, one of the cost savings that was put to me, which I could not countenance, was cutting a very significant number of hours of domiciliary care. Because if we do that, then even more patients who are ready for discharge will be stuck in a bed, particularly in an acute hospital. And if those beds are not vacant, then the people in the ED department trying to get into those beds are stuck in ED, and therefore the people in the ambulances can't get into ED. So it's all about the flow, and I would assure the member that we are very well focused on that in the department.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister, and thank you very much for your answers so far. The Minister will be aware that the sooner the person can be triaged, it's often better for the patient. Can the Minister provide an update on the work to introduce a telephone triage service locally, please?
Minister.
I thank the member. Well, one of the strategic priorities of the Urgent Emergency Care Review, which was published 2 years ago, was the introduction of local and ultimately regional phone-first services, which would be akin to the 111 telephone services that operate in other parts of the United Kingdom. Local phone-first services are now available in all trust areas. They provide initial advice and triage for those people who are considering attending urgent care services. My department is also exploring the possibility of introducing a regional HSC 111 telephone triage service, which will bring these local services under one easy-to-remember telephone number, subject, of course, to business case development and funding availability. Officials have been engaging with counterparts in England and in Scotland to get a better understanding of how their services currently operate, including the introduction of a mental health hub as part of any new service. That hub, if introduced, would provide mental health assessment and support, including signposting callers to other relevant mental health services.
McAllister. Minister.
I thank the member, and I fully recognise the current situation is unsustainable, and I am determined to see urgent improvements in this area. I'm aware there's unfortunately a significant number of families on waiting lists to access support services, and an increasing number of children with disability on the edge of care. I'm also aware that regionally the limited availability of residential care for children with disability has resulted in a decimated residential short-break service, with a number of residential short-break units being repurposed to provide longer-term care to children with disability. A Children with Disability Summit was convened by my officials last month to consider potential options in respect of improving access. The summit was also attended by senior representatives from each of the 5 geographic trusts and senior representatives from RQIA. It was agreed at the meeting that each trust would develop a proposed Children with a Disability short-term action plan, which they will submit to my department for active consideration in terms of suggestions and estimated costings regarding what is needed to imminently attempt to alleviate some of the significant pressures experienced with children's access to overnight short breaks. I want to fully acknowledge that in the very near future there will also need to be active consideration given to the medium and the long-term plans that each trust will need to consider, and that's in terms of fully addressing the long-standing issues that have existed for children with a disability service. It's important to recognise that overnight residential short breaks are only a part of the continuum of services needed for children with disabilities, and the opportunities to expand support services that can be provided in the community are also being actively considered.
Ms McAllister.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and I appreciate that there is work ongoing. However, the Minister acknowledged in the debate last week about the documentary I Am Not OK. These families and many others will want to know the answer to the question is when will we see an increase in the provision for respite and also an increase in the provision for more long-term residential, because unfortunately it's now arriving at that situation.
Minister.
Well, I think there are two issues that we need to address, and one is the physical infrastructure, the houses, the residential places that we need, because we don't have enough, and I know Professor Ray Jones has some thoughts about how we should reconfigure. But then there is also the appropriately trained staff, because even if we had the money, even if we had the physical infrastructure, do we have the staff to undertake a major increase in provision? Well, the answer to that, I'm afraid, is no, not in the immediate term. There will have to be training, there will have to be recruitment, and also we're concerned, as we are with all areas of the workforce, about the retention of staff. So can I give the member an answer to that? I'm afraid I cannot give you a timeline. What I can say to the member is this week, and hopefully as early as tomorrow, I will be presented with some proposals from my officials who are working tirelessly on this issue. And if it is as early as tomorrow, then hopefully that is something we might be able to discuss at this week's meeting of the Health Committee. And I would welcome that very much.
Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers so far. The SDLP recently met with the families in the hard-hitting documentary about their lives and how lack of respite services has impacted them. They have referenced facilities that have capacity yet are not fully used. I was going to ask you, Minister, is money the simple issue here, but you did allude to staffing issues. Can you just talk us through a little more about that, and where do we go from here?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question. Actually, when the Professor Bengoa was here last week, in the morning we visited a social care, a residential site in North Belfast, where the point was made to us that there were 5 beds in terms of the capacity of this unit, but only 2 were being funded by the Belfast Trust. It would be lovely to say we could find the money to say the Trust will now fund all 5, but the point that was made was even if that money was available, the staff are not available. So that then becomes a workforce challenge on top of the financial challenge. And solving that, either of those, is not something that can be done in the short term. So I want to be realistic, but I also want to be optimistic, and I want to give a little bit of hope here and say, not least because of that devastating but brilliant documentary, I Am Not OK. It is very much on the radar of the department, and I'm determined to do something about it.
Alan Crawford.
Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answers thus far? Minister, the recent BBC Spotlight programme was incredibly effective and impactful in driving home the particular challenges and pressure some of our families are facing. Can the Minister commit to leaving no stone unturned in finding a resolution, and does he agree that it will be essential for his department to continue to work with key stakeholders, including families and even new independent voices such as his recently appointed autism reviewer? Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Sir. And I thank the member for his comments there. And yes, I agree with everything that he has said. It is a very difficult challenge. It's not one that lends itself easily to short-term fixes. But as I say, I hope this week and potentially tomorrow that we will start the process by looking at a number of options. I'm very pleased to see Emma Cubitt in place with return as the autism advisor. I think she's got off to a great start. I heard her on the radio not long after she was appointed, and she is clearly determined to be independent, which is exactly what she should be, holding people's feet to the fire, including the department and including mine.
Alan Killian.
Please.
Minister. Thank the member. During construction of the new maternity hospital at the Royal Victoria, as part of routine monitoring, the contractor reported levels of Pseudomonas aeruginosa PSA within the domestic water systems. Action was taken to remediate this. The contractor continued to test the water and provided a set of samples immediately prior to handover. The results of these samples were reviewed and they did meet contractual obligations. The building was then handed over in March of this year, and following that, the Trust put the water systems within the building into operational mode and ran a period of steady state. And during that period, the Trust took samplings from all the water outlets within the building. PSA, I'm afraid, was detected in a significant number of those outlets. This current issue involves the detection of PSA within the domestic water systems. The Trust want to provide assurance to members of the public that it takes steps to prevent Pseudomonas colonising in their plumbing network, to protect the vulnerable patients in their care, and that includes regularly testing the water system. The Trust is currently commissioning an independent review of the water systems at the maternity hospital. It will be undertaken by leading industry experts. It will inform next steps for the Trust under the relevant design and construction contracts. In tandem with that independent review and subject to its final outcome, the Trust is developing remediation options for the water systems. Remediation works could significantly impact on timescales for occupation of the building. Belfast Trust staff continue to provide excellent care to women and babies in the Royal Jubilee Maternity Hospital, and service delivery, I am told, has not been impacted as a result of the delay, but obviously mothers and families are being denied access to the new maternity hospital.
Ms. Killian.
First response, prior to the latest announcement, I had enough freedom of information in to ask what the cost of this delay was. I was told by the Belfast Trust it was commercially sensitive. Now, given the vast sums of public money, can the Minister confirm or even commit to bringing back the HMLA the total cost of this delay and the build up until now? Because the answer I was given is completely unacceptable to a democratically elected MLA, and it lacks complete transparency.
Minister. Well, I acknowledge what the member has to say. I think the only potential confidentiality would be with regard to who was responsible for PSA in the water systems in the maternity hospital. And I know there are ongoing discussions. The member may be aware that previously there was an issue with the water systems in the critical care building on the Royal Victoria site, although I am assured that was of a different origin and a different set of circumstances, which did lead to a financial settlement with the contractor, as I understand it. But the circumstances here are very different. But I think openness and transparency, particularly to MLAs, is what is required, allowing for the fact there may be some commercial sensitivity along the way.
Dan Dodds.
And thank you to the Minister. We know that the cost of the new hospital has more than doubled since the initial business case. We also know from questioning at the Health Committee that Pseudomonas in acceptable levels was present in the water system at handover. Could the Minister tell us what role his department had in the handover, and if the Minister has confidence in the Trust with the new capital projects?
I thank the member. I do stand to be corrected, but I don't believe that the department had a specific role in terms of the handover, in that this was a building that was commissioned by the Belfast Trust, and it was a commercial relationship with a contractor. I think where I have a difficulty is in a broader sense, which is that the contractor ran some tests which were acceptable in terms of how these contracts are managed. But actually, those tests were not replicating how that water system would operate once the hospital had been commissioned and was fully operational. And when the Trust did that, that's when we discovered that the levels of PSA were not acceptable, and the problem has arisen. And it is a very serious problem, and it may take a very long time to fix the problem. And it is a hospital, as a member will know, that has been subject to delay after delay for year after year after year, and the consequence is that the cost of building the hospital is now eye-watering. And I have to say, when I first saw it written down on a piece of paper, I thought there'd been a typographical error. It is phenomenally expensive. And having to spend the money to fix the PSA issue, particularly if the costs fall to the Trust, is going to put even more pressure on an increasingly pressurised budget.
McMonagle.
To the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, what reassurance can you give the midwives at Daisy Hill Hospital's maternity unit who, because of recent actions and inactions by the Trust, are very concerned that his department and the Trust are systematically dismantling maternity services at our hospital in Uri City?
Minister, answer that as you may. It doesn't relate to
well, as the Speaker suggests, your question has very, very little relevance to the question as posed by Ms Nakulan. What I would say to you, gently, is that there were some workforce issues with midwives recently in the Southern Trust, and that was dealt with as best as the Trust could possibly handle it. And I am not aware of any plans to dismantle maternity services at the Daisy Hill Hospital.
Can I ask how your department are monitoring the current risks within the domestic water systems across all the Trust areas?
I thank the member, and on foot of the Pseudomonas issue that has arisen in the maternity hospital at the Royal Victoria Hospital, we are now reviewing how every Trust monitors the water supply in all of their facilities.
Alan Robinson.
For Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member, and I recognise that arrangements for clinical negligence indemnity are a matter of concern for GPs locally. In financial year 2023-24, £1 million of funding was reallocated from other areas of the general practice budget on a one-off, non-recurrent basis to support GPs with indemnity costs. As part of the 24-25 General Medical Services Contract, which was agreed with the Northern Ireland General Practitioners Committee in May this year, £38.9 million of funding was released for repurposing as a result of the incorporation of the Quality and Outcomes Framework and specified enhanced services into the core contract, and with the inclusion of funding for clinical waste also moving into the core. Now, of this, £5 million was allocated to GP practices on a per capita basis towards indemnity costs, and that was an interim measure pending the identification of the long-term model of indemnity. Documentation outlining the detail of the contract agreement set out how the reallocation of funds with the GMS envelope would work. Further clarification on these arrangements was issued to all GP practices on the 18th of September, but I'm aware of the issues raised by the Northern Ireland General Practitioners Committee in relation to the outworkings of the 24-25 GMS contract, including the funding for indemnity. And indeed, I met the chair of the General Practitioners Council, Dr. Francis O'Hagan, this morning, and discussed those concerns and explored options for moving forward. And we will continue to engage with the committee representatives on this issue. And looking to the longer term, a number of possible indemnity options have been identified, ranging from the current model to state intervention that includes a number of state-backed model options.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer today. Given that the BMA have highlighted and are highlighting that many GP practices have seen no real benefit to the £5 million within the 24-25 GMS package that was announced by the previous Minister, does he agree with me that it is important that a long-term model for GP indemnity is got right? Because if not, it will continue to act as a chill factor for GPs wishing to practice in Northern Ireland, or indeed remaining in Northern Ireland.
Minister. I thank the member for his supplementary question, and I think it is a very important issue. Having spoken to Dr. O'Hagan and some of our colleagues this morning, it is clear that there is at least a misunderstanding or a misinterpretation of the current arrangements, which is causing some disquiet within general practice doctors. This needs to be resolved. It needs to be resolved at pace. But at least as importantly, because this is an interim measure that we are discussing, we need to move to a solid state, long-term solution on the question of indemnity. And I can say to the member, during the discussions, we talked about several issues which might help to resolve this. And my officials were keen to say that by the end of the calendar year, if not well before then, they hope to be in a position to sit down with Dr. O'Hagan and colleagues and present what we hope will be an acceptable long-term solution to this issue. Because, as the member says, GPs feel exposed in a way they don't feel exposed in other areas of the United Kingdom, and that is clearly a problem with the sort of potential consequences the member has outlined.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Health Minister, for your answer so far. Just to drill down a bit in terms of the funding that they received, you called it per capita basis in the past. Can you confirm whether that was additional money or was that just within the current contract and it was rejigged? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, it is my understanding that what happened was there was a negotiation not just about the money that would go into the General Medical's contract, but also about the work that would cover. So there was a rejigging of the services that were to be commissioned within that. But my officials are clear, and it's not necessarily accepted by all, but my officials are very clear that what was going on there was money was being ring-fenced, that there was £5 million which was to be used for the indemnity of GPs. Now, I think it would be fair to say that it is pretty well known outside of this chamber that GPs are not on that same page as me. And I would tell you that what I have offered is independent arbitration, to look at the contracts and to tell us who's right and who's wrong. And if we're wrong, we are at fault. But we are confident that any independent assessment would find in our favour, as the GPs are in terms of their side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, is it not the case, the medical fraternity is quite clear about this, they were offered money for GP indemnity, we all lobbied for that, and we were told that it was being delivered, and when it's actually got onto the ground, they did get the money, but the money was removed from other parts of their contract. This is a sleight of hand that has to be sorted out because it's impacting face-to-face delivery on the ground for people in our communities.
Minister.
Well, I have to say to the member, the use of the term sleight of hand will be deeply resented by officials in the Department of Health, and I would encourage you to eyeball them and make the accusations to them, because there was a very frank, honest and robust discussion this morning on this issue, and my officials are absolutely certain in their position, and I have seen no evidence to make me doubt that. So I encourage the member, if you want to use the language like that, eyeball the officials and put it to them and let them respond.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you. Does the Minister agree with me that primary care will have a very important role to play in helping to resolve our totally unacceptable waiting times position? As such, can the Minister give an assurance that he and his department recognise the value of the primary care elective scheme?
I thank the member, and absolutely. I mean, I have talked often about shift left for healthcare delivery, and what I mean by that is getting healthcare out of hospitals and into the community and into primary care practices. And the primary care elective service is hugely important in providing 5 key pathways: dermatology, gynae, vasectomy, minor surgery, MSK. But more important than that, it is about prevention, it is about early intervention. And it's only if we do that that we will be able to transform how we deliver healthcare. And if we don't transform, as Professor Bengoa warned us last week, by the year 2040, health will require the entire executive budget, 100%. Nothing for schools, nothing for roads, nothing for anything else. So it is an imperative that we get on with that transformation. He made clear that every country, particularly every country around Europe, is seeing the budget for healthcare rising. The challenge is to de-accelerate that increase as much as possible. And primary care and doctors GPs play a crucial role in delivering that.
Liz Kimmins.
Okay, question number 5, please.
We have a minute left of your time, Minister.
Okay. The redesign of the current serious adverse incident procedure is important. It's one of my department's priorities. We've been undertaking extensive engagement with a broad range of stakeholders, and this includes the Patient Client Council engagement platform, which comprises 5 individuals with lived experience of the SAI experience. I want to give way for a follow-up, if that's possible. Ms. Gimmons.
The Minister for his answer and for giving way. On the back of that, Minister, I suppose it's to understand the value of the engagement that has happened to date, and are you satisfied that that is doing what it should be doing?
Minister. Sorry, I didn't quite catch it, but I'm determined that I acknowledge the SAI as currently constituted is not fit for purpose, and I'm determined that we bring one forward that is efficient, that is fast, and that is patient-centred.
Move to topical questions. I call Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, the consultation for the Public Health Bill closed for responses yesterday. Given the obvious and significant number of objections, can the Minister detail what weight will be placed upon the responses that are received?
Minister. Well, I thank the member for his question, and this is, of course, a very, very important area that we are discussing. I have not yet had a brief on the number of responses there have been, so I'm not even aware of that. Never mind whether they're positive or negative. I am aware of the very strong campaign against some of the proposals. And just to re-emphasise, because we're moving from the 1967 Act, which only gave cover for a number of infectious diseases, to an all hazards protection, which includes biological, chemical, radiological, I felt it was important to put all the options on the table for a public consultation. It is not for me to decide in advance, I'm going to rule that out, I'm going to rule that out. And indeed, had I not put some of those options in, there might have been another campaign to say, why have you not put those options in? And can I just say, for those who think it is draconian, we have this 1967 Act. It already provides for a magistrate's order that a person suffering from a notifiable disease that presents a serious risk to others can be removed or detained in hospital for a specific period. And it empowers authorised officers to, quote, do all acts necessary, unquote, to give effect to that order. That's the Public Health Act 1967, Part 1, Section 3, A, 1 and 2.
Minister, if there are numerous objections to a specific part of the consultation, will you give an undertaking that if that's the will of the public, that you will remove those specific clauses from any bill in the future?
Minister. Well, no bill has been written, and the shape of the bill, the composition of the bill, will be dictated to an extent by the public's reaction to that consultation process. But it will also be up to this Assembly and to the Committee of Health to decide the shape of the bill. So, again, I don't feel that I am the only person making decisions here. I think I shall use the consultation to try and shape the bill. You know I'm personally not in favour of forced vaccinations, but it happens. During COVID, for example, over 50s in Italy were subjected to forced or compulsory vaccinations. I will shape the bill as I feel best, but I will bring it to this chamber and to the committee, and I will ask you, help me shape this so that we get the right balance between protecting population health and upholding human rights, personal liberties. And I have to say to the member, there was a draft equality screening, a draft disabilities duties and a draft human rights assessment published alongside the bill.
Harvey.
Minister, elderly people between the ages of 75 and 80 have been selected to receive the RSV vaccine this year. Could the Minister inform us if his department has any plans to extend this group to all patients with respiratory disease, such as cystic fibrosis, COPD, farmer's lung, to mention a few?
Minister. Well, I thank the member for his question, and I have to say we do not have plans in that area, and the reason is we are following Great Britain in terms of the advice and the rollout of that vaccination.
Mr. Harvey.
Minister, do you think that might change?
I'm afraid not.
Morris Bradley.
Can I ask the Minister, I attended a recent listening event in the Lodge Hotel when the Northern Trust suggested an extra 30+ ambulance trips would be necessary if Causeway Emergency Department were to be moved to Antrim, plus an undefined number of private ambulances added to that figure. Bearing in mind that a bleed-out injury would not survive a trip to Antrim, has the Minister examined the cost of these extra journeys and the threat to life being ferried from Causeway to Antrim?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member, and I acknowledge that there are legitimate concerns when you move services from one place to another. And yes, the Northern Trust are consulting on removing emergency general surgery from the Causeway and Coleraine to Antrim Area Hospital in Antrim Town. But that is a live consultation, and it is only when we've got to the end of that process that we will be drawing up, or the Trust will be presenting the Department with an outline business case. I would say a couple of things to the member. The emergency department will still stay at the Causeway, and the important thing, if somebody is in a bad way, is to stabilise them. That is the absolute priority. I am seeking assurances, and I'm getting to some extent assurances, that once that is done, it is not a life-threatening thing to do to move that patient to Antrim Area Hospital for the procedure they need of an emergency nature. I would also say to the member, it just makes sense logically, wherever possible, to separate out emergency surgery from elective or planned surgery. If you were on a list, and it doesn't matter whether you've been waiting a month, a year, 5 years, if you wake up at 6 o'clock because this is the day of your procedure, only to get a phone call or a message to say that that procedure has to be postponed because there's emergency surgery taking place in the theatre that you were supposed to go to, how deeply frustrating is that? So in terms of achieving the productivity and efficiency that I'm seeking from the Trust, it does make sense, as a matter of course, to separate emergency and elective surgery, but it has to be done in a safe way, and I will assure the member that before any final decisions are taken about moving any services from one hospital to another, that safety of patients will be the priority concern.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really thank the Minister for his detailed response. But Minister, if you take a map of Northern Ireland and you take the proposed health proposals, you will find that nearly all specialist services will be centred in and around Belfast, of which Antrim is part, and it leaves us on the north coast and right through North Antrim, right through East Londonderry, with one hospital, and that's the Altnagalvan. And that's putting lives in the Causeway Coast and Glen at risk. My own preference, having listened to all that was said at that meeting, is that option 5 should be the preferred outcome, not option 7. And I would like to know, nobody can answer, how they arrived at option 7.
Minister.
Well, I think I know how they arrived at option 7, and that was by listening to the clinicians. And I visited the Causeway and then the Antrim area one day a few weeks ago, and I met some of the clinicians who were involved, and I have to say to the member, their view was that the option was not, as the Trust put it, their preferred option. In the view of the clinicians, it was the only and the essential option, otherwise services would be closer to the danger of collapse. And I understand that for everybody, healthcare is both personal and local. And everybody would like, in an ideal world, you'd like an acute hospital at the end of every street. And we cannot do that. And we have to reconfigure how we deliver our services. And I have acknowledged in this House before, there is obviously going to be a tension between clinical opinion and community opinion. And I think one of the challenges for us is to say to people, for example, with this proposed move under option 7, as the Minister calls it, of general emergency services from Coleraine to Antrim, that that's only half the story. And that half of the story is taking something away from people who access the Causeway Hospital. But the other half of the story is we're going to put something in. We're going to make the Causeway Area Hospital an elective overnight stay centre. And that means a lot more efficiency will be delivered because elective procedures will not have to be cancelled because of emergencies. And actually, it will deliver better outcomes with a proviso that we will very carefully assess any potential patient risks by moving services from one hospital to another.
Alan McGill,
The Minister, I'm sure, will be acutely aware of the serious issues and workforce challenges within children's social work teams right across the North. Can the Minister therefore advise what action he has taken to date to address the key issues, including better pay and to reduce high staff vacancy lists?
Minister.
Well, pay and workforce challenges are amongst the most pressing and difficult and intractable issues we have. I acknowledged previously, for example, in terms of pay rates within health and social care, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to compete with Strangford. And so particularly on the border areas, the trusts, the Western and the Southern trusts, have particular problems because it is now so easy with the road network transport arrangements for people to base themselves here but work in Strangford. In terms of the workforce, we have many vacancies right across health and social care. And all I can say to the member is we're very aware of that and we do what we can. And part of the challenge, because we can't necessarily compete on price in terms of salary, is to put together a package so that it is attractive to people. And I think Carol McKillen was making the point in terms of social care in North and West Belfast the other day. People are burnt out. It's not attractive. There's no work-life balance. And if you don't have good work-life balance, you don't have a good workforce, you have problems with your workforce. So you're identifying issues we're aware of, but we don't have easy solutions to.
Mr. Gildernew.
Thank you. And as a previous social worker myself, I do understand, and you mentioned the shift left, and social workers are out there every day of the week on the left, on the cold face in that regard. Can you provide, Minister, an update on what meetings you're planning to have with trade union and representative groups in order to address the issues that you've highlighted there?
Well, meetings actually, particularly between officials and stakeholders, including the unions, are happening all the time. I am more than happy to engage when appropriate. What I want to see is a workforce where there are no vacancies and where people are as content as possible in their role because they feel they're being cherished, they're being well rewarded. I came to this role from the Economy Committee, where your colleague Conor Murphy has been talking about good jobs, and we had several debates in that committee about what is a good job. Because you might say, well, a good job is being the consultant or the surgeon, not being the hospital porter, but we need hospital porters. So a good job must embrace hospital porters, and that means that they feel they wake up in the morning looking forward to going on a shift, that they feel as if they're well rewarded for doing their work, that they're respected and honoured for doing their work. So those are the sort of principles that I want to apply, and you know, that filters down through officials in the department who are doing the kind of day-to-day engagement. But I am always more than happy to engage directly with unions and other stakeholders.
John Stewart.
I thank the Minister for recently agreeing to my request to meet with some GPs in a busy pharmacy in Carrickfergus. Can the Minister give an assurance that both he and his department are still committed to the further rollout of the MDT programme? Thank you.
Well, I thank the member. I very much enjoyed the visit with the member to Carrickfergus and around East Antrim, and I thank him for that invitation. It was useful to see firsthand the convincing case, by the way, that the Castle practice have made for an investment in their premises. I think the pharmacy is among the top 3 busiest in the whole of Northern Ireland. In terms of multidisciplinary teams, yeah, I'm fully committed to the further rollout of the MDT programme. I think in terms of any transformation that's taken place since the Bengoa report in 2016, MDTs may be the shining example of a successful initiative. So there is a bid for funding for the wider rollout of MDTs across primary care. That has been submitted by my department to the Northern Ireland Executives Transformation Fund. Now, there's question about whether that will be successful, given the fund is 47 million per annum, but across every executive department. But if it is successful, it's proposed the rollout will progress in 2 tranches during the 5-year window of the fund's existence.
Mr. Stewart.
And that's very welcome news, and I welcome that commitment. Can the Minister provide an update on where the East Antrim GP Federation sits within that proposed rollout?
And the member will recall, I'm not sure if it was the practice manager in Castle or one of the doctors who felt East Antrim had been knocked out of its place in the pecking order. But the next 3 proposed federations for MDT are North Belfast, the South West, which is Fermanagh and Omagh, and indeed East Antrim, and all are hugely deserving of the programme. And it's my firm hope, if the transformation bid is successful, we'll be able to move at pace with the East Antrim rollout. It's something the member will have heard GPs raise on more than one occasion as very important for their area.
Dr. Reagan, we've got less than a minute for both of you.
I think, Minister, you've got 60 seconds to answer this question. Can I ask the Minister for an update on the latest financial position of his department? And good luck to you if you can get it in that 60 seconds, Minister.
Well, we received 122 million in June monitoring. That was very welcome. It's made a good contribution to the deficit. But following an additional push for savings from our arm's length bodies, the gap is now a reduced but still significant 130 to 135 million pounds. And I commend the trusts who have made unprecedented savings this year in excess of 200 million pounds.
Thank you, Minister. And that brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister for Health. If members would take their ease, and we'll return to the previous item of business. Thank you.
Order, members. We return to the opposition debate on the declaration of a housing emergency, and I call John Stewart.
Welcome the opportunity to continue in this debate, and I think it is a very worthwhile one, and obviously an emotional one for many of those who are involved. I think together so far, regardless of disagreements, there has been a collective will among all those spokespersons that we do need to see change here, and that collectiveness as well needs to be emulated also within the executive, and I know the member for North Antrim made that point as well across all departments. Principal Deputy Speaker, housing is not just about bricks and mortar, it's about dignity, security and opportunity, yet far too many families and individuals across Northern Ireland for far too many families, the right to adequate, affordable and safe housing sadly remains out of reach. Northern Ireland does face a housing emergency. The waiting list for social housing continues to grow, with over 47,000 households currently waiting, many in urgent need. These are not just numbers, Principal Deputy Speaker, they are families, children, elderly people and vulnerable individuals who are being forced to live in inadequate or temporary housing conditions. And we will all know across this chamber that many people who come into our offices on a daily basis just crying out for that support, many of whom as well, as we know, far exceed the points that would ordinarily be able to guarantee them the house that they need, but just cannot get that house because the stock is simply not there. For each of them, this is a crisis and an emergency. Years of underinvestment, coupled with growing demand and a lack of housing construction, together with the right to buy, have created a perfect storm, and it is incumbent on the Executive to collectively find a long-term solution and strategy to tackle the growing housing list. I know my party colleague Andy Allen has already elaborated on many of those aspects relating to the Department of Communities, but I just wanted to touch on it from an infrastructural point of view as we look to tackle the biggest obstacles to both new and affordable homes. Firstly, the limits affecting Northern Ireland's housing executive ability to borrow is hamstringing them in terms of their fundamental role. In the 1950s and 60s, they averaged about 15,000 new homes a year, and we are nowhere near that now, as we know. In fact, we are at zero. We need to begin replicating what we did back in the 50s and 60s, and that will firstly be achieved by opening up the ability to borrow and then to build on the back of that. The second, that has already been discussed on by a number of points, are the limitations within our infrastructure. Number one, the capacity issue at Northern Ireland Water. In East Antrim, whole areas, for example, are being blocked because there simply isn't the capacity in the system. And across Northern Ireland, tens of thousands of houses are stuck in that process because there simply is not the capacity. I know in my intervention to the member for Strangford, I talk about the developer-led aspect, and the member made a very valid point that developers currently are offering solutions, but for smaller housing associations or the smaller projects in the first-time affordable homes or in social houses, the money and the bandwidth and the budget is simply not there to be developer-led. and therefore that project, that necessary project, is being held up in process. So something fundamentally needs to be tackled, and collectively this is one of the biggest infrastructural issues affecting the entire of the executive, and that's both in housing, affordable and social and first-time buyers, and across as well the economic piece, because there are so many aspects of our society being held back by that. The second in terms of that is obviously in planning, and Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we have waxed lyrical in here on a number of occasions about the problems with the planning system. It's 10 years now since they were devolved to local council, and sadly it simply isn't delivering, and something has to change. We talk about local area the plans. They were meant to be produced by 2019, and most councils are still developing those, but we need to see a strategy that is going to encourage single occupancy dwellings, that is going to encourage social housing projects and first-time projects, and not just allow the big projects, the big housing projects to go ahead. That simply has to be tackled, and if the department needs to get involved in that from a central point of view, then we would welcome that as well. I think, as I say earlier on, from my party colleague's point of view, he made the housing aspect point, but I think from a collective point of view, just to finish, Principal Deputy Speaker, the executive needs to tackle this as a cross-departmental issue and do all they can to resolve this. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I call Cara Hunter.
Principal Deputy Speaker, most of us in this chamber are probably fortunate enough to have a home of our own. It is the place where we feel safe, comfortable and grounded. It is the foundation upon which we build our lives, raise our families, and the place that embeds us within our community. Simply put, it is a fundamental of a happy life and a life well lived. Yet for too many in Northern Ireland and in my constituency of East Derry, so many dream of a safe and affordable home. For them, it is out of reach. And as this dream slips out of reach, we risk breaching the social contract that we have in this place to provide for each and every constituent and offer them a good standard of living. Everyone in our society has a rightful expectation to have a home in which they can feel safe, a home that brings them stability, and in which they feel they can grow while staying tethered to their community. However, the writing is on the wall, and Northern Ireland is in the middle of a housing crisis. As of June of this year, there were over 45,000 people across the north on the housing executive waiting list, and research from Ulster University shows that private rental stock has shrunk by 50% over the last 7 years. The Simon community has also noted that a staggering 26,000 homes are legally classified as homeless, with over 4,500 children, which I just find absolutely heartbreaking. And thousands more are deemed to be in housing stress, in other words, in desperate need of a home. I'm sure, like mine, all of our constituency offices are inundated with people bearing immense stress, desperately trying to secure a home, as they struggle with feelings of hopelessness and anxiety in their quest to find a place to live, many of whom have children. And something I've come across in my time as an MLA is many who are homeless have children with complex or special or physical needs. And in one awful case in my constituency, I have an incredible single mother who has 2 children who have a variety of needs, and they're living in the living room of their grandmother's house. So you can imagine the lived experience of that child. They can't invite people back to their home, they can't play in the home, there's not a suitable garden, and those are the kinds of things where memories are made from your childhood. So that's just something from my perspective I really recall, and I'm doing all I can to find that lovely family a home. But to underline the rapidly deteriorating situation, data from the Property Pal shows the average number of inquiries per rental property during the pandemic was just 19, but now it has rocketed to 89, and I know the constituents within my area are no stranger to this, given I'm in the Causeway Council area. After years of chronic failure from the executive to get a grip on the issue of housing in the north, there is no longer any time to waste. Indeed, so dire are the circumstances that we find ourselves in that the homelessness and housing insecurity in Northern Ireland has been noted as an issue of concern by the UN Committee for the Rights of the Child. And the committee has highlighted particular concerns regarding households with dependent children, many of whom are young children and infants living with family in temporary accommodation. Whilst we will be acutely conscious of the crisis facing our healthcare system, as just discussed during health orals, and our environment, the truth is that our housing situation is equally as awful and must be prioritised immediately. I would argue if you don't have access to a home, it's very hard to have a stable life. I would also like to draw attention to the particular issue within my own constituency, which includes the North Coast. We have particular challenges with second home ownership, which is absolutely spiralling out of control. We actually have no formal register of how these homes are being used and virtually no mechanisms to prevent these homes ending up in the hands of the wealthy few as holiday homes, whilst normal people, my constituents, struggle each and every day to find a place to raise their children. It is crazy, and I think it's a huge gap, a huge loophole in our legislation, our law, that we don't keep data on this. To give some detail, Causeway Coast and Glens estimates that up to 50% of properties in Port Ballantrae and 31% of houses in Cushendun are second homes. So that just gives you an understanding of how Airbnbs, holiday lets are impacting local properties, and over 1,000 properties listed at this current moment in time are holiday homes. So eating into housing availability for parents, for families, for young professionals. And I know people I went to school with, they can't afford a home because the housing prices are through the roof, and you lose your sense of community, you lose a sense of crack in the community because nobody can afford to live there. And it's really important that we as an executive here and members across this House really note housing is the #1 issue, and we desperately need the investment, and we definitely need to regard this as an absolute priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. I call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. During my 11 years involved in politics at both a local government level and now in central government, housing is by far the #1 issue I have encountered. The housing availability in North Antrim has been at a critical level for a number of years, as there simply aren't enough houses being built to match the growing demand. As well as a growing and ageing population, we have a number of thriving industries in my area, attracting people to come to the area to work, and the natural progression for them is then for the family to relocate to the area. All of these factors have played into the problem locally within North Antrim. This position has grown to be a Northern Ireland-wide problem, exacerbated by the limited capacity for new builds in our sewage network. I want to concentrate my remarks at looking at issues I have with the housing executive. I must say, housing casework is the most frustrating. Apart from ensuring that your constituent has the maximum number of points, finding a solution is largely outside of our control. Those employed locally by the housing executive are a credit to the organisation, but the fact is there's simply not enough houses to match the overgrowing demand for social housing. Take Ballymena, for example. Over the last 20-30 years, hundreds of houses have been demolished by the housing executive in Ballykill, Bally and the Derry Road. Sadly, these houses haven't been replaced and the lands have been turned into grassed areas. If there was a desire to now replace these houses due to limitations on the sewage infrastructure, it simply isn't feasible without an on-site solution to firstly separate rainwater from wastewater and then to deal with it on-site. Before leaving the housing executive, I want to highlight the need for an overhaul of how houses are allocated. The point system is out of date and fails growing families and single adults. A greater priority needs to be given to allocations made under good house management. Where applicable, this will allow 2 cases to be resolved under one move. I think of a case I have in Bandura, where a family with 3 children, all over the age of 9, are crammed into a 2-bedroom house with an award of a mere 14 points. The housing executive confirmed, although there is overcrowding, Northern Ireland Housing Executive will only consider overcrowding for homelessness under accommodation not reasonable, when there is a severe overcrowding of properties. In this case, the family are deemed to be 1 bedroom short and have to make do with 10 points for overcrowding due to no exceptional circumstances and 4 points for being on the waiting list for 4 years. The housing executive won't extend the house, and they won't sell the house to the family to allow them to extend it themselves. If the housing executive gave a greater priority to good house management, this family would have a better chance to get rehoused whilst resolving another case for someone needing to downsize. We have housing associations making some progress locally, but the projected builds lag well behind the number of houses required. With rent at an all-time high and no real long-term security for tenants, coupled with a greater reliance on co-ownership for buying houses, the time has never been greater to see a change in gear in how the housing executive provide and allocate houses going forward. The need will continue to grow, and without serious investment, homelessness will continue to be a growing problem in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Timothy. Now I call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, declaring a housing emergency is an important step in recognising the scale and seriousness of our housing crisis, and obviously happy to support a motion to that effect and its impact on human health and well-being. However, it's also important that we move from recognition of the problem to understanding the systemic root causes to meaningful action and investment, and the solutions proposed in the motion would help to lessen some of the worst impacts of the housing crisis. I'm also hoping to bring forward a private members' bill on the issue, and I hope the members opposite and the members in the House would support it in the coming period ahead. There are almost 21,000 vacant homes across the north, Deputy Speaker. At the same time, over 47,000 households are waiting for social housing. This equates to over 88,000 people, which is greater than the population of Derry, and 75% of the people on that waiting list are in housing stress. So bringing vacant properties back into use as a social home as quickly as possible will lift tens of thousands of people out of homelessness and housing stress. And in this chamber back in May, the Communities Minister said that, and I quote, "We should make use of the properties that we have as well as building more, and that there is no point in properties being left vacant." So I'm glad the Minister is on the same page as me and maybe others in this chamber. I look forward to further engagement with him and his officials on how to bring vacant properties into public ownership. And given our current wastewater capacity constraints, bringing vacant properties into use as social homes, Deputy Speaker, would be a relatively quick and efficient way to expand our supply of affordable homes. Although I do note that the wastewater capacity issues don't apply to student accommodation and hotels, which are seemingly gone up every day, every month of the year. So we urgently need to make up ground for the time lost and targets missed. Failure to deliver on previous social housing targets is beyond regretful. It is absolutely shameful. Failure to meet social housing targets and the gradual reduction of targets have directly contributed to rising levels of homelessness. The inadequate supply of social housing has also forced people into the under-regulated and unaffordable private rented sector. Many people who would have been entitled to a secure, affordable housing executive home a generation ago now find themselves paying an average of £1,000 a month for a private rented property in Belfast. This is completely unaffordable and out of control. Points to the fact that we need rent controls as well. And this partially accounts for the difficulties experienced by first-time buyers. How can you scrape together a deposit to buy your own home when the cost of renting means that you can't save at the same time? And one way through this crisis is to build more social homes. The draft housing supply strategy aims to deliver 100,000 new homes by 2037. But I note that the motion suggests a target of at least 50,000 additional homes by 2032. Deputy Speaker, in order to make proper headway on tackling the housing crisis, we need to set more ambitious targets that reflect just how many people are in desperate need of a secure and affordable home. There are over 47,000 people on our social housing waiting list as we speak, 4,000 of them in my own constituency of West Belfast. The most recent budget allocated enough building funding to build initially 600 but 400 now new social homes this year, compared with a target of 2,000 homes. So it is time, Deputy Speaker, for the Executive to stop cutting DFC's capital budgets, put its money where its mouth is, and start properly investing in social housing. Sure, yeah.
Would the member agree that there needs to be an executive-wide commitment to support the Communities Minister in addressing the housing emergency, including the commitment from the Finance Minister to allocate the necessary funding and investment to upgrade the wastewater infrastructure, and a commitment from the Infrastructure Minister to overhaul our planning processes to prioritise housing?
Jerry, you have an extra minute.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would agree generally, but also obviously in terms of overhauling the planning process, we have to make sure that it isn't, in order to have unsuitable homes to be built in a quicker timescale to make sure those homes are built properly. But the other points the member raised are well made, and I generally would be supportive of what he suggested. But the obvious point is obviously for some building of homes there is no wastewater infrastructure problems. I note student accommodation, hotels as well. So to add that point in the debate again. Deputy Speaker, the call for any additional Barnett consequential funding emanating from new house building in England and Wales to be ring-fenced for here is obviously welcome. However, I note that some speakers have made reference to expanding the housing executive's borrowing powers, and I think we have to be cautious. That says any attempt to allow the housing executive to access borrowing which doesn't score on public expenditure must not involve the reclassification of the housing executive, which is privatisation by a fancy name, and is not the solution to increasing supply. Private finance and subsidies for private developers have no place in tackling our housing crisis. They are what have caused it and exacerbated it in the first place. Another solution, Deputy Speaker, to the housing crisis is incredibly simple and effective: a ban on no-fault evictions. Every day across the north, private tenants are issued with eviction notices, and sometimes they're told, quite often they're told their landlords are selling up, only to see the property re-advertised to online let with a dramatic hike in rent. This is completely unacceptable. Sometimes tenants are given no reason.
Members' time's up.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
No worries. Thank you. So I want to call the Minister for Education, Mr Paul Given, to respond on behalf of the Minister for Communities, and Minister, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. It's a delight for me to be able to represent my colleague and good friend Gordon Lyons. He's engaged in important business in America this week on behalf of the Department. But I'm coming back home when it comes to the Department for Communities, one of the departments in this executive that I think is hugely important because it touches on so many aspects of people's lives, and in particular today we're dealing with housing. And I think Cara Hunter summed it up very well when she talked about the importance of a house and what it means to people: a safe place, somewhere for your family. And in the absence of that, it creates real difficulties and challenges in people's lives and can have a real negative impact. So let me thank everyone for their contributions. I will turn to them in due course. But first, can I just note this Assembly has already passed a motion declaring a housing crisis. That was in April of this year, and I think this demonstrates the ongoing importance that members give to this particular issue. The Communities Minister does recognise and shares the concerns that members and others continue to raise in relation to housing supply, the issues that impact on it and the consequences of this. Minister Lyons remains very concerned by the high need of social homes, the increasing waiting lists, the pressure that is on the homelessness system, and the increasing pressure on our private rented sector. And I know many members have spoken about the lengthy waiting list, social housing, and that is something that is very important. But we also need to ensure that there is provision for housing for everybody in our society. And often getting onto the housing ladder is incredibly difficult for young people. And I think it's right that we create a society where people aspire to own their own home. It can't always be the solution is social housing. That's a vitally important component part of the housing market. But many of the contributions spoke to the default position being the provision of social housing. What I want is a society where people can access their own affordable home and can buy their home. Yeah. I think that's something that we should all support. Some who believe that it should only be a social house are often people who own their own home, yeah, and yet they will seek to remove the rights of some people to be able to purchase their own home, and I just think that's something that we need to give serious thought to. The Housing Minister has stated on numerous times in this chamber that we need a whole system approach to address the issues that are impacting on supply. This means the challenges that impact on supply cannot be addressed by the Department for Communities alone. It will require executive commitment and funding to match. It's important to note that decisions around the allocation of any available capital, they are for the executive as a whole to decide. So that's why I welcome Sinn Féin's support for the housing supply strategy being brought forward. I know Minister Lyons is working on that this week. Whilst he's not here, he is still engaging with officials on that. And in pressing, as Sinn Féin have, for that strategy to be brought forward, when it is brought forward, I'm confident it'll get support because the Minister has been doing extensive work. But then the resource needs to follow. It's not my minister who holds the Ministry of Finance when it comes to that. So when that strategy is agreed and supported, let's make sure that that same pressure applies to other ministers who then need to enable my colleague to bring forward the proposals that will be in the strategy. I'll give way to Mr O'Toole.
I appreciate the Minister giving way. I'm sure the Minister Lyons is doing important work in America. I look forward to hearing it, but I hope we don't get another letter from America, as we once got to this Assembly. But can I suggest that Minister Lyons, in developing that housing supply strategy, and will he pass on that there really needs to be an urgent conversation with the Infrastructure Minister about what is meant by the idea of a developer charge? Ms Armstrong earlier on made some reasonable observations about the practicalities around that. I think it's important that we understand promptly what is actually being talked about, because at the minute it feels like very tentative and somewhat vague.
I know the Minister has been engaging and will continue to engage with all ministers. That's why it's important that we recognise it's a whole system response to this. And in proposing the motion, your colleague Mr McCrossan, who I think is one of the most capable members in this House, failed though to provide a constructive opposition, didn't offer any solution, showboated around the criticism and highlighting the fault, and lacked the kind of detailed knowledge which, to quote Ms Mulholland, the housing nerd has on this issue, and outlined how there is a need for collaboration to do with council local development plans, the construction industry, an absence of recognition around the inflationary pressures which now exist when it comes to the costs associated with building new homes, and that's something that's replicated elsewhere. So it is something that requires that collaboration with other ministers to take forward. So I welcome Mr O'Toole's comments because he did assure us that the SDLP intended to be a constructive opposition, but that was lacking whenever the initial commentary was made. Indeed, there was a lot of political posturing around the Assembly not being up and running and paralysis. I just say to the SDLP, for years you stood in the shadows of Sinn Féin when they kept this place down for years and didn't step forward. So we want to get the executive working on a stable footing, but to now pontificate as though you're paragons of virtue when it comes to political stability, I think isn't lost upon us when we look back on the many years when the SDLP were one of the leading parties and this place wasn't particularly stable then. In respect of the motion, it's also why the Housing Minister is working to bring his final housing supply strategy to the Executive as soon as possible. That strategy was developed from the outset, recognising the necessity of the whole system approach, and was developed so that it would be responsive to a programme for government. It will provide a framework to drive this priority forward. As part of the work to finalise the strategy, the Minister met recently with the Ministers for Infrastructure and Finance to discuss the need for the ongoing collaboration and action on some of the strategic issues that impact on supply. This included crucial issues that I've already mentioned, such as water infrastructure, planning and finance, and many members spoke to those particular issues. At those meetings, he did emphasise once again that action will be required to address those issues if any of the supply strategy is to have a chance of succeeding. And we're at a point where it is more important than ever to sustain and increase the annual level of new housing starts that have typically been seen here over the past decade. Over the last few years, the number of homes that we are building has started to fall, but without full executive commitment, reversing this trend simply won't be possible, and we will inevitably slide into a housing crisis similar to what is being seen in London, Edinburgh and Dublin. Alongside finalising the strategy, Minister Lyons has continued to push forward with what he can as the Housing Minister to address housing issues. In terms of social home building, Minister Lyons continues to allocate the majority of his department's capital budget towards the provision of new social homes. In the past 3 years, his department has invested over £510 million into the social housing development programme to start over 5,000 new social homes. This year, the Minister would have liked to start 2,000 new social homes. However, his department was not provided with the capital resource to fund this. I don't blame necessarily the executive around that, and this is where I appeal to other colleagues. rather than just criticising the executive on this issue, we as an executive consistently make the case to this Labour government, who were meant to come in and get rid of Tory austerity. Many in this chamber championed and heralded the day when the Labour would take over. In fact, the SDLP are the sister party of the Labour Party. And yet the Labour Party are bringing in even more austerity. I do wonder why the SDLP MPs actually sit on the same benches as the Labour government. They might need to revisit that particular issue, given the way in which they're failing to provide this executive with the resources that it needs. So no executive minister is happy with the budget that they have received. Minister Lyons was particularly disappointed because starting 600 social homes this year is not where we need to be, and he has stated that he'll do everything that he can to increase that number. So additional funds have been allocated in the June monitoring round. That is welcome, but the overall budget remains short of what is required. So the Minister will continue to bid for further funding to support the social housing development programme and help to deliver much needed additional new social homes. So can I thank everyone for the comments and the contribution to this debate. Setting aside some of that political points, I think every single one of us believe and agree the need to provide much more support in our society for people who need homes. We all deal with constituents every day who come to us with issues, and I think we all collectively want to get to a better place in respect of that. And I think the Housing Minister is leading on the work, and with the support of colleagues in the Executive and within this chamber, we can deliver to meet the need in our society.
Thank you. I call on Mark Durden to conclude and wind up on the motion. Mark, and you have 10 minutes.
I thank everyone for their contributions on this critical issue, and one which is quickly deteriorating to a point of no return. It's been a healthy debate, but this can't serve as yet another debate on the dire state of the housing crisis in this region. Discussing our ever-worsening statistics, and we've heard them today: 47,000 households on the growing waiting list, 35,000 in housing stress, over 4,600 children living in temporary accommodation. House building has fallen to a 60-year low. What was once unimaginable here has become an everyday occurrence. Homes are the foundation on which people build their lives and the building blocks of a thriving society. Our motion is constructive. It does contain suggestions and solutions. We won't be lectured on being a constructive opposition by an executive that doesn't do construction. While we welcomed housing as a priority within the programme for government, it merely notes that it will prevent homelessness by making it brief, rare and non-recurrent. Today's reality for many families and individuals is that homelessness is far from brief. It is becoming increasingly common, and it is often recurrent. It is a deep hole that is extremely difficult to escape, and that's been made doubly difficult by the decimation of homelessness prevention programmes, undermining the efforts of those organisations, rightly lauded by Ms Ferguson, who works so hard in this field every day. And I commend them, and indeed the staff of the Housing Executive and our housing associations, who deal with extremely stressful situations and do their best, working with people in stress and a system that is buckling. Homelessness breeds hopelessness. But this executive needs to do more than build hope. It needs to build homes. The PFG promises to deliver affordable homes, to bring forward the housing supply strategy for 100,000 homes over a 15-year period, at a time when fewer than 600 new social homes will be built this year, falling woefully short of targets. In the same year, it's highly likely that we'll sell off 400 or 500 housing executive properties, with the Minister refusing to even consider a moratorium on the right to buy scheme. That's just nuts. The reality is that warm words haven't and won't deliver on promises. The Executive's track record on housing is pretty dire. In April, we were advised that the housing supply strategy, billed in the last mandate as the answer to all our housing woes, was in good shape and awaiting executive approval. Meanwhile, the targets on social housing completions haven't been achieved for 4 out of the past 5 years. The cuts imposed on the capital budget for DFC will allow just a fraction of the target build, and that situation isn't likely to improve anytime soon. And the proposed cuts to the Housing Association grant and TCI could sound the death knell for the social housing development programme, with only 17 out of 61 potential schemes considered financially viable. Where are we? Mr Carroll asked on the restructuring of the Housing Executive, but Jerry needn't worry about the Housing Executive borrowing, because by the time they're allowed to build again, they'll have nothing left to borrow against. Instead of tangible progress, we've witnessed an executive focused on optics and headline-grabbing soundbites with no real follow-through. Even more troubling is that we've a minister who continues to avoid scrutiny. The opposition welcomed the Speaker's ruling on accountability a few months ago, following Minister Lyon's refusal to answer Assembly questions. And while there has been some improvement over the intervening months, when I recently requested data on the number of children living in temporary accommodation, he did not provide the information. However, we got it via FOI. If the Minister in charge of housing is unwilling to at least be transparent, what chance do we have of this executive admitting its shortcomings, recognising the need for improvement, and genuinely ensuring that thousands of families can secure a home? The information revealed that over 4,600 children are currently living in temporary accommodation. Children whose lives are unstable, moving from hotel to B&B, unable to put down roots. No space of their own, living out of suitcases, nowhere to do homework or enjoy a family meal, no friends in the street to call in for. Building families and societies on such an unstable footing means a huge cohort of our children has been left without their village and support networks that are essential to building their lives. We live in a society where obtaining an emergency placement in your hometown has become a luxury. One case that stands out in my mind is that of a single mother with a child who has profound disabilities. This child requires round-the-clock care, regular access to the GP, and often visits Galvin, where health staff are familiar with their specific needs. After losing their private rented accommodation and becoming homeless, they've been shifted miles away and stripped of that vital support network. The most vulnerable don't stand a chance in our current system. We're no longer just generation rent, we've become generation B&B. Temporary accommodation costs are soaring, £34 million in the last financial year. There's been a tenfold increase on non-standard accommodation spend over the past 5 years. It's worth remembering that the next time financial constraints are used as an excuse for this executive's lack of creativity. It's no surprise that we've seen a significant increase in spending in this area after the removal of funding for homelessness prevention programmes, but it should be a concern that increased demand will have a knock-on effect on the private rental market, pushing up prices and plunging more people into debt and further risk of homelessness. Temporary accommodation has been used as a sticking plaster, as Mr McCrossan says, to the gaping wound of housing, but rather than stemming the flow, it's actually sucking millions out of the system and sucking the life out of the people reliant on it. The catastrophic impact of the underfunding of water and wastewater infrastructure that it would have on housing development was understood. It's been understood for a long time, but the executive has chosen not to act. Even now, there's a notable lack of cooperation between DFC and DFI to get a handle on this growing issue. Responses so far have been pretty vague and underwhelming. Sadly, it doesn't inspire confidence that this issue will be improved, never mind resolved, anytime soon. No detail has been given as to what level of funding might be required, how that would work. There's so many questions, and we haven't had any answers to date. 2 major housing projects in my own constituency have been brought to a standstill. It's unacceptable that thousands of homes in an area with one of the highest rates of homelessness have been placed in jeopardy as a result of this issue. We need to see clear and measurable plans moving forward, even exploring cross-border options where practicable. It's evident that this is a barrier to the housing aims outlined in the PFG. Andy Allen spoke well and was very passionate on this issue. He bemoaned our lack of ideas. He then proceeded to steal my thunder on the ideas I was going to put forward around planning and the reuse of public land. Kelly Armstrong spoke 1 minute about the need for collective responsibility and the next about the failure, I think as she put it, of Nicola Mallon as an executive minister to deal with the wastewater issue. As Minister for DFI, Nicola Mallon went to the executive with a Living for Water plan, seeking a £1.4 billion budget. The executive agreed, but it vanished. She went with proposals for an infrastructure commission, but as I said last week, it's been sucked into the executive office where all good ideas go to die. Lastly, the empty home strategy could make a significant impact if utilised effectively. It's perverse in a society where more people are becoming homeless and the number of vacant properties is increasing. We don't need to reinvent the wheel here. There are models in other jurisdictions that could be adapted. Also, the reuse of these properties would circumvent the issues or the hurdles that water infrastructure is placing in the way of new builds. A few speakers mentioned the hidden hand of paramilitaries and how they exploit and abuse the housing system and exacerbate the housing crisis. So that makes the Minister for Communities and his stand-ins pandering to them all the more preposterous. I'll just finish by reminding members that housing was a central driver in the fight for civil rights in Northern Ireland.
Mark, your time's up. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're on a roll, but I have to be strict with everybody. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries have any noes? Okay, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Yes, point of order.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, for a point of order, and it pertains to the previous debate we had and indeed other business yesterday and today. I think by my count we are missing at least 4 ministers from the executive at the minute. Minister Lyons was in America, unable to respond to today's debate. I welcome the Education Minister stepping in. The Deputy First Minister was not here today to participate in the debate on paramilitarism. Minister Long was not around yesterday to participate in an urgent question on femicide and the crisis in that regard. I am aware Minister Murphy is in Germany, and I support the fact that he's getting jobs, and thankfully there's no business facing him. But would the Speaker's office examine better joining up at a bare minimum between ministers in terms of their diaries, because we only sit in plenary for 2 days a week, and it is profoundly concerning that about half of the executive can simply not be here whenever there's urgent business. I would flatter the constructive opposition to think it's simply because they're scared of responding to us, Madam Principal Speaker, but I'm sure it's more. I'm sure it's not just that, but I would like a Speaker's ruling or some kind of examination of it.
Apart from the comments about us all shaking in our boots, Matthew, I will bring it back to the Speaker's office. Thank you. So if members would take their ease to change the top table for the next item of business. Thank you.
Yes, Minister, good to go. Hello, Minister, good to go. The next item of business is a motion from the opposition on failure to produce a river basin management plan. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly expresses concern at the failure of the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to consistently meet the deadlines for the publication and implementation of a comprehensive river basin management plan required under the Water Environment Water Framework Directive Regulations Northern Ireland 2017. Notes the findings of the recent Office for Environmental Protection report on water quality, published in September 2024, which highlighted significant shortcomings in Northern Ireland's water management, including the persistent failure to meet water quality standards, the deterioration of river and lake ecosystems, and the lack of effective mitigation measures to address pollution. Expresses reservations as to whether the Lough Neagh Action Plan has the ability to deliver meaningful improvements in water quality without an updated river basin management plan. Recognises that without an effective river basin management plan, there are cross-border environmental, public health and economic consequences, including increased flood risks, threats to biodiversity, and an adverse impact on sectors which are reliant on clean freshwater sources, including agriculture and tourism. Affirms the importance of holding the Department accountable for its statutory obligations under environmental law, demands immediate action to reverse the ongoing deterioration of Northern Ireland's water quality, and calls on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to urgently finalise, publish and implement an updated river basin management plan, ensuring that all relevant stakeholders are fully engaged in the process.
Call on Matthew O'Toole to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 8 minutes will be added to the total time of the debate. Matthew O'Toole, could you please open the debate on the motion?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I will endeavour to be brief. I rise to speak and move today's motion as 2 shocking reports are published by the Office for Environmental Protection. The first, which came in the last few days, was, as relates to this motion, calling for the River Basin Management Plan, now 3 years overdue, to be published. The more recent one was published today, which is shocking. It talks about the unsustainability of our the current pressures that we have placed upon nature in Northern Ireland. There can be no doubt that of all the crises that we face in this society and of all the urgent things we discuss, and we've discussed paramilitarism and housing today, the crisis that we have created in our biodiversity and in nature in this region cannot be underestimated, and it cannot be understated. Clean and plentiful fresh water, Mr Deputy Speaker, is essential for life. It is a fundamental human right, critical for food production, recreation, culture, human health and well-being. But with blue-green algae smothering Lough Neagh for 2 years in a row, it goes without saying that the health of our rivers, lakes and streams has risen up the public agenda here in Northern Ireland. Our motion recognises this fact and the importance of upholding our legal obligations in relation to fresh water. And that's what we're doing today. And I hope the Minister, who I know does take these issues seriously, will see us doing today our job of accountability as a constructive opposition. The response to the crisis in Lough Neagh in many ways serves as a metaphor for how the executive this executive and previous executives has worked, ignoring problems, allowing them to build up, ignoring issues, ignoring evidence and warning signs, and then mounting a response. In this case, so far, it has to be said, a well-intentioned but so far inadequate response to the scale of the challenge. So as the executive congratulated themselves on the release of the Lough Neagh Action Plan, which contains some good intentions but not enough in terms of meaningful action, their compliance, the executive's compliance with basic environmental law is in question. The result is that 1/3 of our rivers, lakes and streams fail to meet legal thresholds for water quality. This is an issue which affects constituencies throughout this region. It is also a cross-border region, a cross-border issue. As we know, one of the rivers that flows into Lough Neagh originates in Monaghan. Believe it or not, we already have a strong regulatory framework which should protect fresh water and our freshwater environment. We also have fresh water which shouldn't just be a driver of agriculture or a participant in agriculture, but also a driver of tourism and fisheries. But we are losing both of those opportunities. The Water Framework Directive NI regulations require DAERA to develop and implement river basin management plans over a 6-year cycle. These plans are critical These plans should contain a full set of environmental objectives alongside a programme of measures aimed at achieving them. Like many of the policies and plans put together by the Executive, they've been delayed, and when they've been published, they've been lacking. For this one, the latest round of this plan is, as I said, a legal requirement, and it is 3 years late. It was due in December 2021, so I acknowledge that the Minister sitting here today is not responsible for a significant proportion of that delay, but he is in office now. Not only is it not being implemented, it hasn't been approved or published. What's more, what has been produced has been criticised as inadequate. And I mentioned the Office of Environmental Protection, the only body, though it is not a full independent environmental protection agency, with the power to hold DAERA to account. And I welcome the fact that they are doing just that today and in the days and over the last few days. They were scathing about the Department's attempt at developing an effective management plan. They criticised its weak and generic objectives, the lack of clear and specific plans to achieve the targets it set, and the lack of clarity on funding for any meaningful delivery. This is in relation to the River Basin Management Plan. In summary, the body tasked with holding government to account here in relation to its environmental duties casts strong doubt that the River Basin Management Plan will meet any of its targets. It raises concerns that DAERA could be in breach of the Water Frameworks Regulation Directive. This is a damning indictment of the Executive's environmental performance, and this goes back a long time. And obviously much of it can be traced to the implementation of the Going for Growth strategy, something which multiple parties, including the serving First Minister, had a role in delivering. So the absence of a robust river basin management plan threatens water qualities across rivers, lakes and our coastal waters. Any further delay is unacceptable. As I said, it is critical to the delivery of any improvement in Lough Neagh and a whole range of assorted issues. The Lough Neagh Action Plan, such as it is, was hailed as the solution to the issues facing the Lough, but it displays many of the same fundamental weaknesses that the Office of Environmental Protection have already been critical of. We acknowledge that this stuff isn't easy. We acknowledge that this motion isn't going to change. We acknowledge the Minister can't solve these problems overnight, but the first step is publishing this plan, meeting our legal obligations. I think the Minister wants to do this, but he will respect that we have a job of scrutiny to do in terms of holding him to account for delivering on it. This Executive needs to get serious about the environmental catastrophe that is unfolding in our region and needs to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I advise people that this debate is rather shorter than usual, so we need to keep very strictly to the times. So I'll take 15 minutes off or 15 seconds off anybody else who's trying to go on. That's why I'm playing it. Thank you very much indeed. Can I move on to the amendment? Can I ask Michelle McElveen to move the amendment? Michelle, thank you. You will have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 3 minutes. Over to you. I'll give you 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I would like to thank the mover of the motion for tabling this important issue. The Democratic Unionist Party wants to see a concerted and cross-sectoral approach to addressing both the sources of pollution and the means of improving water quality, whether in Lough Neagh or in rivers and lakes across Northern Ireland. Our river systems are a precious natural resource, but tragically in some instances are becoming nothing more than open sewers, with habitats destroyed, biodiversity lost and lasting socio-economic damage for those living and working in affected areas. Water is fundamental for sustaining life and growing our economy, and it's imperative that there is a multi-agency approach to addressing poor water quality. Any plan needs to be underpinned by targeted initiatives to prevent pollutants entering our waterways. Further enforcement action must be proportionate and justified for those who repeatedly or deliberately pollute our rivers or lakes. The Minister has outlined an intention to finalise the ongoing review of the last draft of the River Basin Management Plan by December. This, I understand, will bring forward a new programme of measures, and given recent interventions by both the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the OEP, it is appropriate that he is afforded the space to ensure the final plan represents a fair outcome for all the sectors impacted. River Basin management plans are an opportunity to bring focus to localise issues of concern and identify solutions specific to those catchment areas. There has been some concern expressed in recent years that this localised focus has been weakened, including the recent draft which was consulted on. So is the Minister intending to proceed on that basis, or does he recognise that a one-size-fits-all approach for all of Northern Ireland may not be appropriate? Will he consult on the final River Basin Management Plan? Will he ensure that future implementation and governance structures are catchment-based? These are important considerations, and I would ask the Minister, if he can, to address these in his response. Partnership working is crucial, and any programme of measures needs to be co-designed rather than imposed to maximise success in terms of implementation and outcomes. That means that DERA, DFI and their arm's length bodies such as NIEA and Rivers Agency need to work collaboratively with local councils, households, businesses and in particular our farming industry. Now, while we may have sympathy with what the OEP has said around the need for body-specific environmental objectives as part of the River Basin Management Plan, there's also the question of proportionality. Northern Ireland Water will undoubtedly be constrained by its budget and the lack of movement in constitutional change which might allow it to raise capital funds, to allow it to address sewage overflows and pressures facing water infrastructure. But that does not mean that other sectors should carry an inordinate or disproportionately high burden. The scale of contribution made by agriculture, for example, will be dependent on a guarantee from the UK Government around the level of funding available to support farm businesses directly or through rural development budgets. While we want to see drastic improvements in water quality, budgets are finite, not just in the public sector, and so progress must be sustained and sustainable. In doing so, the plans should avoid broad brush approaches to enforcement. There should be targeting of deliberate and repeat offenders. They should go hand in hand with advice and education to all sectors with responsibility for preserving water quality. There should be consistency in enforcement and punishment, and a blind eye should not be turned to the repeated crimes of a public authority while a farm business is heavily fined. Any future River Basin Management Plan should also recognise progress achieved to date and ensure close synergies with existing strategies and projects such as Living with Water programme and the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme. The Executive will also be required to press ahead with policies which encourage green growth and deliver future agricultural policy which adopts a results-based approach to farming with nature and give clarity on ammonia. River Basin Management Policy may set the strategic direction for achieving water quality, but the real litmus test for success will be in the outworking of these headline executive policies. Wider agreement between the Executive and HM Treasury on a fair, long-term and needs-based fiscal framework would assist the third cycle River Basin Management Plans immeasurably. The impacts of chronic underfunding of public services is clear in terms of the regression in water quality and also of the condition of Lough Neagh. Part of the solution needs to be the restoration and retention of adequate funding of our government departments. We can have all the world-class policies and plans, but they're useless without the necessary funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call on Nicola Brogan, and Nicola, you have 3 minutes.
As a member of the ERA Committee and Sinn Féin spokesperson on the environment and climate, I'm happy to speak in support of the motion here this afternoon. Ensuring we have safe, clean water is one of the most fundamental responsibilities of any government. As a primary natural resource, the quality of our water is first and foremost a public health issue, but it also affects everything else from biodiversity protection and food chain security to major industries such as tourism and agriculture, and even personal pastimes like angling and swimming. The worrying explosion in blue-green algae, both in Lough Neagh and in waterways across Ireland, has provided a startling visual reminder of the necessity of protecting our waters. An updated River Basin Management Plan is essential to ensuring that we can address the issue of water quality in as an effective, efficient and holistic manner as possible. I'm pleased to see that the motion acknowledges the need to address this issue on an all-Ireland basis. As an island, our waters are obviously deeply interconnected, and it makes no sense to take a piecemeal approach to their protection. As with all environmental and biodiversity issues, we should be tackling this with a single all-island strategy. The Government in the South has recently announced a major River Basin Management Plan, and I would urge the Department to work closely with their counterparts to ensure that the one in the North is as complementary and cooperative as possible. This is an issue we must all take responsibility for, and working together across all relevant departments with all relevant partners, we can restore and protect Ireland's waters for our future generations. That starts with a new River Basin Management Plan. I commend and support the motion.
Thank you. I call on John Blair.
Speaker, rivers are a vital part of our everyday lives, impacting biodiversity, tourism, recreation, fishing and of course drinking water. The combination of agricultural runoff, sewage and invasive species is recognised as a major contributor in causing our rivers to become unhealthy. Add to this the effects and consequences of climate change, along with years of degradation and underinvestment from previous ministers, and of course stop-start governance. It is no wonder that water quality across Northern Ireland is not currently what it should be. The current minister has been working to address the issues. The newly released Lough Neagh Action Plan outlines various initiatives focused on enhancing water quality across all water bodies in Northern Ireland. Additionally, the Environmental Improvement Plan is crucial in showcasing the Minister's dedication to improving water quality. The plan adopts a holistic approach to safeguarding, enhancing and conserving our waterways and water bodies. The motion references the link between the Lough Neagh Action Plan, the Environmental Improvement Plan and a River Basin Management Plan, but doesn't acknowledge work underway such as recruitment of an enforcement task force, £450,000 awarded to initiatives to develop proof of concepts and potential solutions to blue-green algae, and progress being made on the review of fines and penalties for environmental crimes. Deputy Speaker, we know a River Basin Management Plan is currently in draft form. It has been prepared and consulted upon. However, as the Minister has pointed out before, time is needed to review emerging information on water quality. This includes reports from both the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Office for Environmental Protection. Therefore, while we may feel frustrated by delays, we should be encouraged by the commitment the Minister has made both in the Lough Neagh Action Plan and the Environmental Improvement Plan. It is essential to recognise also the wider challenges the Minister and the Department face. To begin with, progress is constrained by tight budgets and resource pressures. The Department needs financial backing to encourage change and best practice in the agricultural sector, while also ensuring sufficient resources for effective regulation, testing and reporting. We know other public services such as the NHS demand attention also. However, neglecting to allocate sufficient resources for environmental protection will lead to substantial costs in the future. Progress necessitates a coordinated and interdepartmental strategy. For example, DFI needs to focus on advancing wastewater infrastructure through Northern Ireland Water, as both wastewater systems and septic tanks contribute significantly to elevated nutrient levels. Cross-border collaboration is crucial to protect a single biogeographical unit which transcends borders. Deputy Speaker, I am confident the Minister will deliver a River Basin Management Plan that will address the concerns raised in the motion and pave the way for a more sustainable and resilient water management system in Northern Ireland. That is why I can quite easily support the amendment and have no difficulty in supporting the original amendment. I might say, however, that it might help a little, setting context to all of this, if the proposer could occasionally acknowledge the number of Northern Ireland executives they sat in themselves, including the holding the environment and the infrastructure brief.
Speaker, the motion laid before the Assembly regarding the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs' failure to meet the deadlines for the River Basin Management Plan reflects a critical issue that is both urgent, dare I say it, a little bit fluid. The fundamental failures identified in the motion relate not only to missed deadlines, but also to the inadequacy of water quality management in Northern Ireland, an area as essential to the public health as air, but far less celebrated. While one might be tempted to start by pointing fingers or drowning in the technical jargon of water regulations, let's boil this down to something very simple. Our rivers and lakes, which are supposed to be the lifeblood of our ecosystems and human health, are indeed in trouble. And it's not just an inconvenience, it's our environmental heritage and public health crisis wrapped in algae and pollutants. Water is not merely a resource to be exploited, it's a human right. Clean water is essential for drinking, agriculture and recreation. It's also vital to public health, and the state of Northern Ireland's water bodies is literally a health hazard. According to the Office of Environmental Protection's recent report, the majority of rivers and lakes are not meeting required standards, with widespread contamination by persistent pollutants. This poses a clear threat to human health, with increased exposure to harmful substances like UBBTs. These aren't the kind of toxins you wash away, Mr Deputy Speaker. They accumulate in your body and stay there like an uninvited guest at a party. These pollutants are also damaging our ecosystems, leading to the deterioration of biodiversity, which frankly is like pulling the rug out from under environmental balance. It's not just about saving the cute otters or majestic herons, though we should. It's about the intricate web of life that these water bodies support. That's the fish, plants, insects, all doing their bit to keep nature ticking over. But waterways like Lough Neagh and indeed Lough Erne aren't just picturesque postcard material, they represent Northern Ireland's heritage, a crucial part of our identity. And Lough Neagh, the largest freshwater lake in the UK, is a hub for agriculture, fisheries and tourism, but the state of water management threatens its ecological future. So if we continue to allow pollutants to flow unchecked into our rivers and lakes, we risk losing not only the fish and the birds, but a critical part of what makes Northern Ireland, and that is Northern Ireland. Absolutely.
As a youngster, I spent my summers playing in streams and lakes and rivers of South Armagh and Slieve Gullion and skimming stones, fishing and building dams. I'll never forget the excitement one summer's afternoon when a fish swam down the river. We were building a dam and I was trying to catch that fish. And it was a wonderful experience as a child.
Has the member got an intervention or are we got a tourist board meeting?
I never caught that fish, so it still gives me spur. But does the member agree that the River Basin Management Plan by the Department for dear Minister should learn from what they're doing in the South? Number one, obviously there's a huge financial commitment in the South. Number two, more localised approach. And number three, local catchment fora. Wouldn't we benefit from local catchment fora to improve our waterways, to bring the fish back into our rivers?
Statement.
I can't believe you just give me a minute to respond to that. I mean, the member had more time than most of us are having to speak, but fair play, thanks for the intervention. And in that regard, absolutely, but I think the thing to remember here is that water flows both ways, and I think the Republic's plan has just been embedded at the start of September. So I know we're on a globe and it tilts a bit like that, but water runs from the south as far as it runs up to the north. So absolutely, and we're in this kind of together. I'm just going to have to truncate this and get to my last wee paragraph, which I'm gutted with, guys. The motion rightly demands immediate action from DERA's delay, which is not just a bureaucratic inconvenience, it's a tangible damning consequence. The River Basin's plans need to be updated, published and crucially implemented. This is about safeguarding public health, supporting biodiversity and ensuring that Northern Ireland's water systems remain a vital part of our shared heritage on this island. And I was actually quite warned by Mr Blair's words in regard to the commitments that the Minister is hopefully going to make. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on Andrew McMurray. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the debate this evening. And I refer to my maiden speech. You know, as Roddy said to Mole, there's nothing quite so much as has fun as simply messing about in the river and the boats. And I think that's something, as an outdoor instructor, I always do take to heart. The quality of our rivers and lakes is a serious issue. The most recent DERA statistics show that less than one-third of our rivers achieved good. Less than a third of our rivers achieved good or high ecological status, and none achieved a good chemical status. In fact, improvement in the ecological and chemical status of our rivers has largely stalled since 2015. The dismal state of our water bodies is a result of years of disregard for the environment, and whilst action is needed, it will take time to turn the situation around. A river basin management plan will be an important step on the way to tackling water quality. It is a vital roadmap to the protection, improvement and sustainable use of the water environment, and it's important that the plan is effective and of high quality. This plan should have been in place a long time ago. It is due to our failure to reform the institutions that we now are several years behind. This issue is another example of how poor governance has consequences and how stop-start government impacts us all. It is the politics of dysfunction. Since taking up office at the beginning of this year, Minister Muir has made water quality one of his top priorities. He has worked at a pace to publish the Lough Neagh Action Plan, and given its importance, it was right that this work was expedited. Since the Assembly returned, both the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Office for Environmental Protection have published independent reports on water quality and on the draft River Basin Management Plan, and these reports contain valid and constructive criticisms. For example, the Office for Environmental Protection expressed concern that the draft River Basin Plan does not set out specific environmental objectives for individual water bodies. Minister Muir has accepted all the recommendations of the Office for Environmental Protection's report, and they will inform the River Basin Management Plan. He will also consider the findings of the National Audit Office. It would be wrong to rush ahead and publish the River Basin Management Plan without taking the time to properly consider and integrate the important learnings these reports have to offer. DERA has also an important role to incentivise and regulate the agricultural sector. As with any community, change will only come about when we can bring along the sector with us. The Minister will need financial support to incentivise change and best practice in the sector and to facilitate effective regulation, testing and reporting. However, as a member of the Infrastructure Committee, I'm also very aware of the crucial role the Department of Infrastructure and NI Water must play. The Infrastructure Minister must work to ensure that NI Water is fully funded to address the historical underspend in our wastewater infrastructure. We must also urgently find a long-term sustainable funding solution for NI Water. What this shows is that tackling the quality of our water bodies is a hugely complex and challenge, and partnership working will be essential to making a positive change. We need to ensure that we set ourselves up for success with the River Basin Management Plan that is effective as it can be and the necessary funding in place. Sorry about that, Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Carroll.
I don't know what that noise was, but thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Share the concern that the latest River Basin Management Plan is nearly 3 years overdue, and in any area, any arena, this is bad practice. But given the crisis in Lough Neagh, sewage dumping in waterways, it is reckless. Although we have to remember that the Office for Environmental Protection, as the previous speaker had indicated, have criticised the draft. They have asked whether it complies with DAERA's own legal obligations. And the River Basin Management Plan sets legally binding, locally specific environmental objectives that underpin water regulation, and maybe that's why there's been a shelving of it. Previously, Deputy Speaker, excuse me, DAERA adopted one river basin management plan for each river basin district, and they now propose to produce a single river basin management plan covering all districts. And I don't know how that meets locally specific targets and areas, as is stated in the plan. The Office for Environmental Protection published a review of drivers and issues affecting biodiversity in the north. And no surprise to me anyway, two of the main pressures are land use change and pollution, which is obviously directly connected to agricultural intensification. Excess nutrients in the form of fertilisers and animal waste are driving biodiversity loss. And Lough Neagh, in that regard, Deputy Speaker, is the canary in the coal mine. Ongoing neglect and exploitation of the loch is just one example of long-term neglect of the natural environment. And I think in this context, the latest River Basin Management Plan sitting on a shelf, unfinished and inadequate, without any proposal for environmental objectives, doesn't cut the mustard. So I obviously support the motion, but without an updated River Basin Management Plan, the Lough Neagh Action Plan won't be able to deliver on water quality. And I just take this opportunity as well, Deputy Speaker, to state that on the 3rd of November, there's a march for clean water organised in Belfast City Centre, in line with protesters doing the same in England. And I encourage anybody watching or taking part in this debate to attend that demonstration. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I call on Diane Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the proposers of this motion for bringing this important topic to the Assembly today. Failure to address more broadly the contamination of our inland waterways by producing a revised River Basin Management Plan for Lough Neagh and our River Basin districts is an indictment on the Department, statutory agencies and associated statutory bodies and associated agencies. As other members have stated, water is an essential natural resource which we all rely on to sustain us. Fresh water is needed for drinking, for human and animal consumption. It is needed for the aquatic life that it sustains in freshwater rivers and lakes, in fact for the entire ecosystems. A recent Audit Office report in September 2024 highlighted the deteriorating water quality in Lough Erne in my own constituency of Fermanagh in South Tyrone. It stated that this was largely due to outdated wastewater infrastructure to cope with increasing demands. We are deluding ourselves if we think this problem is not going to go away, and that is why it is imperative that the final publication and implementation of the River Basin Management Plan is given the utmost urgency. Implementation and action will be the precursor for other freshwater lakes and rivers. The issues facing Lough Erne, which I have referred to, are not unique, but also symptomatic of a broader crisis within Northern Ireland's wastewater management. Northern Ireland has more overflows per head of population and per kilometre of pipe than any other region in the United Kingdom. This is leading to regular pollution incidents, not just in Lough Erne, but also in other key water basins such as Lough Neagh and the River Blackwater, also in my constituency. These watercourses are key attractors for tourism. They are a key asset for the economy and support local businesses such as eel fishing at Lough Neagh. As water quality deteriorates, it will affect the tourist industry, making lakelands less attractive to visitors. However, the environmental damage of pollution could be much more long-lasting. Once nutrient levels in our lakes and rivers reach a critical point, reversing the damage becomes more challenging. Algae blooms caused by excess nutrients cause oxygen levels to reduce so much that they create dead zones and aquatic life becomes unsustainable. A more strategic approach to managing Northern Ireland's water resources is needed. Not only does the physical infrastructure need upgraded, but more effective regulatory measures need to be implemented to prevent pollution. The publication of the River Basin Management Plan would be a good starting point to show that the Department is serious about its aims in addressing the pollution in Lough Neagh and across Northern Ireland inland waterways. As my colleague Robbie Butler said, this is about safeguarding public health, supporting diversity and ensuring that our waterways remain a vital part of our shared environmental heritage. And for this reason, I support the motion calling for DAERA to fulfil its obligations under the Water Framework Directive and proceed with haste to final implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister, you have up to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you all to those who contributed in the debate today. The importance of the issues outlined in the motion cannot be overstated, and I am grateful for the members bringing these to the floor today for discussion. In responding to the motion, I will outline the current position regarding the third cycle River Basin Management Plan, and this is in draft. I also wish to use this opportunity to reassure members, while the plan has not yet been published, improving water quality in water bodies across Northern Ireland is one of my highest priorities. The situation at Lough Neagh has been decades in the making. It is a sobering wake-up call for us all. As the Minister with primary responsibility for water quality, I accept it is far from what it should be. There is no quick fix, but I am optimistic that while I do not underestimate the huge challenge that lies ahead, I want to advise members of some of the important work taking place across DAERA, which I believe will set us on the road to recovery. I will turn first to the main topic of the motion, the River Basin Management Plan. Under the Water Environment Water Framework Directive Regulations Northern Ireland 2017, DAERA must review and update the River Basin Management Plans, setting out how water quality will be improved across Northern Ireland every 6 years. The draft third cycle River Basin Management Plan for the period 2021 to 2027 takes an integrated approach to the protection, improvement and sustainable use of the water environment. It contains a programme of measures setting out the actions required to protect and improve all water bodies, rivers, lakes, marine, both coastal and transitional, water bodies and groundwater. It was published in April 2021 for a 6-month statutory consultation period. While the plan was finalised in October 2022, it could not be published without executive approval due to its cross-cut nature and now needs to be brought to the executive for approval ahead of publication. However, there have been major developments with respect to water quality issues since the draft River Basin Management Plan was completed. We are all aware of the devastating impact of nutrient pollution on our waterways, particularly at Lough Neagh. These issues have been highlighted in reports from the Northern Ireland Audit Office and also the Office of Environmental Protection. And our initial plan to tackle these issues head-on is outlined in the recently executive-approved Lough Neagh Action Plan. The draft River Basin Management Plan is being reviewed in light of the findings and recommendations in these reports. As stated in the Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan, this review will be completed by the end of December 2024 and subsequently published subject to executive approval. In particular, the Office of Environmental Protection's report, a review of the implementation of Water Framework Directive regulations and River Basin Management Planning in Northern Ireland, was published in September and makes 16 recommendations to the Assembly, Executive and DAERA. The recommendations aim to improve the effectiveness of the Water Environment Water Framework Directive Regulations Northern Ireland 2017 and their application, increase the likelihood and pace of meeting environmental objectives and the wider obligations and commitments that depend upon them, and strengthen interaction with other measures. Yes, no problem.
Can I just, to be absolutely clear, is he saying that his intention is to publish the River Basin Management Plan subject to executive agreement? Is that specific, or is he able to publish it without executive agreement?
So in terms of the intervention, I won't be able to take many more interventions because I need to get through this speech, and I think it's important to do that so it's not discourtesy to anyone else. I have to take this to the Executive for approval, so hopefully the Executive will agree it. I just need to abide by the law. My officials and I have already engaged constructively with the OEP. I welcome the report as a positive contribution to DAERA's focus on the water environment. Folks, I didn't reject this report, I accepted it. I accepted the recommendations and have had constructive engagement with the OEP. Further, it is a timely reminder of the work required to improve water quality, not only across government, but the public and private sectors, including local government and the wider community. I'm working with my officials to consider recommendations in the report in detail and provide a full response by the start of December in line with the required timeframes. I am aware of DAERA's statutory responsibilities with regards to publication of the River Basin Management Plan and can assure members I take them extremely seriously. On that basis, I am giving this work my highest priority with a view to bringing the third cycle River Basin Management Plan to the Executive for approval as soon as possible. In doing so, I will be seeking to achieve a balance between the completion of this delayed third cycle whilst being ready to take forward work on the next cycle. Following the Executive's approval of the Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan on the 18th July, my focus has turned to implementation. The motion demands the need for immediate action, and I am committed to that reality. Before I continue on that, I just want to remind members what the report from OEP stated. In one aspect of the report it stated, and I am quoting from the report, "Publishing and implementing the final third cycle plan without further delay. The COVID pandemic, followed by the absence of the Northern Ireland Executive, have resulted in a delay to agreement, publication and implementation of the latest River Basin Management Plan and many other plans and actions for environmental protection and improvement." I'll just finish this. This includes measures that should support implementation of the Water Framework Directive Northern Ireland regulations, as well as wider initiatives such as the EIP.
Thank you, Minister, for giving me. I think this is a really, really important issue. I've talked about this last week, whether we need to get in to review the performance and non-performance of this Executive. So just to be very clear, what the Minister has read out is that the impact of having no stormont here for 5 years, the Minister's in post is the deterioration in our environmental condition, which actually impacts on public health and everything we've discussed today.
Yes, and I'll stand here and I'll be held accountable for what I do in this department. But what I'll not be accountable for is a stop-go government that's impacted upon our environment and public services in Northern Ireland. I'm working hard to address these issues. I'm working hard to work with people, but you need to give me time to be able to do that. And the loss of 2 years of this mandate is also affecting our ability to bring forward legislation because we have a constrained mandate. But I am focused on the future, but I think it's important I quote from the report and what it said. I'm pleased to report good progress is being made on a number of actions, including, for example, the development of the Lough Neagh Science Platform, the launch of 2 small business research initiatives, and the implementation of the interagency blue-green algae monitoring protocol. I am fully committed to implementing the remaining actions as quickly as resources allow. However, it has always been clear that given the size of Lough Neagh catchment, the Lough Neagh Action Plan must be seen in the context of the Environmental Improvement Plan. I was therefore delighted that this was published on the 27th of September after approval by the Executive, and it will deliver a cohesive and integrated approach to environmental protection, which is key for any meaningful, sustained improvement to water quality across Northern Ireland. In addition, although, as I have advised, the River Basin Management Plan remains in draft, and I can assure members that work to improve water quality continues, awaiting the publication of the plan. The short time allowed for this response precludes me from mentioning many more examples, but I can advise that the Northern Ireland Environment Agency has been holding several working group meetings for key stakeholders to consider sector-specific measures. Work is also continuing in the delivery of a number of initiatives, such as the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme. The scheme has been recognised globally to provide farmers with data that will help them improve their nutrient management, farm performance and environmental sustainability. This important scheme will help to address nutrient pollution, which has been identified as one of the key drivers of biodiversity loss and was highlighted in OEP's report published today. I have welcomed this report and I intend to consider other policies and measures that will also go some way to reducing pollution, improving habitat condition and reducing biodiversity loss. DAERA's Environment Fund covers the water quality improvement strand grant funding, which is administered by NEA and focuses on community and voluntary delivery of water quality improvement. In outlining actions to improve water quality, it would be remiss of me not to mention the excellent collaboration taking place with colleagues in Ireland and GB. I place the highest priority in engagement with both GB and Ireland on this issue, sharing learning, expertise and knowledge is crucial if we are to address issues such as complex water quality issues affecting us all. And this is something I've mentioned at the North-South Ministerial Council and also the Interministerial Group. Finally, I need to mention resources. DAERA, like all other departments, is working within a very tight budget, underpinned by significant resource pressures, and while our ambition and determination remains high, the pace of progress in addressing the problems at Lough Neagh and other waterways across Northern Ireland will depend to some extent on the funding available. To sum up, achieving substantial improvement in water quality will take many years due to the complex nature of these issues. These were decades in the making and will be decades in the fixing. The changes required are fundamental and many will require significant investment. My vision is to have an environment where our water bodies are at good status or better, support biodiversity and contribute to the health and well-being of everyone. There is a significant amount of work to do alongside our stakeholders, which will take both time and resources. In the seconds I have left in this, I would say there's two key actions that are critical in the weeks ahead. One is the publication and consultation on the NAP. That's absolutely critical, and if people are going to back the motion today, they need to back me in relation to the actions around NAP. And the other one is for us collectively to work together to find a way to address the need for infrastructure investment in wastewater infrastructure, because we do need to tackle the issues in agriculture, but we also need to tackle the issues associated with wastewater infrastructure, and I'm determined to do whatever I do which is fair and proportionate. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And I call on Tom Buchanan to wind on the amendment. And Tom, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I don't intend to go through what everyone has said, other than to say that fresh water is an essential and natural resource, and as we approach this issue before the House today, there is no doubt that each one wants to achieve the very same goal, and that is to see a vast improvement in our water quality in our rivers and our lakes right across Northern Ireland. We all recognise that our rivers are a precious commodity and a natural resource, and as my colleague, the proposer of the amendment, said, there are some areas where our rivers have been turned into nothing more than open sewers, and that is a deplorable situation that we face today, and it is having a huge impact in the resulting of the loss of habitats, biodiversity and lasting social economic damage for those living and working in these affected areas right across Northern Ireland. And while the Minister has outlined his intention to facilitate the ongoing review and bring of the third cycle, it is important that every opportunity is taken to hone in on localised issues of concern of water quality and to identify solutions that are specific to these catchment areas. I am aware that in some areas concern has been expressed in recent times that this localised focus has been diluted, with little consideration being given to the voice of the people in these areas in relation to possible solutions. I do hope that the Minister does not intend to proceed on this same basis, but recognises the importance of the voice of the people, and that he will ensure that future implementation and government structures are catchment based. Any future river basin management plan must recognise progress made to date with existing strategies and projects such as the Living with Water programme and the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme, and indeed independent businesses who are leading the way in terms of building knowledge and capacity around environmentally sustainability and potential risk to water quality. Enforcement, of course, must avoid a broad-brushed approach, and this will mean targeting deliberate and repeat offenders, while at the same time providing advice and education to all sectors with responsibility for preservation of water quality. There is always the concern that the scale of fines faced by farm businesses in comparison with other offenders for similar offences is unfairly inflated, and it is in this area that we need to see more consistency. And I do agree with the Minister that finance is a huge problem, and it is something that needs to be addressed going forward in order to address this huge issue that we're faced of poor water quality in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I call on Mark Durkin, and Mark, you've got 5 minutes to wind.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I do welcome consensus that our water resources are too valuable to neglect, but we've heard this rhetoric before, rhetoric that hasn't translated into action. The lackadaisical approach to water management for so long, including the degradation of our rivers and lakes and the inability to meet basic water standards is unforgivable. We can no longer turn a blind eye to an issue which not only affects our natural environment, but ignored will have dire consequences for public health, the economy and our way of life. While the Minister and his executive colleagues congratulate themselves on the back of publishing an action plan for Lough Neagh and an overdue environmental improvement plan, the real issue of repeated non-compliance with environmental law lurks just below the surface. This new executive seems more concerned with being seen to do something rather than actually take meaningful action. Rather than focusing on real, lasting change that will benefit future generations, they're prioritising appearance over substance. I hope the Minister can get the support that he needs from experience. It hasn't often been forthcoming. On that note, it wasn't until the very visible crisis at Lough Neagh that the wider body politic was stirred into action. It took the toxic green algae blooms to prompt this executive's green transition. Yet I worry that their version of going green might be toxic in its own way too. As the OEP's Chief Scientific Officer, Robbie McDonald, pointed out, beneath the surface and across all the waterways and land of Northern Ireland, this process has been going on for decades. It wasn't happening in secret. This issue has been crying out for action for years. The language in today's OEP report could not be starker. The pressure applied to our land and water is unbearable and unsustainable. Please heed the experts. We can't afford to waste precious time dithering while the degradation of habitats and species threaten the agri-food industry and local economy. The executive only seems to act when situations reach a crisis point, rather than taking proactive measures to prevent issues before they escalate. And that's with a legal requirement in place. It doesn't fill me with hope for the remainder of this mandate, given the oblique recognition within the PFG which doesn't equate to specific environmental objectives or clear plans on how DAERA intends to meet the ambitious 70% target of water bodies achieving good chemical status in just over 2 years. Given that water quality hasn't improved but has significantly deteriorated, with the percentage of our lakes in good ecological status falling from 24% to just 14%, meeting this target may require a miracle. But we can pray. DAERA has consistently failed to meet deadlines and is currently in breach of its basic duty to deliver a river basin management plan, now 3 years overdue, another casualty of political collapse. The reality is that without this plan, the PFG's environmental ambitions will be nothing more than words on paper. It needs published and it needs implemented, as our motion calls for. Not to just have its review complete and strategic measures brought forward, as the amendment calls for. We think that that amendment actually constitutes a watering down, for want of a better expression, of our motion. The longer we delay, the more costly and difficult it will be to reverse the damage. Without decisive action now, we risk permanent harm to our environment, and the only legacy we will leave behind is one of neglect and destruction. I'm disappointed and surprised, I have to say, that other parties have indicated support for the amendment as well. We urge the Minister to explore an all-Ireland strategy, and he's raised this at NSMC. But if there's any chance of reversing the harm that's being caused to our environment and to meet basic legal targets, we need to start with a proper river basement management plan that can underpin much of the work the Minister needs to take forward in the years ahead. We need action now. Without it, Northern Ireland's water systems will continue to deteriorate. I implore the Assembly to support today's motion. It's not just a legal obligation, but a moral imperative. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of Michelle McElveen, Tom Buchanan and William Irvine be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contraries? No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order! Order! Members, please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, okay. Order. The question of the amendment standing in the name of Michelle McAveel, Tom Buchanan and William Irvin be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? No. Aye. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Thomas Buchanan and David Brooks. Tellers for the noes are Colin McGrath and Sinead McLaughlin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Order. Clerk, could you please read the result?
72 members voted, 56 members voted aye, 16 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The amendment is made. The motion is carried. Thank you very much indeed. Point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've just been informed that the former Sinn Féin Lord Mayor of Belfast, Niall O'Donoghue, and former Sinn Féin Senator has been removed from his party and has been charged with inappropriate messages towards an under 18. Another serious safeguarding issue. Mr. Speaker, following his resignation from the Senate, the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, thanked him for his diligent service. Now, I suspect the First Minister at that time was aware of this serious safeguarding issue. So I think it therefore appropriate to ask the Speaker if he would provide time for the First Minister to return to this House and give this House a fulsome statement of facts as to what has happened, because with each statement, day by day, whether it be here in Northern Ireland or indeed in the Republic of Ireland, more statements bring more answers to this serious issue of safeguarding at the heart of government here in not only Northern Ireland but indeed in the Republic of Ireland.
I thank you for the member for bringing that point to the floor. I will ask the Speaker to consider that issue, and we will report back on that issue as we feed fit. Thank you. Item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Diane Dodds to raise the matter of breast cancer waiting times in Upper Bann. I call Diane Dodds. You have 15 minutes. Thank you. Diane.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so I am very glad to be able to bring this debate this afternoon. Sadly, everyone in this chamber will all know someone who has been impacted by breast cancer. It is a disease which can terrify women, but it is important we continue to promote the message that early detection and treatment will save lives. Breast cancer is the most common cancer globally, with around 2.3 million cases every year. It represents 1 in 8 cancer cases in both sexes and a quarter of all cancers in women. Mortality can be as high as 70% in some resource-constrained settings around the world, but early detection methods continue to increase the chances of survival. When caught in its earliest localised stages, the 5-year relative survival rate of breast cancer is 99%, and Northern Ireland should be striving for outcomes in line with the very best anywhere in the world. I welcome the commitment the Health Minister has recently given to move towards a more common approach for breast cancer referrals. It is important that all women have the same opportunity to be assessed and treated as early as possible. It has been clear for some time that there are significant variations across different trusts, and from my own constituency perspective, the Southern Trust has struggled. I took the opportunity yesterday to look up the most up-to-date statistics on the My Waiting Times Northern Ireland website. For those waiting for an initial outpatient assessment in the southern area with breast surgery subspeciality, the wait is 5 weeks for cases deemed urgent and 24 weeks for routine cases. So in this week in October 2024, if a woman required surgery but was not deemed urgent, then that surgery would not take place until the end of March 2025. That is a sobering statistic for this House to consider. Then for treatment subsequent to the first assessment, the routine wait is 191 weeks, but the urgent wait is 172. Appallingly, the waits for the most concerning cases, those deemed red flag by the consultant at assessment, are on average taking 39 weeks. This is absolutely unacceptable, indeed disgraceful. The length of a pregnancy sitting waiting on surgery after you have been told that you are a red flag case. If ever there was an example why we need to sort out waiting lists and allow all patients the same access to services, surely this must be it. There are a number of different departmental targets in relation to breast cancer which have been in place for many years. One of them, the 62-day target, is that at least 95% of patients urgently referred by a GP with a suspected cancer should begin their definitive treatment within 62 days. These figures, again, have been very poor in the Southern Trust area. For Q3 of 2023, the percentage of people who were beginning that treatment within 62 days was recorded as between 10 and 30%. The following quarter, it was 29%. And in the first 2 quarters of 2024, it has only been 22 and 36%. Performance which has significantly trailed other parts of Northern Ireland. I appreciate that in relatively small services, sometimes the illness of a key member of staff or a retirement or resignation and the failure to appoint a replacement can have a significant impact. And that is why we must have the review, and we must have it as quickly as possible so that we can best serve women in our area. Another of the departmental targets for breast cancer is that all urgent referrals should be seen within 14 days. These are women who have found a lump in their breast and have been referred for an urgent appointment by their GP. The most recent data for these cases was published on the 26th of September and covers the 3 months between April and June this year. In the Southern Trust, only 10.8%, or 1 woman in 10, was seen within the target time. That compares with 82.6% in the Western Trust area over that same 3-month period. Shockingly, and I widen the debate out, in the Northern Trust, that figure was only 7.7%. And in the South Eastern Trust, that figure was 4.8%. That is 4.8% of women who discover a lump in their breast, only 4.8% are seen within the required time. I think we will all agree that when we consider these statistics, women are being very badly served by this part of our cancer services. And it is becoming, it has become a postcode lottery. And colleagues, that is simply not good enough. This is a time-critical service, and this is not good enough. I am grateful to colleagues from Cancer Focus NI who have sought to assist me in calculating the prominence of breast cancer locally. And we are fortunate to have a wealth of excellent charities and third sector organisations operating within this field who supply many, many vital services. Within the Upper Bann constituency, over 100 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer each year, with well over 1,000 living with breast cancer, and approximately 20 will die from breast cancer each year. For Northern Ireland as a whole, an average of just under 1,500 women and 11 men are diagnosed with breast cancer each year. 1 in 8 women are expected to face a breast cancer diagnosis during their lifetime. And on average, more than 300 women die each year as a result of breast cancer in Northern Ireland. The World Health Organization launched the Global Breast Cancer Initiative in 2021 to try to reduce mortality rates by 2.5% per year by 2040 and save 2.5 million lives. Their three key pillars of action were health promotion for early detection, timely diagnosis, and comprehensive breast cancer management. And they are relevant for everywhere across Northern Ireland. Breast cancer is the most common cause of cancer among women globally and represents approximately a quarter of all cancers that occur in women each year. With 1 in 6 cancer deaths in women worldwide, breast cancer is also leading cause of cancer deaths across the world in women. And we can all play our part in seeking to prevent future generations experiencing breast cancer to the same extent. We need to dispel the myths and fears and counter any misinformation and educate women and help women to feel empowered to seek help. Supportive care, including psychological, spiritual and emotional, is required for those navigating a breast cancer diagnosis and their families. And we are fortunate that so many of our third sector organisations help with this. Studies show that by increasing physical activity, you can significantly reduce the risk of cancer by as much as 20%. And soberingly, more than 1 in 2 of us will be diagnosed with some form of cancer in our lifetime. Macmillan published analysis earlier this year revealing that cancer survival rates in the UK are as much as 25 years behind other European countries. The UK's survival rates for several common types of cancer are now only reaching what countries such as Sweden and Norway have already achieved in the early 2000s, and sometimes even earlier. If the UK's survival rates matched the best in Europe, thousands more people who are diagnosed each year would survive their cancer for at least 5 years. As well as considerably poorer survival for bowel, prostate and cervical cancer, the comparison also shows survival rates for breast cancer are lagging up to 10 years behind. Colleagues, in researching and working on this debate today, was absolutely astounded by those figures. And I don't think there is anything for any of us to be proud of when we hear them out loud. Mr. Speaker, Minister, I don't believe the statistics for the Southern Trust, or indeed any other part of Northern Ireland, can be defended in any way. And I don't think anyone in this House should even begin to try. The review of breast cancer services is long overdue, and I hope, Minister, that there will be no time to waste in bringing forward that review and its conclusions so that we can better serve women in Northern Ireland. Every effort needs to be made to fill outstanding vacancies in the Southern Trust, and we need to make sure that breast cancer services are operating at their optimal capacity. And that will include if there are other providers who can assist us with weights in the Southern Trust, or be that in other trusts across Northern Ireland, or external providers. But one thing is sure, no stone should be left unturned to turn around this absolutely appalling situation. I know, Minister, that you will be alarmed at the statistics that emanate from your department. And I know that you have announced the review. And I am encouraging you on behalf of women, not just in Banbridge, Lurgan and Portadown and the area in between that I serve as a constituency representative, but women across Northern Ireland, that you act decisively to turn around this appalling situation and make sure that women get the health service in relation to breast cancer that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Diane. I call on John O'Dowd, and John, you've got up to 6 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and for the record, I'm speaking as MLA for Upper Bann. I want to thank Diane for bringing forward this debate. It's an important subject, and I have no doubt that the Minister shares the concerns of all members about the waiting times and lists for breast cancer treatment, whether it's in the southern area or the broader scale. I am acutely aware of the financial pressures all government departments face. I'm acutely aware of the impact of decades of underinvestment and austerity has had on our public services. And when you cannot deliver cancer services in a timely manner and an effective manner and an efficient manner, then regardless of what else is going on in terms of government departments, that's the measure which we must measure all of ourselves against and say, well, if we cannot do that, then there is an issue not only for the Minister for Health, the Department of Health, but the entire Executive, the entire Assembly, and indeed our entire society. So I think there's a number of challenges and opportunities ahead. The Minister's announcement of an urgent review on how regional breast cancer services are delivered is welcome news. But it also brings a challenge to local elected representatives that we don't have a knee-jerk reaction to either the contents of the consultation, the engagements around the consultation, or proposals that may flow from that consultation. Because as long as that review at its centre has an equitable service, an accessible service, and an effective service, then those goals, if those goals can be achieved, then we have to be open to new ideas. And we as political leaders in our own communities have to give leadership on some of those matters as well. In researching for today's debate, I noted a number of questions had been lodged by members over this last since the return of the institutions to the current and indeed the previous Health Minister. And I noted that in one response to one of my colleagues, it states that the Southern Health and Social Care Trust have been given recurrent investment for a third consultant to be appointed to the Craigavon area hospitals breast cancer services, and the date for that would have been June 2024. I just wonder, does the Minister have information if that appointment was made, where we were able to be successful in making that appointment, and has it had any positive impact in terms of challenging the waiting lists? I also note that non-recurrent funding for additional capacity from the independent sector was also made available to the Southern Trust during the same period, and has that had a positive impact in regards to the waiting list? As Ms Dodds says, this preliminary or primary impacts upon women, but men can have breast cancer as well. But anyone who has discovered a lump on their breast and are waiting either their first appointment or their surgery, or it may be, is a frightening experience. And it's only right and proper that we as political leaders ensure that they have the right services. But even before they get to their first appointment, they have to get access to their GP. And we go back then to the primacy of primary care within the health service. And quite rightly, today the focus is often on acute services. But that accessibility to the GP, that worrying moment, that discovery, and you can get access to your GP very quickly, is vitally important in all of this as well. So yes, we need breast services. The regional formula that the Minister will be coming forward with, as I said, has to be based upon equitable, accessible and effective delivery. But for our health service to be truly effective, primary care and access to primary care is key to all of these things. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I call on Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My hearing's going, you know that? Really is. That's what it is. First of all, I'd like to thank my upper bank colleague for bringing this forward. It's incredibly important. I think she articulated extremely well and the detail extremely well. And no doubt in this debate we'll all be mentioning something around the same statistics as she mentioned. But the reality is this is not about statistics in many ways. This is real life. This is affecting real people. And those real people, when they get a lump and they know they possibly have cancer, this has a real effect on them as a person and on their family as well, not just their health, but financially it can have an issue as well. And the reality is that many women are concerned about breast screening and breast cancer services right across Northern Ireland. I'm concerned, as we all should be concerned. In fact, women's health has been highlighted in recent months in regards to many issues. Outside of this, the ladies with letters over issues surrounding smear test motions in the Assembly calling on a women's health strategy. I know there's been a significant campaign to maintain breast cancer services at Craigavon Area Hospital. So women's health is really up there and is incredibly important, and nothing more than breast cancer services and certainly breast screening. But cancer patients and their families deserve so much better than what they are currently receiving. Far too many people are being forced to wait far too long for a diagnosis and treatment. Yet cancer is a disease that does not wait. Instead, it often thrives in any periods of delay and intervention. The problems are especially bad in breast cancer services. In the 3 months, April to June 2024, only 11% of patients in the Southern Trust area were seen within 14 days. The target is 95%. So 11% was seen, but the target is 95%. Yet in the neighbouring Western Trust, the figure was 83%. Southern Trust 11%, Western Trust 83%. It is not acceptable for women in one trust area to have to wait significantly longer to be assessed than women in another trust area. Yet that is the postcode lottery that women are running at this moment in time. I welcome the recent announcement of a new regional waiting list for breast cancer assessment, enabling women from right across Northern Ireland to access the earliest appointment available to them across the province. And that comes back into this discussion. Are people willing to travel a bit further to get treated quicker and more effectively? And the answer has to be yes, I believe they are. In the modern era, there should be no reason for any patient or individual to have to wait so long for cancer treatment, care, diagnoses, or support. There has been greater collaboration. There has to be greater collaboration across the trust boundaries, targeting funding for equalising waiting times, establishing regional pathways, and renewing the drive for rapid diagnostic centres and clinics that started in recent years. All of that could have happened to a much greater extent if the cancer strategy was being implemented as originally envisaged. Instead, it suffered greatly in the absence of the institution, combined further by the absence of a needs-based Department of Health budget allocation. And there can be recriminations one way or the other in regards to this, and we can leave that up to whoever. But it falls now on the Minister. It falls on the Minister to force through his regional strategy to make sure that women get a better outcome than what they are now. And again, I will finish, Mr. Speaker, by thanking Diane Dawes for bringing this forward. I think it's a timely motion. I think it's a good debate. And I think there's more that we can do as elected representatives to help women access the treatment they deserve and need. Thank you.
Call on Jonathan Buckley.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank in particular my colleague Diane Dodds, MLA, for bringing this matter to the Chamber. I know this is an issue that she personally has championed and sought to raise awareness during her time as DUP Health spokesperson, member of the Health Committee, and indeed a constituency MLA for Upper Bann. As Diane has rightly pointed out, there is an issue of urgent concern for our community in Upper Bann. Unfortunately, in our constituency, there has been a worrying trend in delays faced by those seeking timely diagnosis and treatment. As we are all well aware, every detection and early detection of breast cancer is critical to the successful outcomes. You know, that story has been repeated so many times, and I'm sure members right across the Chamber can account for personal circumstances, whether that be family members or whether that be friends or indeed constituents, that have had that early detection and have been able to receive appropriate treatment and in many regards are living a fulsome life because of it. Reports have consistently shown that women in Upper Bann and those being treated within the Southern Trust are waiting longer than they should for breast cancer screenings, test results and follow-up appointments. In considering this, Mr Deputy Speaker, we recognise the devastating potential this can have on the patient's physical health and indeed their mental and emotional well-being throughout their cancer journey. The quarterly Health and Social Care report revealed that only 14 women were treated within 62 days of an urgent GP referral, a statistic collectively we should all be ashamed of, and 25 women were treated beyond the 62 days of an urgent GP referral. This again is just one example of the failures to ensure timely, efficient treatment. And I would say to the Minister, and again, we're not here to be alarmist, because our health service by and large does perform a fantastic job right across Northern Ireland. And I can account for personal stories of that, where people that have accessed the system, have only but praise for the professional service that they have received. But I do say, and I say it gently to the Minister, that there is a growing concern in the Southern Trust area, in particular Craigavon, with some of these major issues in relation to screening. And my colleague Doug Beattie has mentioned one of them, but particularly the cervical cancer screening. And anybody that listens to the testimony of those families cannot but be totally moved by the journey that they've been through. And there is a lack of confidence there. And I would be interested to hear if the Minister recognises that confidence issue that there is in the local community there, and steps that the department will be taking to deal with it. Members, each and every one of us will recognise that funding is a vital part to improving our health service, but this must be underpinned and considered by plans put in place for reform of our health service to ensure strides towards early detection and efficient treatment that can take place. I do welcome the recent announcement from the Health Minister of new initiatives set out to address the unacceptable waiting times for breast cancer services. It is absolutely necessary that we address any inadequacies in regional waiting lists and give women access to the earliest appointments available to them across the province. In keeping with this, it is my hope that a wider review of breast cancer services can be completed by the department as soon as possible. I know that's a point that's been mentioned by all members. In my constituency, I'm well aware of the local communities and charities that offer so much support for those going through their cancer diagnosis. Our streets have many organisations and many people that have maybe experienced this themselves and are giving back to help those women that find themselves in the most difficult of circumstances. So I have no doubt that as they continue to give of their time to help those that are in much need, I have no doubt that they will also be an open door to any review to the Minister to ensure that services are adequate for those that are suffering at this time. In conclusion, can I thank again Diane Dawes for bringing this motion. Each of us are aware of the scientific advances to breast cancer treatment. It is now time that we stand together and advocate for change that will ultimately save lives. Early detection saves lives, and timely treatment gives hope. Thank you.
Very much indeed. Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm going to rise and support obviously the debate. I think it's a real timely debate, a very important issue, obviously relevant to Upper Bann, but as a health spokesperson for the SDLP and right across Northern Ireland, it could impact people anywhere. But we have mentioned the nuances, that there's slightly different outcomes depending on which trust that you reside in. And I know that in various discussions that the Minister has had over the last number of weeks and months, that we are having to move out of that silo mentality within different trusts, and we need to try and ensure that people get the best possible outcomes no matter where they live. And whilst that's important to be benchmarked across trusts, I think something that we need to always look at as well is the international picture, because I'm not so sure that we have the best outcomes here compared to maybe if there were people in America or in other parts of Europe, and it's striving to try and get that best possible outcome for people, and that outcome is the early detection. We know that about breast cancer, we know that about all cancers. Getting that early diagnosis is what gives you the best opportunity to survive. Receiving the information that you have cancer must be absolutely frightening. It is something where you just instantly feel like your life is crumbling away from you. But to hear that you're in the later stages because of delays within the health service must be even more frightening, because you know that it didn't have to be that way. If we had the proper resources and the proper services in place, that would help. And that's not a criticism of the department, because you can only do what you're doing, and there's only so many people and there's only so many pounds that you have. But that doesn't help that person that gets that diagnosis that says, had I been able to have got that picked up quicker, as John O'Dowd has said, if you had access to primary care quicker and were able to get signposted on. But I do think that the important issue is about getting the diagnosis. And of course there's the impact, obviously, that breast cancer, it is horrendously cruel. The treatments can be debilitating and life-altering. The medications can make you lose weight and then gain weight. There's losing hair from the chemotherapy and the impact on your body as a result of a mastectomy. And within our society, becoming more image-driven as well. Many women have experienced a real battle in that they have beaten the disease, but then they have lost their self-image and self-esteem as a result of it as well. So again, that importance of an early diagnosis, because even if you survive, there's a life beyond having the diagnosis as well. Maybe just a very tiny small call out. It is obviously a condition that can affect men. There are men that are diagnosed with breast cancer, very small in number, but I think it's important just to throw that in there in case there are people that are listening in the debate that are men that have had breast cancer, because we need to break that sort of the stigma that there is there, because if men find lumps, they need to be making their way to their doctors as well to be able to try and get that all-important treatment, and there can be that additional stigma which may prevent men from reaching out. I've absolutely the utmost pride and admiration for those that have overcome the illness, and I just want to take a few seconds to reflect on a very close friend, a former member of this chamber, party leader for us, Margaret Ritchie, who suffered from breast cancer. She overcame that. We journeyed with her through that process, and you could see how it was that personal approach of she was going to fight that illness, but she was lucky that it was diagnosed relatively early and that there was a good service that was able to be wrapped around her, and we are so grateful and thankful that she is recovered from that and has progressed very well. So I think it would be wrong to have this discussion about this if I didn't mention how Margaret has been a beacon for people in South Down, for people in our area who have seen that journey, have seen her joining the support classes in the local community, have seen that she has provided, through her experiences, a real personal story that people have been able to tie into. So absolutely support the debate. It's really important to have it, and hope that we can get some updates in the Minister on how we can continue to ensure that early detection. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And I call on Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Again, I would like to thank Mrs Dawes for bringing this very important motion to the debate today. I'm here in place of my colleague Owen Tennyson, who unfortunately wasn't able to be here but wanted us to be represented. It's certainly a subject he considers to be very important, and he's unable to be here because he's unwell, other than anything else. This is clearly a very important issue for women right across Northern Ireland, and I note the disparity in waiting times across the Southern Trust in particular are incredibly shocking, and the figures that you quoted about the Northern Trust and the South and Eastern Trust, again, very, very shocking for women living in those areas. Again, as other members have pointed to, early detection can lead to successful treatment and reduces the risk from this terrible condition. and certainly women should be encouraged to check their breasts for anything new or unusual and attend screening whenever called. And as Colin has pointed out, certainly the same for men. I was one of those men a couple of years ago and had found a lump and had a scan, and it was a very worrying time. Thankfully everything was okay, but it is a very, very worrying issue when you do find something wrong with your own body, and the idea of waiting for a long, long period of time not knowing what is going on is incredibly distressing. I welcome the announcement from the Health Minister around taking the regional approach to dealing with breast cancer waiting lists in particular, which will ensure that patients will be seen at the earliest available appointment regardless of where they are based, and that's absolutely the right thing to do. We know that currently each trust has different services available for cancer treatment, such as the rapid diagnostic centres, and access to these services should not be a postcode lottery. We need a single system approach to health and social care in Northern Ireland, and with specialist and regional hubs to remove the barriers to treatment depending on the services available in each area. The statistics that we've been quoting here today are a grim reminder of the real life consequences of the dysfunction and the lack of urgency in ensuring reform of our health and social care services. We must remain committed to seeing this crucial transformation taking place in order to ensure that the people of Northern Ireland receive the highest quality of care when they need it the most. A cancer diagnosis can be devastating, and waiting for treatment again is incredibly distressing for people. As Doug Beattie mentioned, the cancer strategy does need to be funded and delivered, and certainly, as mentioned again and again, early detection and timely treatment are what people deserve here in Northern Ireland. So thank you for bringing this debate today.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on the Minister. Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and thank you to Diane Dodds for bringing this debate today. I welcome the opportunity to recognise the situation that so many people living with breast cancer find themselves in. Naturally, much of the discussion about our breast services focuses on performance, and quite rightly so. And since becoming Health Minister, I've had the opportunity to meet quite a number of people who are living with breast cancer, or indeed supporting those who do. And a key takeaway from me from those discussions is that our breast services in their current format are not performing as they should, and hence my desire for reform. But Deputy Speaker, I want to be clear, it's by no means a reflection of the dedication and commitment of staff working day in, day out to deliver these services. There's been an enormous contribution made by staff, and I would like to wholly endorse that idea. The issues with the services do not sit with the staff that are delivering them. They're systemic issues that need to be addressed, and I intend to address them. I wish to deliver a more equitable, sustainable and timely service to deliver better outcomes for patients and more resilience to our staffing complement throughout the region. Now, the members' particular concerns are waiting times in Upper Bann, and a key hindrance to breast service performance in the Southern Trust, and a contributory factor to long waiting times is ongoing challenges of availability of staff. In the current model of delivery, each trust relies on a small team to deliver their breast services. So even if one member of staff is on leave, falls ill, suffers a bereavement, this can have a catastrophic impact on that trust's performance. And over the last 12 months, on many occasions, staffing shortages have done just that. And Mr O'Dowd asked whether a third consultant had been appointed in the Southern Trust. I can tell you that is the case, and that has helped to some extent stabilise the service. But there's still a backlog in terms of waiting lists, and there are still issues in terms of the workforce. I believe one GP with a special interest has gone to another trust. There's been maternity leave. There have been other issues which affect that small team in a disproportionate manner. Members will also be aware of the introduction of Encompass for our health and social care services. It's a major step forward and it's exciting innovation. However, with any major change in the way we work, it takes a little time to adjust, and that does impact on service delivery. So, as happens in other areas of the UK where a similar system has been introduced, there has been an expected downturn in capacity, both in the South Eastern and Belfast trusts, and that is expected to be the case when the Northern Trust goes live on the 7th of November, and the Southern and Western trusts when they go live in 2025. Departmental officials and trust staff have been working tirelessly to provide short-term interventions to address waiting times and backlog. This has included inter-trust transfers, increased waiting list initiative funding for red flag patients, and the coordination of mega clinics on evenings and weekends. I think we're all aware that breast services here have been under severe pressure for some time, and on a regional basis, we've never met our 14-day target for all red flag assessments. In the latest cancer waiting time statistics between April and June of this year, just 31% of patients were assessed within 14 days after their red flag referral. The target is 100%. 36% of patients started treatment within 62 days of their referral. That target is 95%. Conversely, 91% of patients have started treatment within 31 days of their diagnosis. It's a clear indication that the wait for assessment is a priority issue to address, and that once a diagnosis is provided and a decision to treat has been made, the service is much timelier. And that's why I've recently announced that single regional waiting list for breast assessments to be implemented in the coming months. It will enable patients from across Northern Ireland to be able to access the earliest appointment available to them, wherever that might be. I want to deliver equitable access for breast services. I want to end the unacceptably long waits. I want our staff to have a more resilient service. And to this point, the patients of the Upper Bann region have been highlighted here today. It's unthinkable to me that somebody from that area can wait weeks for a breast assessment, but if they live just a few miles up the road, they could be waiting only days. So this regional inequity to access breast cancer services will end. There are more challenges which need to be addressed to deliver a service which meets the needs of all who require it, and it's for this reason I've asked for a wider review of services to be undertaken at pace. Engagement with clinicians, with people with a lived experience of cancer, and cancer charities will all be central to this review. My overriding priority is to secure better outcomes for patients, and the review will include examining options from consolidating the number of locations where assessment and where surgery are provided. At the same time, it will consider how aftercare and chemotherapy are provided. These services, I believe, should be delivered as close to home as possible. I'm confident patients are prepared to travel for specialist assessment and treatment, but also I think they want follow-up and continuing care to be as close to their dwellings as possible. Deputy Speaker, a few other areas that were mentioned during the course of the discussion. It is unacceptable our cancer outcomes are not better than they are compared to other countries, and that's why we need reform, a point Mrs Dodds made. I have said that I want to tackle health inequalities, and for me that is a shortcut. It's short for three things. It's health inequalities, which are about outcomes, but it's also about health inequities, which is about unequal access to services, and it's also about health literacy. It's about people understanding how to access health and social care in Northern Ireland. And on that theme, I think the arrival of the rapid diagnostic centres are very, very useful. But you need to know that they are there. You need to know how to access them. And even if you know how to access primary care in your GP, they need to be open and responsive when you reach out towards them. And the final point I would like to make, Deputy Speaker, is the one which Mr Buckley raised, which is about confidence. Confidence is absolutely key. If we don't trust our doctors, our nurses, our clinicians, our surgeons, how can the health service operate? And I have met some of the ladies with letters, and Dan Dodds was in the room at that time, and clearly confidence is not there. Trevor Harbinson was in the room not long after he had buried his wife Erin, who should be alive today. Who should be alive today and was failed by our system. That is my motivation, Deputy Speaker. Let Erin Harbinson be the last. Let's change this system. Let's make it equitable, accessible, and world class. That is my ambition.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Minister, and thank you all for this respectful debate that we had this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, the Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.